Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. My name is 4x4. I'm here with Rude. We are here with CBLOL Week 4, Day 2. I got it right. All right, good.
Yeah.
And Rude, we've got some good ones here. Some very good matchups here. The standings are starting to shake out. They're starting to settle into place a little bit. And we've got the first two matchups anyway. I think someone that could go any which way. But Rude, after the games yesterday, we've got a little bit. It's kind of as it was before.
Yeah,
a little more spread out.
with one notable difference for me, with Red Kalunga being 3 and 4, tied for 5th, but technically 7th at present. That one stings a little bit. Now, obviously, they played loud yesterday, so it wasn't going to be an easy game by any means. But obviously, they lost. So pressure on them today. They've got a fairly, relatively, they have an easier game. They're playing Liberty today on the third match of the day. So we're going to hope. I'm going to hope anyway that there'll be a team that's ready to contend for playoffs at the very least.
Yeah, if nothing else, because you would like to see so many of those players get back to playoffs, regardless of what you think of them, but because just the ceiling on this team feels, again, so much higher than the 3 and 4 that they're showing. We've already done the INTZ crisis, but Red is kind of slowly being plunged into crisis territory. They are, after all, just one game above Liberty, who they play in the third game, like you were saying. A win for Liberty there after they took a pain-flavored scalp a couple weeks ago. That would put them in a tie for 7th place with each other. The first two games are absolute bangers. We've got Pain versus Cade Stars coming up. Let's talk about that one. Let's get those rosters on the board. The Cade Stars, Rude, you are entering Savant territory.
I know.
I thought we were trolling at first, but let's talk. Okay, Pain Gaming first. You know them, you love them. Wiser, Karaoke, Dinketo, Titan, and Curry. That's the only change they made from last split to this split. After 4 second-place finishes in a row, they're trying to go over the edge here. They said they needed an 80 carry with a little bit more killer instincts, so they shipped B-Voy off to North America, and they brought in Titan and Curry.
Yeah, I mean, shout out B-Boy as well. He's actually playing very well on a Shopify Relevant roster that is
giant killers. They only beat good teams. It's incredible.
Yeah, they're on a weird spree over there. But obviously, Titan Curie coming in, and honestly, the Pain Gaming for this split has weirdly changed quite significantly, and it's not actually in that bot lane. Karaoke for me has returned to being one of our top junglers. Took a couple seasons off. I'm going to keep it a stack, But he's lodged and in charge this split, and I've been very impressed with what I'm seeing from Karaoke. Obviously, with Titan and Curie coming in, they've been very wishy-washy for me, not in a negative sense, but have just not lived up to, or rather, we've seen the highs, which we expect from Titan. We've equally seen the lows, which we've seen from Titan, which isn't a bad thing when you talk about this Pain roster. But it's been actually exactly as you expect, really, I think, when you pick up Titan.
Yeah, he's the Jackie Love comparisons start to write themselves. Is that look, this dude has a kill switch. It's just when he flips it, right? He puts himself in kind of these situations that when he flips tails, it goes sideways really, really quickly. It goes pear-shaped. But when he flips heads, because he takes risks that no other AD carry would, he is an absolute joy to watch. Let's get that K-Stars roster up on the screen for you. Piloted by, of course, CL, the most single and ready to mingle man on social media. I think I'm convinced that he just came down to Brazil to find a wife. But hey, if he coaches a League of Legends team on the side, look, it's going quite well for him. Gigo, Desai, Smiley, and Pro Delta. Rude, talk to me about what you've liked about K-Stars as we get into Champ Select. What kind of, you thought they would be a top team because of X, Y, and Z. Have those reasons changed?
No, I mean, X, Y, and Z are large and really, really present, actually, at the minute. I've been very high on Takui since before he came into the league. He's come into the league and he's lived up to the expectations that I had for him. Has so far been very, very successful. And I think that Smiley has actually overperformed my expectations. I knew to expect good things from Smiley, but not quite this level of good things from him. So I'm actually very excited by what he's bringing to the table.
And Takui is going to be bringing his Azir to the table. And that is a pick that he has absolutely monstered on pretty much his entire career, but in Brazil as well. He somehow keeps getting this champion. And I say somehow, but look, it's not like this champion can't be countered. It's not like you can't do things to take this champion down, but it is surprising to me just how often Takui gets his hands on it.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if we see Dinkedo pilot something like a Hui, which is sort of, I think, actually is a very good answer to the Azir. Your large answers to Azir are things that have longer range than him, and Hui certainly matches that brief. So wouldn't be surprised if that gets locked in. Or, of course, if Pain Gaming want to dial into something a bit more specific, then they certainly can do. With Wise, they're actually locking in the Cassante early on. It's giving Gigo a lot of agency to take a Gwen here, which we've known from him in the past. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. They've got this tough decision, VKS. They can either take a support and pair nicely with the Kalista, or they can take that top laner, and whatever they don't pick is essentially going to get banned out here by Pain Gaming on this round of bans.
Yeah, now this starts to pinch Dinkedo's pool here, right? Because K-Stars, they know, like you said, it's champions that have a longer range than Azir, because that's where you need to beat him, is in the laning phase. Because God knows in the late game, you are going to do absolutely jack squat against a champion. Instead, they're going to take away the Poppy from Karaoke that's starting to work its way back into the meta a little bit. Tanks are starting to creep back into the meta in the top lane, into the jungle. Cassante's been there forever, right? But obviously he's more than a tank. But your Poppies have started to creep in. There's that Gwen ban. Very smart decision there by Pain.
And especially for the Poppy ban as well, looking at the majority of the junglers that at least are prevalent at present, just everything's got a dash. And I think that's the easiest way of putting it. They also have a Poppy, they also have a Kalista on their team. Kalista just despises Poppy. The whole point of Martial Poise is that you hop around and Poppy stops that from happening. You're just rooted and auto-attacking for the space of a W. So it's just not worthwhile keeping that one in the back pocket.
And with the kind of range that Kalista has, it turns into bad news bears really, really quickly. The Lucianami is locked in here for Titan and Kuri, so they are going to have a lot of agency in their hands in the early game. Rel and Corki taken away here. So you took away the Corki there from Dinkedo. The Hui's still on the table here, Root.
Yeah, it is. And I think that maybe I'm a bit preemptive, maybe jumping the gun with the pick, but would still like it if Dinkedo can pull it out. I think so.
That thing hurts. Like, the more I play it, I'm like, good God, it has everything. You've got CC, you've got range, and you do a metric ton of damage.
Yeah, hey, thank you. Making my point for me. I'll carry on.
It's so strong.
We got the Sedge locked in for the Psalmist, so again, champion with a dash, hence this Poppy ban getting taken away. But you're going to be looking for this melee top laner for Gigo now, so that they've got at least some sort of duo or synergy between their top and jungle. Really, if they want to try and punish the Cassante, then they can do so. I do think that they want to have something that is going to be self-sufficient on that top side. You've got Kalista Nautilus versus Lucian Nami on the bot side. Those are two volatile sets of duos that can swing a matchup very, very quickly. So there's a large emphasis for me for Disarmus and Karaoke to both be in this bot lane as much as possible and make sure that their AD carry is the one that starts snowballing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because the snowball, like you said, once with these two champions, once it gets rolling, it becomes really, really, really difficult to stop. And it looks like the composition's drafted around them as well. Make it easy to execute. You've got some team fight. You've got team fighting. You've got tanks in the jungle, in the support role as well. Talia's what's going to be locked in here for Dinkedo. Now, I feel like you have a range advantage to a degree, but I think the roaming is going to be what you watch, right? That's always what you watch with Talia. Push, roam, especially once you hit level 6.
Yeah, and the difficult part for this Talia, this game specifically, is going to be if it just gets ganked. No escape tools, really. Azir plus Sedge have just got such ease of execution when it comes to taking these fights. So if you just hit level 6 with the Sejuani, or even with the Azir, if the Talia's got no flash, that's when you're going to be looking to try and find advantages. And Dinkedo going to have to be very, very patient with his positioning, very cognizant of his summoner spells. So he doesn't have that flash ready. It's going to be a really sticky situation for him as he moves into that post-level 6 era.
The Aatrox is the final pick here, Rude, as the draft finally shakes out here. You've got Gigo on a carry. It's not the Gwen that you wanted, but it is a melee damage dealer. It is something that gives Gigo a lot of agency. It feels like you've got the early game taken care of if you wanted to oversimplify this game plan here. Cade Stars, your early game is on the bottom lane. Your mid game, that's Gigo's responsibility. Hand the ball off to Takui and let him just rain hell from long range.
Yeah, that exactly. As you reach the late game, it is absolutely in Takui's hands. Smiley can perform on this late game because there's not a lot of lockdown for this Kalista that I'm looking at. There's a lot of sort of skill shot-esque things. Nami Wave, Nami Bubble can be quite easily dodged by a Kalista. The Cassante as well, although we know he's got those big gap closers. Kalista, one of the best AD carries that are trying to get away from it. Yeah. So definitely a world where Smiley can be slippery in these late games, but as you've mentioned, Takui, the one to keep our eyes on. But for Pain Gaming as well, can't undersell the value of a Talia late game because she does a ton of damage also as we move into the late stages of the matchup. But you are looking very heavily toward this bot lane. Titan Curie, can they get snowballed? Can they put Smiley behind? And I think that if that condition can be met, Pain Gaming can quite easily run away with this one because they've got such easy objective setup. Maokai ulti is just the best ultimate for securing Drakes in the game. So I'm all for a nice Pain Gaming early game into a snowball if they can make it happen.
No, like you said, both these junglers. I mean, yeah, the Maokai, both these junglers are going to play for their lanes. This isn't. We are back to kind of a season 13 composition, almost kind of in these top sides a little bit.
We have no Sundered Sky, is what I'm sensing from the junglers. That's that's a good break point for me.
Yeah, no, well said. The Aatrox probably going to slam that Sundered Sky because that. I mean, you talk about that mid game spike that Aatrox gets. It's disgusting. Dude, it's absolutely gross. I don't know if you watched any of the LCS or any of the highlights. Castle, audience, look up Castle Aatrox on Twitter.com. Watch the clip of him soloing. I think it was Dove. What he did there, LS put it very well. It was like he was playing Super Smash Bros. Like the move buffering, the canceling, the micro was chef's kiss. He makes Aatrox look like it actually takes skill to play. K-Stars going for a little cheeky level 1 here. Not going to find anything. But they do get a little bit of vision down here early, Rude. As far as the runes are concerned, nothing really to write home about. But like
one thing to write home about is that we are very aware that Pro Delta has taken Hex Flash this game. And we've been made aware of that because he did just flash at level 1 over the Drake wall to try and spot somebody in Tri-Brush. Now, he wasn't successful in that endeavor, but it is Hex Flash for Pro Delta, and as soon as Pain Gaming enter the lane, if they press tab, they're going to see that Pro Delta's got Hex Flash instead of Flash ready, and they're going to be like, huh, this guy flashed somewhere, and maybe that's going to be punishable.
Well, he's certainly playing in the brush, backs himself into a wall just a little bit, some damage onto Smiley, some damage onto Pro Delta. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not a death sentence, like you said, but in an aggressive lane like the one that Titan and Curry are piloting, and even in getting up to potentially help Takui, to potentially help Disamis secure these objectives, battle against the Maokai, or just battle in the lane right now. They get the Ignite down, the heal comes down as well. 2 summoners blown there for Titan and Curry. So now all of a sudden, the health bar advantage might not be going Kate Star's way, but they do get one up in terms of summoners.
I think the important part is that the health is actually looking good for Smiley versus Titan. Now, of course, you've got the ebb and flow with that healing, which is going to sustain Titan up, and obviously level 2's coming in. They're feeling very confident to try and push that advantage. Yeah. So initially, I was a little bit worried for Pain Gaming, but they've actually got just enough, between biscuits, potions, plus Nami sustain to actually get Titan back up to full HP. So in the long run, actually, like you said, a very good trade for Pain.
They're looking really, really good. And you saw that Pro Delta and Smiley immediately, when it looked like they were going to get that, it looked like Titan and Curry, were going to get level 2. They backed off that wave immediately. Dinkedo and Takui doing battle here in the mid lane. Takui run a little on mana. Yeah, you kind of expect Dinkedo to get the early run of the lane here and just, again, trying to make things happen in the late game. But you pointed out Talia's damage, and I think it's something that, because her identity is so other to that, right? You don't think of her traditionally as a carry because her strengths are in the uniqueness of her ultimate and in her long-range CC, right? That seismic shove can be a game changer in fights as a pick tool. But like you said, she can do just so much damage in the late game.
It's going to be a question mark to see which of these mages gets there that little bit easier. Again, want to emphasize that there is a window for Disarmus to make plays happen in the mid lane. If you can force the flash of the Talia pre-level 6, it means she's a sitting duck once the Azir or the Sejuani have the access to those ultimates. So you can very easily actually farm a Talia, even, you know, if she has got Merc Tread, something along those lines. The displacement of a shuffle can be all too overwhelming. Now, as we do see fight for this bot crab, now Disarmus is level 4 versus Karaoke is level 3, but I think bot prio may just about outweigh mid prio here.
Yeah, and Disarmus, he can stack damage kind of sneakily on that Sejuani in those early levels, right? And you get the CC down with the permafrost stacks going. It's not too hard to actually get that rolling. You've got an escape tool as well, like you see there, the Arctic Assault.
Oh, they don't know, actually. That Disarmus snuck over that wall. So this is actually a really weird position for both of these junglers for the bot lane.
Yeah, they're coming in kind of on opposite flanks here. Karaoke trying to make something out of nothing here. Gets the CC onto Pro Delta. Titan flashing forward. Beautifully done by the AD carry. First blood over to Pain Gaming. It's a 3v2, but the health bars are just about even, Rudude. Pops the flash. Curry in a little bit of trouble here, trying to bail out Titan, do the best he can. He might be going down, but he's trying to take someone down with him. Will not be successful. Very nice twisted advance. Gets the flash out of Disarmus and takes him down as well. Curry and Karaoke will take down Pro Delta. Digs at just the right time. Pain Gaming walk away with a 3-for-1.
Now, if Titan, if he sits back down in his chair, he's going to look at the wave and think, actually, this may not be as good as I'd looked at. This is obviously very nice for Pain to get all of those kills, all of that gold. The wave for Smiley isn't super doomed. Now, the fact that Smiley doesn't flash there, red flag. You know, that's a little bit illegal, and he rightfully gets punished. Titan manages to pick him off. And this is so close, so frequently as well. As soon as that enhanced auto attack comes through, you know, Disarmus manages to find it. But if Karaoke hadn't had his cooldown up at that exact time, there's a very real world that the flash actually takes Disarmus to safety, and this whole play fizzles into just a 1-for-1, which obviously would have been much, much better for VKS. 1k gold lead for Pain Gaming already. In that bot lane, we highlighted the volatility of it. Pain Gaming finding an advantage so early on, we could very well see this begin to snowball.
It's exactly where you wanted those resources to go. Karaoke did walk away with a kill, but everybody else, up about a kill on their counterparts here. Takui goes forward, gets the flash out of Dinkedo, able to put down the threaded volley, deal some damage in return. Takui, he wanted that all in there. Wasn't able to get it. And you see here,
importantly, he didn't use his ulti there, right, for Takui. Yeah. He just went forward feigning the ult. Now that that's not been used, Dinkedo's now got 5 minutes of really, really depressing gameplay because he can't step up.
Yeah.
Period. Unless he sees Disarmus on the map and knows he can win a 1v1. Hold on.
Weiser doesn't go all out here. Gigo pops the World Ender. Flash still available for Gigo if he wants to try something here. Weiser going through him, getting revenge. Look, Weiser will not have a bad thing said about his Cassante. That's for dang sure. He gets the solo bolo there on Gigo. That Bramble Vest doing a lot of work, it has to be said, Rude.
Yeah, Gigo, like, he's trying to play for these heals. He's got the Conqueror, so definitely not a laning-focused rune, and Bramble Vest is super indexed into these early game for Weiser. Like, just looking at the builds that these players have gone for, Weiser is unfortunately going to have the run of things for the early game. We're waiting for an item or so before we can see Gigo really start to fight out against this Cassante, because Grasp much better mid lane.
Depressing gameplay. Yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head with that one. Disarmus doesn't even need the ultimate. He's able to chase down Dinkedo. Just kidding. Karaoke shows right up here. Gets the bonk. Titan roaming up here. He's not level 6. He's got Prodelta and Smiley right on his tail. Curry looking for the wraparound. Titan goes forward. Gets the damage out of Disarmus. The Ignite goes down.
Good flash.
Does go down. Takui still there. He gets his flash blown. He's down on ultimate. A double kill for the French mid laner. Curry in some trouble, but will survive. A triple for Takui.
The thinnest of margins for Takui. Once again, he uses the shield from his E to survive the last auto attack from Titan, which would have taken him down. The French mid laner comes up huge for VKS in the mid lane and secures a route back into this match for VKS because everywhere else was looking doomed.
Yeah, now you got a win condition going here. Now that Azir is just going to get to that late game spike so much safer, so much quicker. That flash blown, Rude, dude, I mean, that was it, right? Like you said, once that swung, the field tilt.
I don't know what happened to Disarmus here because he just didn't use his Q. I was kind of thinking, why aren't you just knocking up Dinkedo and, going for that one shot? It ends up, in the long run, working out. But Takui's flash there, flashes over the seismic shift, or seismic shove, and then there you see the shield that comes through. He may have survived the auto attack, but he would have gone down to the bubble after the fact. But he gets to live, he gets to stay pushing that wave as well, importantly. So it's not just the extra gold that goes in his back pocket from all of those kills, it's the wave pushed under the turret, the experience gained and denied from Dinkedo.
All right, so the story of this game has shifted just a little bit here. We were looking at the bottom lanes in the early game, the top lane in the mid game. Here comes Dinkedo trying to make things happen as the mid game gets rolling here. Flash from Gigo uses that to escape to safety. Didn't blow it in the initial exchange, wouldn't have done him any good. Pro Delta with a max range hook. Titan keeping Smiley out of the fight with a back rub. The culling going right into the AD carry, but really not getting a ton done health bar wise. Neither support has hit level 6 yet. You'd like to think that if that was the case, this fight would have gotten really spicy. But now with junglers coming in here, so it might get spicy regardless. Takui hot on his heels as well. It's a party in the bot lane. Everyone is invited, able to thin the wave and prevent the dive. Our Titan and Kuri. So instead, they will shift the focus to the dragon.
Okay, so tentative measures from VKS put down there. Decently sized wave crashed under Gigo's turret. He's going to be able to collect the majority of it. Still not seen any objectives actually taken by either of these two teams. Yeah. Frequently, you will see Grubs and Drake have been taken by now, but this fight just doesn't stop.
Nope, who was baiting who here? Health bar's taken absolutely to the brink. Pro Delta and Smiley having to get out. Pro Delta blew the flash. Smiley blew the Fate's call as well. Still no blood though, Rude. And you saw earlier that gold graph went up on the side of your screen. And that illustrates basically the point we were trying to make before these fights kept breaking out, is that Titan and Takui, they are your win conditions right now. They're on effectively the exact same amount of gold.
Yeah, and that's what both of these teams are going to have to play to. I think VKS are playing more of a defensive strategy. They're defending Pro Delta, defending Smiley, making sure they don't fall further behind. This is a TP from Takui. Has got Nash's Tooth just finished up. First item of the game for anybody. Looks like that's going to be the deciding factor. Nice to see Gigo as well. Hovers into that mid lane. Just make sure that wave isn't going to go to waste. He may lose a little bit under the turret, so this is, in the long run, actually favourable for Wiser, of all people. But for the most part, still continues to be VKS using the bot lane advantage through that, or using their mid lane advantage to put some pressure in the bot lane.
Titan, he doesn't have his ultimate up. It's up in about 5 seconds, but maybe he would have dumped that into Smiley and Pro Delta. But for now, just taking them out of this fight, out of the lane. Pro Delta has to mosey on back to base here. But I will give Smiley some credit here. Look, the CS, he's still up 10, even though he's down half an item effectively.
Yeah, and there's a couple plates that have gone over. Oh, never mind. There's not yet a plate. It's a Titan.
Oh, very nice there from Titan. Are you kidding me? He's going to get hit with the ultimate. Courage trying to bail him out with a tidal wave. He'll die for it. But man, that was fun.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good. It's not good for him in the long run. He does get the kill, and the fact that they don't actually stick around, I would like to see them try and push this wave, but they're not getting anywhere on these Void Grubs. Like, these are gone. Try and push another wave in, deny some minions, get a little bit of an advantage. But Smiley secures himself that Blade of the Ruin King, manages to get a little bit of a kill and a shutdown from Titan's corpse as well. But for the next few minutes of this laning phase, despite the Blade of the Ruin King having been finished, it's not good news for VKS, because where there's one completed item for their bot lane, there's actually 2 finished for Pain Gaming. So Imperial Mandate plus Storm Raider, an extra pickaxe to boot. Yeah, you're not fighting this Lucian Nami for a long while as VKS.
No, and that Mandate just such a sneaky strong item right now. It is just like the quintessential Lucian Nami item. Everything that makes this duo strong is just snowballed and amplified by this item. You see that there, man, and that wasn't even a dash. That wasn't even a relentless pursuit to dodge the hook. That was just a right click. Just a little bit better on this occasion. And obviously, we love the POV. Honestly, we actually really enjoy this. Yeah. Good to see that you're able to find the kill for your Callista. But at the end of the day, it's still good to see that Pain Gaming, they've got that killer instinct in that bot lane like we knew that they'd have. I got to give credit here to Cade Stars. I mean, look, you knew that what you were getting from Pain Gaming, but I have been extremely impressed. I don't consider myself to be a cynical person, but maybe that's a lack of self-awareness showing. Oh, hang on a second here. My soliloquy will have to wait. Pro Delta taking a bunch of Lucian-empowered autos. Has to blow the Fade's call here, Dinkedo. Going forward here. Let's see if he pops that Weaver's Wall. Not going to. The numbers disadvantage still at play here. It's still a 3v4. And everyone takes a deep breath. Yeah, what I was saying, look, I'm really impressed by Cade Stars. Look, I was doubtful as to whether this team would work. No, sorry, 4x4. No, I don't get to talk. That's okay. Wiser, just kill him already. I want to... Okay. No,
Go now,
no,
quick! Go,
no.
quick! Say it! BKS are good, carry on. You got this.
Mixing a bunch of different pieces like this that are, it's not just, it's a bit of an untraditional formula, right? You're taking kind of, ERL, LEC talent, getting them in here saying, look, everyone's going to speak English, right? But like bringing in guys that are from Europe, and this is just kind of conjecture here at this point, but like, I imagine learning English as someone from Europe is way, way easier than learning English as someone from Korea. Very nice ult there by Desamis, keeping Karaoke at bay, whipping the ultimate right onto Dinketo. That was one of the best plays I've ever seen Desamis make. Super aware, very good microbiome, and Pain Gaming will, in fact, gobble up Takui. But Desamis had that rolling there for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the top advantage that Weiser has been able to leverage now finally slips into the rest of the map. We've seen Weiser force Gigo back time and time again. Gigo uses his TP up to that top lane, and that allows Weiser an opportunity to make a play in the mid lane, knows that his mid lane is in trouble. And you're quite right. Desamis hits him with the no-look, the pump fake, almost, to catch out Dinketo. The fact that he had that flash ready, though, means that he's able to get out to safety, and it does end up baiting Takui in just far enough to capture that shutdown. I think it went, unfortunately, onto Karaoke, but still, a decent amount of gold going back over to Pain Gaming. Oh.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at our items.
That's what I was
check.
about to say.
That shouldn't have happened.
No, that's that. Honestly, if you would have told me that happened, but the nameplates were flipped, I'd be like, okay, yeah, Gigo's known to play a little disrespectfully sometimes. Weiser's a veteran. He knows his matchups very well. He's better than pretty much every other top laner in this region, except for maybe Robo, but only in playoff scenarios, apparently. Not the case. Weiser just did not play that respectfully at all.
No. Shout out to Gigo as well. We've known him to be a super top, a carry from times gone by. It's good to see. I think that this split as well, he has had his moments, for sure, of just being a carry and being able to find these kills in situations that he probably shouldn't. And Profane Hydra being finished first, it's not that Sundered Sky off the rip, but Profane is a very strong item. Well, he's got that finish, going to be very good.
Gets the hook there onto Karaoke, pops the depth charge as well, cleansed out of it. Titan throws the calling out. Smiley reduced to half health. Karaoke eats an ignite and is able to walk away. Dinketo in the mid lane trying to get prio. Takui and Gigo wandering down there, and they're just going to settle for this dragon. I mean, I say settle for the dragon. They're up 2-0 in that department, Rude, and still only 3-0 in terms of the Void Grubs. And I think those have despawned by now, no?
Yeah, they'll not get any more than that. So no, big turret taking Void Mites. But I have to criticize that cleanse from Smiley. He can see the Nami wave coming right at him. Even if he's able to cleanse out of the Maokai ulti, he's still just going to get knocked up instantly afterwards. A little bit of a misplay, unfortunately, means that Karaoke is able to get out to safety. Obviously, they secure themselves the dragon, and it's not the end of the world after that. But with Pain Gaming finding a little bit of time on this top side where they weren't contesting that Drake, Dinketo able to move on up and take that, and if they can leverage that into a Rift Herald as well, then absolutely going to try to look to do so. We'll say that these side lanes do definitely favor VKS for right now. Any time that Takui is up against Weiser is a good time for VKS because this Cassandra has stacked exclusively into armor, and Azir does not care about that star.
No. Yes, he's an auto-attacking Annie, but look, it's magic damage through and through. Let's not get it twisted. The Frozen Heart's going to do a little bit of work there, but yeah, really...
We have zero. We're nowhere near the Frozen Heart yet, right? Other than the Maokai, but Maokai's not here.
Yeah.
We are chilling right now in this side lane, and for Takui, he's got that needlessly large on his inventory as well. Like he's absolutely fine to kind of wail away on Weiser. He did manage to trade up those turrets in the bot lane as well, and it looks like Gigo's going to be able to secure the top tier 1 also, if he'd have fancied it. Now that this Rift Herald is still standing, you can sort of tell that these two teams are actually giving each other quite a lot of respect, it feels like, because they're not just starting up objectives willy-nilly and saying, will he go check you at a Drake fight or a Rift Tower fight? We just carry on.
No, and I think it goes back to what we were saying about, like, look, each team has their win condition kind of ready and rearing to go. They're, Pain, they're respecting the fact that, okay, Takui's in a side lane, but the command still got Unleashed Teleport, right? He could be here at a moment's notice and just ruin our day. Titan, he's going wherever the action is. That is your AD carry in the mid game. Put him next to the objective you want to take. Kate starts starting this objective here. There goes that Twisted, or the Nature's Grasp, rather. Trading ultimates from the two junglers. Takui has shown up.
No.
The Herald is secured there by Pain Gaming, and now they get Pro Delta. K-Stars all of a sudden, they arrived a little too late here. Takui trying to get some damage down over the wall. Smiley separated from the fight and executed summarily. Gigo pops the World Ender just to get away. Pain Gaming come up huge in that fight.
Yeah, lack of communication from VKS there. They leave Smiley locked in the pit. He flashes out late, and they don't coordinate on Rend plus Smite. Leaves the Rift Herald as a sitting duck for Pain Gaming. So a myriad of errors right there for VKS. As Takui now also under siege in this mid lane. If you can defend this one, I will be very surprised, especially when Pain Gaming, they've got the Rift Herald to put down as well.
And this is where they can start to accelerate, right? This is, Desamis. Oh my goodness. That
Super cone. Yeah.
Piketo.
All right.
Yeah, gonna hop out of that Rift Herald there. Pro Delta not gonna land the hook. But this is where you can start to make up the advantage that Cage Stars, even though they're down about 3,000 gold, again, you've got this ticking time bomb of not only the Azir, but Takui's Azir, someone who is extremely good at League of Legends and extremely good at this champion. The playing field feels a little more even now. This Nature's Grasp, dude, as it comes in, like you said, just fractures Cade Stars.
Yeah, and you can see, right? Smiley just rends and gives the free smite over. Desamis, unfortunately, not in a position. His flash also, again, second time for Karaoke that he's able to kind of follow somebody, but he gets himself over the wall, I think maybe with his own flash as well. But a couple of rogue mistakes do cost VKS quite heavily. Now, off the back of that, they have been able to slightly even up that gold as well. Looks like Gigo able to collect a couple of waves, also find himself that top tier 1 turret. And this game remains to be very close. I'm happy that you highlight the time bomb that is Azir, because when Takui goes back to base, he's probably got Rabadons in his inventory, right? He went back to base last time when he TP'd out to that Herald fight with these exact components. When that death cap is picked up, you already know that this Azir is going to be absolutely terrifying to try and play against. And then you're looking at Smiley, you're looking at Gigo. How good is our secondary damage? Well, Smiley's had a bit of a difficult game, not a shocker by any means, but he has been definitely left to the sword a little bit. Whereas Gigo, on the other hand, has had a full top lane experience of they each solo killed one another and have done pretty much nothing else.
No, they really haven't had kind of that team fight impact that both of these champions can have, looking for those flanks. Wiser being able to isolate targets on this Cassante, but everyone else has more or less filled their role.
Whoa!
Prison not going to find its mark. He was aiming for Titan and did not quite hit the mark.
No, man, I think he was aiming for you. I don't know. That looked a bit too wide.
Give her the benefit of the doubt here. Look, Takui, he's finished up that death cap, and that's going to spell a lot of trouble here for Pain Gaming. Cage Stars, they are looking to upset the apple cart here and move themselves into, with a win here, sole possession of second place here. Heck, if Loud lose later today and some other results go their way, if Cage Stars win here, they could sit in a tie for first by the time everything is said and done. Desamis moving forward. Gigo taking a different angle here. Smiley.
Oh, dear.
Fates calls Pro Delta. Desamis goes way too far forward. Pro Delta left out to the wolves. Smiley, auto, move. Not going to get past this one. No flash. Not able to get over the Weaver's wall. And again, rude. Communication in these team fights dooms Cade Stars.
Takui just can't get in either. He's sat waiting, watching his team just get slain time and time again. Now, he does have ulti. Gigo, same position. It's a 2v5. It's not easy if they want to try and fight this. They're going to back away. They're going to accept their fate. I think that Takui eating forward there, maybe a little bit brazen, but looks like Pain Gaming aren't going to be ones to punish all that hard back underneath his self-made turret, and maybe he'll be fine. But this timer could set up VKS to try and take that soul point Drake. We'll take another look at that fight. Actually, a great shove that starts off the engage, and you get seismic shove next to a wall. Desamis able to also, unfortunately, when he's next to that wall, gets abducted by the Cassante. So you just completely split that fight. Redetto going in with the Fate's Call. It's good for a split second while you allow your Kalista to get a couple of autos down, but unfortunately, with her power in the game being relatively low, she's not really able to do too much damage and do anything with that time.
And like you said, playing to your win conditions. Takui has been the win condition for since he got that triple kill, really. And since the lane for Smiley and Pro Delta started going poorly, Takui able to ult and flash away from potential disaster. And in that fight, looping back to the first point, he just wasn't able to have that impact. And upon seeing that fight later, I said Desamis went way too far forward. It wasn't that. It was exactly what you said, right? He got seismic shoved, and Wiser did what Cassante does, which is completely isolate a target, and there goes your front line, completely decimated.
Another Nature's Grasp coming through.
Comes forward there. Pro Delta able to hook away to safety. Now down to support here. It's a battle in the pit. Gigo going forward, taking body blows. The tidal wave goes out. Smiley trying to get forward. Takui trying to get forward as well. Karaoke is going to secure it for Pain Gaming. Pro Delta getting fates called in. Seismic shove again onto Desamis. And again, Weiser takes him out. Same script, different day, same result. Pain Gaming now ballooned to a 10-kill lead. The double for Weiser. One more for Titan. It's a slaughter in the Dragon Pit.
And it's just simply put, better execution. Pain Gaming stand and deliver at the Dragon. They take away the objective. Karaoke has been second to none with these smites, even versus a Rend. And in the 5v5 as well, Pain Gaming have looked more clean, more concise, and more controlled when they take these skirmishes.
My goodness. I mean, it was surgical. And you could see Takui just kind of head in his hands like, we just kind of got monstered there. We just kind of got out hands there. Like you said, I don't put this one so much on Cade Stars as I do on Pain just being really ruthless. And like you said, it was like the same fight. It was just better execution again. And now Cade Stars, look, they're going for broke here. You're down 10,000 gold. You got to make things happen. Otherwise, you will just bleed to death. Dinkedo gonna hoover his way out of there with the seismic, or with the Weaver's Wall, excuse me. Very nice by Weiser to buffer that. Unstoppable. Hats off, man. That is beautiful Cassante play.
And you can see Dinkedo, he's got a big smile on his face in the cameras down there, knows that he has just got away with an absolute daylight robbery. This is a replay of that earlier skirmish around the Drake. You know, Titan dashes forward. He's actually in a bit of a sticky position over there, but he managed to get away. I think this double knockup from the tidal wave is beautiful. It halts the DPS and really makes Smiley Takui rethink how they're going to go about that team fight. And it's another seismic shove. It's another great catch from Dinkedo that puts Takui in again a really awkward position, ends up finding himself in the face of 4 members of Pain Gaming, in which he was not ready to be fighting at. But all told, Pain, just like you said, great hands, and now they're able to execute further. They'll be looking up to this top side. They've got the Baron no longer actually at their backs.
Desamis going forward here actually nails Curry with the Glacial Prison, excuse me. Karaoke goes forward, locks up the tank, and again, we're starting to see the same movie here, just a little too far forward. I respected Desamis. I see what you were trying to do there, but Pain just playing these fights, like the target selection as well.
Every fight as well is just decided by Nami Wave, it feels like. Curry is constantly finding 2 members of VKS, and if it's only 2, it's the 2 that you need to hit. Second time round that Takui and Smiley have been caught up by it. Fate's Call manages to keep Pro Delta alive, but if that's how you're using it, it just explains to you quite the dire straits that this team fight is in.
Ruda, I'm really glad you brought up that Nami Wave, because it's exactly what you said, right? Like, it's the target selection while they focus down Desamis, and it's like, okay, again, we're just abstracting how a League of Legends team fight should go. Heck, if you're for a World of Warcraft enjoyer like myself, a tank sits there, takes up all the attention, so that your damage dealers can do what they want to unopposed. Well, opposed is exactly what the Nami Wave is doing, right? They soak all the attention onto Desamis and Gigo as they try to go forward, be the big bodies, be the meatballs, soak up the pressure, but the damage dealers can't get into the fight, right? In these choke points, it's a very telegraphed how these fights are going to play out. And Pain Gaming, if you're a One Piece enjoyer, just like Doflamingo, just a puppet master, it seems like they are dictating where Cade Stars are going. Absolutely.
And you can look as well, I think that the synergy between Curry and Dinkedo, they've actually been my 2 standouts for this match, weirdly enough. They've actually been lining up quite nicely. If there's a bubble there, it'll be Dinkedo looking to line seismic shoves up off of that. Even if there's a wave, Dinkedo's found a couple of nice little shoves off of that also. And the fact that you're landing those, sometimes it is just Dinkedo finding an angle and landing what I call naked W's, where there's just no CC, no setup for it. Because you're just kind of, you're freeballing it, and you find the knock-off with it. It's really difficult to do on Talia. It's not an easy champion to be able to execute like that. So it's genuinely very impressive when these types of executions can come to the fold. And you can see actually that he's just the highest XP in the game, very, very close to level 16, has been doing exceptionally well catching waves and catching team fights. Nothing to complain about from Dinkedo. He had 1 death early on where he, got punished for not having that flash. Outside of that, it has been a perfect game.
Yeah, it really has been. 4-1-9. Perfect game in many ways, right? Not just in the conventional sense. Yeah, I appreciate you highlighting kind of the other things he's doing, just those fundamentals that as a mid laner don't really get looked at or seen. Pain going for the death blow here, trying to put the final nail in the Cade Stars coffin. Weiser going forward again, taking Gigo completely out of the fight. Dinketo happy to take that one. 3 kills out of nowhere. It's just Takuya and DeSavis. They're running for their lives. Pain Gaming march towards a victory. Deleted so quickly is Takui, shredded right through. The Emperor of Shurima has nothing on the Nazuman Warrior and his cohort. Pain Gaming moved to 6-2.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Baron up, there's a Drake up. Pain Gaming don't care. We're 27 minutes into the game. Death timers are above 20 seconds. They're going to look to end it all in this match. Put them in sole possession of second place for the time being. If games go their way later on, maybe they'll be joining Loud in first. But it's been clean, it's been methodical, and it has been concise from Pain Gaming. A beautiful game up against a difficult opponent in VKS. Yeah.
Cade Stars, they availed themselves quite well. And again, to zoom out a little bit, it's not that Cade Stars are blameless. We're not, I am not a shameless Cade Stars shill. I'll put it that way. But I want to give more credit to Pain. And we have praised them a lot this game. And I think rightly so, because they again, just look at these. Look at the Nami waves. Look at the bubble.
Try an auto. Try an auto.
Yeah, exactly. Like, good luck.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah. There's nothing Cade Stars can do. And that is credit to Pain through and through.
And Titan even lives there. That's crazy.
That's wild.
He took a laser. Doesn't matter. More than happy. You can see the smiles, happy faces for Pain Gaming. Really, really solid performance from them. And again, I want to echo the sentiments that you're trying to put out here, that as much as VKS, like you say, aren't faultless, they made mistakes. Pain Gaming absolutely punished them and forced those mistakes as well. They found small opportunities where they could look for fights. They extended them and made them even more compounded of an advantage, and really, really ran away with that match.
And the biggest fan base in Brazil, happy, at least for now. They walk away with a 2-0 week, is that? Yeah, took down Fluxu yesterday. Gave victory over K-Stars today. A 2-0 week for Pain. Puts them at 6-2. No, very well done. Who would you give your MVP to, if you had to?
It's tricky, because I think it might be Curry. It's Curry or Dinkedo. Weirdly. I was shilling for them throughout the game. We'll say Curry, because I think that his Nami waves are actually doing a lot more than you'll be able to than you can give credit for. You look back at the team fights and look at the value of Nami wave every single time, you'll be like, that was a good ult, that was a good ult, that was a good ult, and there's never really a moment where you're going, you're out of position there, Curry. Actually, you're an enchanter. Why are you trying to frontline? It was always either well reasoned, like at the end there, he flashes forward onto Takui just to get the slow from Typecaller's Blessing. When you're 5v2, yeah, go ahead, buddy, you've earned that one. But never throughout that game was he overstepping his bounds. He was always looking at the right spots.
Yeah, a very well executed team fights through and through by Pain. And again, they're plugging in, Curry, he had a brief stint in Brazil, and he came back because of Titan's request. He said, look, all right, I'll join Pain Gaming. I'll be that extra sauce that you need. But, and he said to the AD carry the support route that he just played against, he said, I'm coming back, but I'm not going to lane with Pro Delta. I want to bring my favorite Korean buddy back. In the brief stint the Curry was in Brazil, he was absolutely incredible. He was a joy to watch. And it seems like he's starting to level up here, right? Like you said, we've seen the highs from Titan. We've seen, for me, I'll put it this way. The standard and what my expectations were for Titan and Curry were so high because Titan said, look, I am only laning with this dude. I am, on my day, the best AD carry in this country. Give me this kid and we will cook. And for a while, it took a little bit to get rolling, but this is a game where you saw both of them, I think, at their best.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing Lucian Nami, you're winning 2 versus 2s. I mean, even literally the level 1, they didn't have they didn't get into the lane first. They were able to bully out Pro Delta from that level 1 brush. I think that's very important when you're playing this double ranged matchup. You can very, very easily fall into getting Nautilus hooked and dying instantly. They didn't let that happen. They managed to find themselves a way into that lane. They pushed off of level 2. They'd really, really punished them quite heavily. And despite, Smiley was up 10 CS, it just never really mattered because Titan was up 4 kills and a whole item at some point,
Yeah, the item difference really kind of, the story wrote itself there. It spoke for itself. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it is going to be Furia versus Kaboom. Furia looking spicy, looking a little like they're trying to take some bigger scalps, trying to bounce back from a loss to the Cade Stars, going up against another equally tough team. A playoff lock, you'd like to think at this point, is Kaboom, but they've got to take care of business against what they will see as an inferior Furia squad. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Furia versus Kaboom on the cards as the CBLOL Week 4 Day 2 rolls on. I am 4x4. That is Rude. Rude, let's talk about these two teams. You okay?
Is it? You said that's Rude, dude. Oh, okay. That's cool.
Oh, is that so?
Exactly.
Let's
carry on.
Let's talk about
I'm trying not to throw you off.
These two rosters. Look, we've got Furia, who have inserted themselves into the playoff conversation and a little more firmly here because of the we're not going to say downfall, but the precipitous form, shall we say, of Red Canids and INTZ opening up a slot. Let's get one of those two rosters on the board. I forget who's on blue side. I apologize. I'm not doing my research.
I'm going to guess Furia, and
so.
If it's not Furia, then we're just going to look like fools, and that's okay.
But if it is Furia, oh no, it's Champ Select is what it is. And the Pike.
Though?
All right, there we go.
Well, that's big win number 2. The big win is Furia were indeed on blue side, so we don't look at the rules. Let's chat on this. Anyway, proceeding with actual gameplay analysis, draft analysis, yada yada, doing our jobs, some might say. The Lucian B1 maintains itself in the CBLOL for the 8th day of games. And honestly, with IU, I'm never too sure to Tuts' chance as well.
Yeah, let's see what Tuts is going to grab himself. Lonely and Malrang are going to grab themselves the Varus and Nautilus for Natuno and Seos. Like you said, the Pike banned away here. Karma banned away as well. And so, yeah, you think that, that's probably 2 out of 3 bans for Tuts. But maybe not. Tuts is going to grab himself the Azir. Lucian Nami, no, even though the Nami was open, it will be Lucian Milio. To round it out so far. But like you said, Rude, the B1 Lucian still very much the priority, and IU just about as capable as anybody of piloting it. Okay, do we see what we were talking about last game? How do you beat Azir? You outrage him in lane? Hows? Come on. Yep. All right. Oh, I can van, brother. And then when Rude Dude is back, when the sound is working again, just interrupt me, cut me off, because that's the only way I will know for sure. How's it going to pilot this Talia? So it's the same matchup that we saw last game. The sides are switched, but the goals are generally the same, right? How's going to try to get priority early, find little skirmishes. Tuts, not too dissimilar to Takui, right? He's going to be that late game insurance. He's back? Is he? Okay. All right, we're going to go with no for now, but that's okay. Vi banned away. Cassante going to be taken away from Destroy as well. I still do not hear Rude. That's okay. Let's keep rolling. Mir, not going to be able to pilot the Maokai either. So, again, we're seeing, if you want to talk about kind of, again, breaking down League of Legends drafting into kind of, okay, you have phases of game that you can execute.
Okay, all right, cool. I muted in Discord while we were trying to figure it out so we can survive. Apparently I'm good. Hi, stream!
Yay! It's Rude Dude.
My mic, my headset just completely broke this week. My mic is sabotaging me. Apparently I sound tinny, so I'm sorry, everyone. Okay, that's all I've got.
Okay. All right, Rude. What have you seen from this draft? Nothing too crazy, right? This reminds me a lot of kind of the Game 1 draft that we saw.
Okay, so I have to analyze what's going on now. I may have been in technical difficulty mode for the last couple of seconds, but Talia versus Azir, we saw this last time. I like Lucian Milio, weirdly more than Lucian Nami. Ask me about that later and we'll find out why. Okay. But looking at the bans as well for this second phase, it is obviously very geared toward that jungle. Happy with the Maokai ban. You definitely prefer getting that champion out of the board. I think that Payne did a great job last game of showing you quite why that can be so strong. Despite the fact that we didn't see Karaoke do like any crazy things, he just played a very solid Maokai match.
Yep. Xin Zhao going to be locked in here. Another strong early skirmisher, decent objective control. You become a bit of a one-button Boris in the late game as far as your ultimate is concerned. But the top lane picks are going to go all the way down to the last 2 picks here, Rude. Rumble, would you still consider this champion kind of blindable? Maybe not Z tier, but S tier as far as the top lane picks go. Still really strong?
Yeah. melee top lane and you're expecting Rumble to have a decent enough time, the breakpoint is when the Aatrox hits Hex Drinker plus Merc Treads. Obviously, that gets a lot better for the Aatrox. And as well, this game, getting Magic Resist has a lot of value, not just because top and mid have it, but also the damage coming from Illusion, buffed and enchanted by Emilio, actually turns relatively magic-oriented as well. So there's a lot of value to be had in MR.
On the other side, it will be that Varus Lucian, or Varus Nautilus.
Varus Lucian, they are cooking.
No. Super cursed tech.
Now, in fairness, IU has played a Varus support game before. We probably cannot forget that. So
I remember that. You're right. You know what? Well said. You dug that one out of the CBLOL memory banks. I had forgotten
anytime.
about that one.
Hey, I'm
on this on the Xin Zhao though. So I mean, this isn't a kind of your traditional front to back team composition. Mir, he's going to be really tough to deal with. Malrang, he's going to be. I mean, this is kind of. I expect both of these junglers to play in different styles, right? Malrang, this is the style he goes is I'm going forward. Everybody else fall in line. And you can do that with these carries. Again, I expect Malrang and House to team up and go roaming all over the map.
It's like the opposite of a general. You know, I expect a general to be a person who's like sat back commanding the troops. Yep. Malrang is like in charge. I don't know enough about army nomenclature to know who would be that person that's out on the battlefield flying the flag, you know, having a great time running things forward. But that's Malrang. He's that guy who drives forward and is like, fellas, with me, away we go.
Yep, and everybody else has been good enough to where they could just kind of fall in line and just outhands people. It's been a lot of how Kaboom has, has accrued a good number of their victories. It's not to take anything away from them. I mean, if that sounds kind of like I'm, it's a little oversimplistic and just like, oh, they're just kind of falling in line behind Malrang. But like, look, especially early on when you are mixing so many pieces that haven't played together before, that's as good a strategy as any, right? Like, you just got to know how to play to your conditions. And the fact is, you've got in your, in your role, there's an argument for best in role and a for sure argument for top 3 in every single role across the Boom roster.
Yeah. You are just right.
Thank you.
I think the argument for top lane, that's
argue,
where
it starts to get iffy.
Top lane is the iffy one, but if you're arguing top lane is the only one, well, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And by and large, the point stands. Kaboom have a solid roster. I have been the biggest sales shill for the last year and a half, and I will continue to be for as long as possible. Well, actually, until he starts being bad, and then I will stop because I value my reputation just a little bit.
Because the only thing for the time being,
he's good.
Right.
It's me.
No, but seriously, he can play anything, right? That's what's been most impressive about him is like, so many players, through kind of no real fault of their own. This is just kind of something you accept as
going on. Okay,
as a support. Is like, oh, you're good. It's like, look, you are just better at certain styles of champions, right? Like, I think of Core JJ in the LCS. He is just better on engaged champions. Not that he can't play enchanters. He is better when he's making things happen, right? He is that, whatever, the standard bearer that we were talking about. He says, everybody fall in line. I see the angle here. Predictions. Axeman, the spinning emoji here. He's the only one that believes in Furia. To be fair, look, would it surprise me?
That's very on brand.
Yeah, extremely. Would it surprise me if Furia won this game? Yes. Would it shock me? No. Let's talk about Furia just a little bit. You've got a very solid roster here as well. To me, it has just come down to the top lane and the jungler, right? These 2 Korean imports slotting in because the rest of this roster has played together. They played together all of last split. They put together a really solid showing, all things considered.
Absolutely. And I'm always going to be an advocate for bot sides of the map that play unique, wacky, wild, and wonderful things. I think that Furia's bot lane are simply the S tier for that comparative. They, quite happy to pull out a Pike, Anila, anything that can get them an advantage, they will quite happily use. And in a situation where Illusion is available to them, they're no stranger to locking it in and going, you're going to give us the best bot lane on the patch? Oh no, I'm just going to have to play it.
Twist my arm.
Yeah. Exactly. You've convinced me, guys. Sorry.
No, so they've gotten themselves a really snowbally, potentially very powerful bottom lane. And Natuno going with the Hail of Blades here. So I think you're going to see him, towards that more lane dominant, that lethality sort of build. And there is no tank, not even like an off tank here. This is just 5 really squishy champions as far as if you're, the lethality or not debate is concerned. So that's absolutely the way you want to go with it.
I actually, what's cool is in season 14, there simply is no debate. It's just lethality. Even if there are tanks, it's still just lethality because you do so much damage for no good reason. The items are just too good, and I will always advocate for lethality over on hit. I guess is the alternative.
Yeah.
If there is one squishy target, I'm going lethality, baby. Unless it is literally 5 tanks, then you can make the argument. But until that day, it's lethality all the way.
And they are changing. Are they changing lethality next patch?
Hey, you're asking the wrong guy. Now,
Fair enough.
if they do, they do, and it is what it is.
Yeah.
Mia, though.
Wow, Mir taking the full power of the Xin Zhao right into Malrang. He's able to get the CC down. If he can get close enough to Arctic Assault over the wall, he might be able to get out, but Tuts, he's flanking him on the other side. Didn't bother to waste the flash. He knew he was dead meat. And how about Destroy actually getting the kill? Popping in, saying, I'll take that, thank you very much, and going right back to top lane.
Launches a harpoon over a wall, catches a boar. They shouldn't be in the ocean, but that's nevertheless how it ends up playing out. And Destroy with this Ignite as well. In case the top lane wasn't hard enough for Lonely before he reaches that Hex Drinker, he's now got a top laner with an extra kill.
Zion Ayu taking it right to Seos and company. I thought the Ignite went down, but no, that is just Netuno's W. Let's take a look at this again. Mira's a level up, and he makes Malrang feel it.
So this is the important part about Xin Zhao versus Sejuani, is that Xin Zhao can clear his camps before reaching top crab. The Sejuani can't, right? You see that Gromp actually on the minimap was still up because the Sedge can't full clear and make it to the crab in time. Xin Zhao can. That's the power that these sort of early game aggressive AD junglers give you. Your Jarvans, your Xin Zhaos, they do have that power to clear through their jungle quicker. Sejuani's, your Poppies, champions like that, maybe not Poppy, but you know, the tanks, the Maokais, they can clear through their jungle very healthily, but not necessarily as quickly.
You see that tweet at the bottom of your screen, kind of alluding back to what we were saying earlier about Ayu and Zai. This Mirchilos tweeting saying, what happened to Ayu and Zai? Were they substituted? Why are they playing a normal lane?
Yeah, real. Respect, actually, because that's very true. I mean, if they get given these opportunities to play the OP champs, like we said earlier, twist my arm, I'll have to end up doing it. Now, Kabuma heading towards this bot side, looking like they fancy themselves a bit of a dragon, and look at the timer as well. Ayu's in base, Zai's in base. This looks like the best opportunity for them to get it, especially versus Illusion Milio. I think they've actually timed this beautifully.
No, they timed it really, really well. Yes, you got that wave crashing. Actually, I don't know if it crashed into Netuno's tower, but either way, he's going to get a bunch of solo XP. And yeah, there's no contest. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Kaboom. Able to get that dragon and start chipping into this already 1,000 gold lead. Kind of, I didn't think it was going to be that much. Now the Void Grubs that Mira's going to be able to grab in exchange.
Yeah, it certainly takes one away. Now, he is on a ward, and there's a pink ward there that spots him, so there's sort of this element of mystery for me right now. Do they know that I'm doing only one? Have they spotted out that I'm doing all three? Like, they just don't know. I think that for our windows for early game advantages, we're back again looking at Kaboom. I'm looking toward Malrang, looking at if he can take down Destroy. I think that's your best bet to try and find a kill. Ganking Milio Lucian, if they're not pushed all the way up in the lane, can be tricky. Same to be said for Azir. However, if you force them under their turret and bring an extra 2 members, maybe there's a world where you find a lead down there.
Yeah, Malrang saves Netuno, forcing them all the way back to their mid tier, or to the bot tier 2 rather. Proxying this wave and just laying.
And this is good enough. Yeah, job done. Honestly, they're just denying experience as much as possible from Ayu and Zai. Mir shows up, lets them get access to that wave, and it was importantly, as soon as House shows back up mid lane, they know that they can outplay a 3v2, even if Mir's not there. Mir has to shadow them in case it's a 4v2, and then there's an opportunity for Kaboom to really get a snowball going.
I got a question for you, Rudin. I see someone asking it kind of the same in the Twitch chat there. It felt to me like Mir had enough time to take all 3 of those grubs. Why not stay? Right? You have you have Malrang, so just like, you know, he's where and the other solo laners are accounted for, right? As soon as you see them move, you hang back, but Mir immediately bailed.
Yeah, so he actually based and immediately beelined it bot lane, because if he didn't, then that dive could have very easily gone through, and I guess by extension, they would have ended up losing out on potentially 2 kills, if not a lot more experience. And it's like Mira's read the play in advance. Okay, so they've just taken the dragon. What are they going to do next? Well, actually, there's a big wave that's crashing bot lane. Back. Yeah, exactly. So if there's not a jungler there to answer on the bot side, Mir very selflessly has to make his way down there and help Ayu and Zai catch that. Because 4v2, they can't really outplay it. But 4v3... with Mir there, a lot easier, and his bot lane is still very much in the game. I think if your Lucian Milio gets behind, that is the disaster for Furia.
So it's less about the grubs and more about, look, I just don't have time to be hanging out here, even whether I get all 3 of these grubs or not, because something might go down in the bot lane.
Literally, yeah, exactly.
Okay, fair enough. All right, there's your lesson. And I think someone pointed out there, the Talia, right? If she once she hit level 6, which she was, right? She's level 8 now.
Yeah,
could have gotten down there in a hurry as well. So you needed
exactly.
more bodies to cover.
Exactly the play. Typically, when you've got a turret, your turret acts as an extra member. So unless you are just T1 playing in Brazil, and you want your numbers to be outmatched. So if we account for the turret as well, 4v2 plus the turret is a 4v3. Kaboom could have probably gone for that with the Xin Zhao there as well. Becomes a 4v3 plus the turret, so a 4v4, and that's not one that you're willing to take.
Malrang not willing to take the rest of this lane gang. Creative path. Destroy playing respectfully, though, even with the flash. Not willing to go for any sort of all-in, right, with Malrang unaccounted for. Knowing that... hang on a second here. Seos going in immediately. Ayu has to cleanse out of there. The Ignite ticking down on him. Gets the Cozy Campfire, getting a little more damage. Can't get all of the culling there onto Seos. He's looking for that extra hook. Zai flashes away immediately. Ayu holds on to his and saves it to save his life.
All 4 summoner spells burned down on that bot side for Furia, but they do get away, and they are also collecting Void Grubs on this top side. Now, there's no Drake on the bot side to trade for, but with a good timer, looking at those solo laners in particular, Destroy has that wave all the way pushed up. No chance Lonely can come to collapse. Mid laners are not really interested in this either. And yes, it's taken a little bit longer than anticipated, and they probably won't end up getting the full 6, or at the very least, a second round of Grubs, just because of how soon to the Rift Herald they're going to spawn. It's 3-0 to begin with, and it's a nice little boost to any turret taking that Furia start out with.
Absolutely, and both these champions, you'd like to think you could plant at least the Azir, if nothing else, into a side lane, be able to hold its own, right? You could play this kind of 1-3-1, although the Rumble to me doesn't strike me as a side laner TM as powerfully as some other picks.
No, correct. And he's not a side laner TM, for sure. And I think that versus an Aatrox late game, he's probably going to struggle. What he does is actually take turrets deceptively quickly. The changes that came to his passive, where he gets attack speed when overheated, actually mean that, especially with some Void Grubs, he can kind of mince turrets with the amount of auto attacks that he can put down. The changes made in, I don't know what season, where mages or magic damage builders, the damage they deal to turrets scales off of their AP instead of their AD, obviously very helpful. So there's definitely a world where Rumble can take turrets, but you're quite right that his ability to duel in a side lane, very contingent on how well Lonely plays it.
And he's got no TP either, so it gets a little tougher to potentially impact the map should you get caught out in a side lane. Whereas the solo laners for Kaboom, wielding that summoner spell. Naturals do this come in for Tuts, but not quite quickly enough to contest this dragon. The second one will go over that ocean dragon. So the soul that we will be fighting for is Let's see how the rift changes. It is a cloud. Soul. Wow.
Woo! Yeah. Low roll, unfortunately, for Kaboom. But
not ideal.
Happens at the end of the day, and I do think that this is actually really, really, I don't want to say awful for Furia, but it definitely doesn't feel good when you've got Lucian Nami or Lucian Milio and you don't have any of those first Drakes. The advantage is actually in favor of Natuno and Seos, so the fact that they're up in gold, right? I'm looking at the AD carries. I don't care that the Milio has more gold than the Nautilus. It's actually not going too great for Furia down on that bot side. Maybe an extension of the shadowing that's happened from House, from Malrang, and the jungle attentions early on. That doesn't really matter as your bot lane's in trouble.
They might have a way into this one. Mir gets trapped and has to flash away. You'll trade that ult for flash, especially on someone like the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, no, not an ease of access when getting in and out. Now, the Xin Zhao one-way trip definitely much more prevalent as we move into the next 5 minutes of this match. Now, Destroy is maybe the lone wolf for Furia here, who's having like an excellent game so far. Sniped himself that first kill, but has done very well at pushing the lead even further than that, right? First blood is 400 gold. He's up about 1100 on Lonely right now, and that's with Lonely building into 1300 gold's worth of defensive items because he needs that Hex Drink to just survive the lane. He's not actually going to be tanky, durable with that Sundered Sky or Profane Hydra for another 2k plus worth of time.
Yeah, those Merc Treads haven't quite come in yet, but like you said, he had to invest that early on and just kind of sack that early lane. Destroy already on that first item. He's on that Leandries as well as the Swifties here. Educate me on that one. Is just sticky?
Move right? Speed good.
Yeah, okay.
I guess. I think especially when you don't have teleport as well, movement around the map becomes actually very important. So the element there of getting around a little bit faster, maybe something on his mind.
Tuts going forward. I don't think that was going to hit House, but he wasn't going to take any chances anyway. Maybe the corner of the hitbox would have clipped him. Cozy Campfire going down on Mir, able to get out of the way of Saos' hook by just a hair.
Again, game of inches here. The hook going just a little bit wide. That Shuma Shuffle not quite landing. Mir dashing onto Malrang, who immediately in turn dashes away now. Don't have a Drake for another couple of minutes. So the fighting on this bot side here is simply for fun.
Yeah, it's just very much for the vibes. Saos getting chunked out and has to be taken out of the fight. Furia going in, doesn't need the flash to close the gap. Gets the kill onto Saos, but he might have to pay for it with his life. Not able to take House down with him. Would have been turbo worth if he was able to. Now Lonely, or excuse me, Destroy, joining the fight here. Lonely, popping the World Ender, flanking, just being the bodyguard here. Natuno and Ayu, like he said, no dragon to fight for or anything. So just for the vibes, one kill on each side.
Yeah, the Void Grubs did despawn. They were alive for about 10 seconds and then immediately go down in place for that Rift Herald. Now, I want to quickly highlight Zai's Mega Fire Kick a little bit after this. He actually keeps Tuts and himself very much alive. We highlighted the fact that Xin Zhao doesn't have Flash. As soon as he goes in, he's dead. He knows that, but he gets the kill, so he's happy to take that trade. I mean, I'm not sure if I am. You're killing the support in exchange for yourself, so there's an argument to be made there that it's a worthwhile trade for Kaboom. But the fact that he almost got House, you know, he's sort of playing on Mir's mind maybe just a little bit that he wanted to take that one out. Is this plating gold, I'm assuming, with the numbers?
Yes, exactly. Yep, the number of plates down the middle and then the gold outside of that, yep.
Alrighty, so a couple for Destroy and then 1-for-1 it looked like between both of our mid laners. Strangely enough, nobody on the bot lane. We've got two very dominant AD carries, Lucian and Varus, typically very good at ending or getting their laning phase successes, and looks like the turret platings had been taken, just the gold itself not necessarily claimed.
Yeah, nothing too spicy to write home about from either one of these bot laners, but like you said, you can't help but feel like the Lucian Milio, you wanted to get a little more out of that. Natuno and Saos, that is a very tough lane to go into, as far as the players and the champions. Varus, Nautilus, very tough to lane into, that can duel extremely well. Nautilus just makes games more exciting. He makes things happen. He is a fun, it's not just as a Nautilus abuser myself, this champ is just, the games are more fun when this champ is in the game.
Absolutely. And one of the small things that I really like about this ADC matchup is this mid game, and particularly for Kaboom favored. I might have to hold the point, though, because Malrang is in the face of IU right now.
And Mir is in the face of House, able to get the seismic shove out. Tuts, he was looking for blood right there. I think if House hadn't flashed away, Tuts had EQ. Well, no, he didn't have EQ because he used that to get over the wall, but he had the flash, had the ultimate. Maybe he was looking for a pick there. Dragon going to be up in 15 seconds, so now the fighting is a little more with a purpose as opposed to just the generalized, just punching going on.
I think for the vibes was just the perfect summation you used earlier. I'm gonna steal it and I'm gonna use it more because it really felt A, Brazilian and B, apt, So 2 for 2 on what we're looking for on a broadcast is now Saos leading the charge in.
Leading the charge. He lands onto the terrain there. House joins the fight there with the Weaver's Wall. Having to flash away there is Mir. So again, going to be down that valuable summoner spell. Use the Crescent Guard as well. Locked up and taken down finally. Natuno on the board of the kill. But here comes the Equalizer. That is big. Taking down a lot of health. Boom, forced to turn. Tuts looking for the flank. He gets the flash in. Gets the ultimate. Closing the gap. The pincer for Furia is closing. Lonely going forward though. He's got House completely safe. Free firing in the back line. Lonely's a little too low to continue the fight. Natuno looking to go forward here. He's low on mana. Furia have to turn tail and run. Doesn't look like this fight is going to continue. IU lands the W, gets the Cozy Campfire. House not able to get the range advantage that he wants. Very nice arrow from Natuno. Enough to stop the fight.
Okay, I mean, that right there, example, Varus does too much damage, period. You cannot let this guy build lethality. It's just a little bit too strong. But two important solo laners, one on either side, are your stories of this team fight. Now, Zai does a great job at keeping Mir as safe as possible. Unfortunately, gets caught by one chain too many, and the Natuno Varus able to strike. And yes, Destroy comes in. Unfortunately, the Equalizer doesn't quite cut the choke the way you'd want it to. And Tuts explains to you quite how you'd want it, because that wall built makes Natuno flash, pins Lonely and House in, and it's Lonely actually that's really important for Kaboom because he keeps away the entirety of Furia while Tuts is keeping the backline of Kaboom at bay. If IU and Zai can step forward, if they could have got past Lonely, it would have been a wipe and Furia would have been able to take that very easily. That wasn't the case, and Kaboom actually off the back of that are able to reset themselves, get back out onto the map faster, and actually find themselves at Soul Point.
Yeah, kind of out of nowhere, very sneakily, Malrang, not having maybe the impact he wanted in his lanes, but the objective control
Chain goes wide.
Very, very good. Chains of Eruption do go wide. Saos somehow surviving this. Malrang showing up. Zai in some
House.
trouble. Turret goes down on the other side of the map here. IU in some trouble. Lonely looking for the flank, and Kaboom all of a sudden look like they've turned this game on its head. Mir again has no flash. Pop the crescent guard for 0. He goes down. Malrang with the kill.
And again, this lack of TP, it cost them a little bit at that Drake fight because Destroy couldn't be there. And now the second time round, there's no Rumble a part of this fight. Tuts as well had teleport, didn't really need to get in there because he was super close. But just that one step a little too far forward, thinking you've caught a Nautilus. Cardinal sin, really, of League of Legends, trying to commit too much onto a support. And it costs them once more. 3 kills for Kaboom, nothing in response for Furia. And all of a sudden, with that gold lead starting to close up, Furia's window, their opportunity, starting to get a lot slimmer.
Kaboom looking like the more cohesive team in the mid game. Furia got what they came for in the early game. They got Destroy ahead just that little bit, coming over to grab that kill early on in the game. But now you see Natuno, right? He's starting to really become a factor in these fights, and that Mana Moon isn't even done yet. It's not even complete, not even close, actually. It's just dead weight in his inventory right now. But there's a lot of power still to come through for Kaboom. But Furia, look, they're still up 2,000 gold. They're down a lot of dragons, it has to be said. So in 3.5 minutes, it's not optional where Furia is going to be. And that's, again, kind of the macro power of stacking up those dragons is you know that when you have Soul Point, you know exactly where your opponents are going to be. And there's a lot of power in that. Turret.
Herald.
Yeah, Herald probably going to go down here.
Pilot's Eye. Leads it in.
Popped out with the shield. Here comes the TP. How's going to join this fight.
Is
Will
he?
It be too late? Well, has to flash away pretty much immediately. Equalizer comes down as well.
Joins the fight, immediately has to flash because he's in the midst of everybody there. One of those sticky teleports where you're, A, don't know if it's going to finish. I think that could have been wasted. Or B, if it does land, you're then thinking, now hold on 1 second, I'm in grave danger.
No, exactly. Zai's picked up his Moonstone Renewer now, so yeah, gonna be a little bit. The changes they made to that are just so much simpler. I love the changes they made to Moonstone.
Tell me what the changes are. 4x4. Talk to me like I'm a buffoon. What do they change about Moonstone?
Okay, well now I actually have to explain it here. The nitty gritty of it. Isn't it just any damage or healing you do just sends out healing to everyone?
I'm gonna keep it a stack. I thought that's what it was before. It might not be, and I may have been wrong, but that sounds cool.
It was like a little more complicated before. Okay. Well,
all right.
I'm gonna pull this up in between games to see exactly what they changed about it. But
I'll tell you what. You find out, and I'll talk to us about anything and everything because Mir is actually flying in. I'm play by playing this one as he jumps forward. Natuno backs away, and nothing happens. Actually, Natuno is forced to burn summon and heal there, so a small win for Furia. Actually, burning Crescent Guard as well. So, summoner spells, both of which are likely to be up before anything particularly important happens. And that Drake is going to be the important factor that is going to be happening for, hopefully, Kaboom in the next minute and 40 seconds. You can see Furia controlling as best as possible this bot side of the jungle. They've still got the 2k gold lead, largely localized even around their solo lanes. A little bit in the jungle as well, but a Xin Zhao gold lead, especially versus a Sejuani, not something particularly to write home about. And then you look at the bot lane, Natuno doing a large portion of the heavy lifting for Kaboom. And he's going to be that one that has to carry. House has done a really good job in these team fights at pumping out damage and being consistent with the Talia, but still remains a gold lead in favor of Tuts. And we've highlighted already today how well an Azir can scale. He's got that Void Staff finished up as well, so any extra resistance is picked up, aka Lonely, who's rushed that more of Malmortius. It's going to be feeling a little bit worse for wear anyway.
Okay.
Tell me about Moonstone.
Dude, what the heck? It looks like it's
Did you lie?
Insane.
Did you lie on the internet?
I might have lied on the internet.
Okay, guys.
We've
caught him out.
Okay.
Another win for Fraud Watch.
Sales. Okay, Zai actually going to go down here. Malrang lands a big ultimate there and helps Kaboom take down the support. Now they got a numbers advantage here with the Baron up. And crucially, Rude, Dragon up in 30 seconds. Kaboom gonna have a lot easier time taking this one. They are on their way to Soul.
You certainly think so. And Zai's going to be alive, but probably not at that fight. So again, big question marks around the solo laners for Furia. They have the gold lead. They have that opportunity to step up big. Also, they don't have to take this fight necessarily. It is only Cloud Soul as the Weaver's Wall already cuts off Destroy.
I mean, that is beautiful. You saw one of the more impactful members of Furia a little too far forward, and House has to burn Destroy's flash. All that mobility, like you said, move speed good. You've got that in your boots, but the flash not going to be there. Equalizer goes down. Mir pops the Crescent Guard again. Numbers advantage restored now. Zai going forward. The very nice Shurima shuffle. Mir able to pick up the kill here. Lonely in a little bit of trouble here. Able to get the kill. Has to flash away. Natuno taken completely out of this fight. How the hell did IU get into the back line? He takes down Lonely. He takes down Seos. And the only reason Natuno's not dead is because he wasn't there in the first place. Furia, pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Tuts just stepped up massive with the shuffle. IU spots the one target that didn't get caught up in the scoop, isolates him and takes Natuno's flash as well. Furia, they stopped the Drake stacking, they stopped that soul, and they give themselves a banger team fight as well.
How about that? That is now a 3,000 gold lead. I'm interested to see what they're going to do on the back of this. But that was massive. Somehow they survived Destroy losing his flash, House blew his ultimate, they survived Zai dying, and somehow able to pull this out. Tuts out of nowhere. That's what you can do with Azir. And so often you see Azir is just like, they look for that play kind of no matter what, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, the only thing I can do as Azir is EQ flash ult. And sometimes it doesn't actually do anything, or like you die for no reason. But this was perfect. You didn't get everybody. You got House and you got Lonely. That was perfect.
Yeah, Natuno, unfortunately, he sort of in two minds, didn't know whether he had to flash or go with the team, and then by the time he did flash, it was already way too late down on that bot side of the fight. And the new terrain change is actually there, definitely punishing that positioning from Natuno. Nevertheless, though, it is still a position from which Furia find themselves a decent advantage once again. They're nowhere near getting themselves a soul. They're going to have to do that another 3 times to stop Kaboom from having themselves a everlasting team-wide buff. But Furia, they've got the run of the lanes at the minute. They've got mid lane push, they've got bot lane push as well, quite easily able to sort of amount any advantage that they fancy in terms of lane states. Question is, what do Kaboom do to try and find themselves back in? It looks like it's find IU.
Well, yeah, this might just be it. He's not going to blow his cleanse either. He didn't have flash. He knew he was just dead to rights there. And that's a shutdown going over to House. That is going to feel really tough.
Baron as well is definitely going to get started. You're playing against Rumble, you're playing against Azir. Definitely champions that are difficult to take this objective against. Now, obviously in this circular area, the Rumble ulti can go crazy. Furia, they know that they've started this one up, but neither one of these two teams particularly looking to commit right now.
No, Kaboom, you can see definitely looking to play for the turn. That's exactly what they do. Tuts has to use that defensively. The ultimate will do nothing. They are getting chewed through. The equalizer goes down, but it's not enough at all. The secondary damage isn't there in any stretch of the imagination. Natuno grabbing himself a shutdown as well. And now they take this Baron easy as you like.
Yep, no jungler, no smite, no contest. House has got teleport if he wants to get back out onto the map, but I don't really think it's going to be needed. Shout out to Destroy for making the best of this really, really awful situation. Finds a tier 2 turret, sure, but Baron for Kaboom. And look at that timer as well. The Baron is going to last for 3 minutes. That syncs up very nicely with the time for that Cloud Soul spawning. And it all starts with Seos just hanging around in a brush, spots out Tuts, and as much as you may like the Shurima Shuffle, you may like Zai pumping out all of these heals, shields as best as possible the Emilio can, there's just not enough left in the tank, and the Azir goes down, the rest of the squad falls shortly after, and Kaboom once again wrest themselves a little bit of control from a position where they shouldn't have had it.
It's pretty simple stuff, right, from Seos on this Hook champion and this Nautilus, is that even though Mir showed up and Mir would have been dead to rights, and he was the easier target to land the hook on, I'm not saying anything revolutionary, this is pretty basic stuff, but he waited for someone else to show up, right? Oh, Tuts is there as well, and he's not directly behind the Xin Zhao. Good night, sweet prince. I'm going to step to the side, hook him, and then it's over. And then everything that Tuts has to do is defensive. And if you are doing everything defensively as an Azir, especially with a numbers disadvantage, what are you doing? You got nothing.
And it's like twofold as well, because the rest of Kaboom all had to come over that wall and help with the fight as well. 4 of them were in the pit.
Yeah.
Seos was the only one sort of outside, lurking. Like you say, it could have been very easy to take down the Xin Zhao, but went for 2, and the rest of the team committed to it. Destroy now equalizer to engage.
IU trying to get into this fight. Mir has to pop the Crescent Guard. Kaboom. Hold their metal. They hold their nerve. It's not even a 5v5. It's a 4v5 Lonely. He's looking for a push down mid lane, a potential flank angle as well. Should Kaboom try to collapse here? Tuts has his ultimate back up. Let's see what he tries to go for here. Malrang doing what he should, leading the charge. House looking for a flank angle, looking for a pick. got that threat of volume, the seismic shove down. Not going to be enough here. Reminder, Furia did take that dragon. So Cloud Soul still on the cards here. Power play 3,000 gold for Kaboom, and they have just launched this lead. You see the gold graph there on the bottom of your screen. That's telling the story of what went on in these 5 minutes.
And this is what these good teams will do. What we're expecting for our teams that are going to be trying to challenge Loud for their fourth back-to-back title. They'll find one small advantage. They'll pick off IU in a mid lane who's a little bit overextended. They'll turn that into another couple kills around a Baron, the objective as well, and now they're going to look to secure themselves a soul. Furia, the last time they fought at this Drake, they had a 3k gold lead and much better conditions for it. Now, though, a lot harder. They've got to face check.
Ooh,
and Zai's
very
just
nice.
Getting super chunked on entrance. Now he's going to have to play this fight even more skeptically. For Furia, how do you get in? We don't know that you can.
Yeah, exactly. I think Kaboom is just playing the best defense is a good offense, right? You see how far forward Malrang and Natuno were. They were ready to get any sort of pick with anyone that crept up here. And now Furia just being forced, excuse me, to funnel all 5 members into a choke point. Zai taken low. How's throwing out damage from another angle. That is the soul. Mir will sacrifice his life for it. Zai goes down, pops the Fates, or not the Fates call, the other one, the last breath. There we go. And it doesn't even matter what anyone does. Destroy did get a kill there onto the support. Congratulations. You got the least valuable member, and now Lonely grabbing himself a double kill. Malrang just chasing Destroy down 2 TPs to make sure this Rumble tastes the sweet embrace of death. Kaboom in complete control in this one.
So, that 3 kills, 4 kills now with Destroy falling. Mid lane inhibitor going to be left up for the time being. But when you've got a couple minutes left on that Baron, decided gold lead, decided soul now in your back pocket. Furia, without too many things to say, relying very heavily on Tuts. And look at him during this team fight. Trying to calculate the damage that Tuts does here. So far, we're still struggling. There's your first couple of autos over the wall. All right, we counted 3. And then you're just getting 1v1 by an Aatrox. You're dashing away. Okay, so Tuts, who is your leading DPS, tracked him through that fight, does 4 auto attacks, and a shuffle onto a full HP Aatrox. Not the conditions that you're looking for as Furia to start out these team fights, or to be winning any of them in any way.
Nope. Yeah, I mean, it looked cooked from the start, but part of that reason, like you said, was just look at who's going to be doing the damage dealers, right? This is really simple. League of Legends is the health bars need to go away. Who makes the health bars go away? It's Tuts and IU. They were not able to get in, and IU rather. Not only is he behind,
he was 2 in. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's so short range that, oh Jesus, Zai, third of his health is gone. That's what Varus can do. He's got 3 items, 3.5 items actually. That Brutalizer sitting there. Now the Crypt Bloom, to kind of take it aside here. How's building that instead of the Void Staff? Why is that, Rude?
So I remember having this conversation with a fellow colorcaster of mine, friend of the broadcast, Beatdown Boulevard. Oh, we're talking about Crypt Bloom, and he goes, "Well, actually, it's really good because you get the penetration, but also you don't get ability haste from anywhere. And Crypt Bloom is actually one of the few items that mages can now still build to give ability haste. And it's actually very useful. With you sacrificing, I think, 10% penetration, and you're getting a boatload of ability haste as well. And you can already see, right, like." You're having to go for it in your boots also. The Talia values that stat so highly that the ability haste from Crypt Bloom actually very, very valuable. And obviously the heal's nice also, but I do think that the larger emphasis is actually on the ability to weave around those spells more frequently.
So it's like it really is. It's kind of like you said. It's step 2 of building ability haste boots as a mage, right? It's look, I'm not here to be the main carry. I'm here to, especially with something like a Talia, right? The pick tools you have with the seismic shove, the ability to start fights and spread teams out with the Weaver's Wall. Sooner those come back up, right? You are there to start fights, and you can still do a lot of damage as a Talia. Look, House is not lacking for damage right now.
No. Still got a Lost Chapter item, still has a NL Rod item as well. Zonya's now built out of a large rod, if I'm not mistaken, right? You've got 1600 on the Arm Guard and then 1250 for the Needless. So actually fairly heavy damage items for House, despite this in a previous season. You'd be looking at this and going, wow, why have I got vegan Talia on my team? That's actually not the case with these items. It's actually got a fair chunk of change behind it as well. So quite happy for that as Kaboom now stepping forward, looking potentially to put the final nail in this Furia-sized coffin.
Equalizer goes somewhere.
Are you good, 4-4? Dude, these guys are just they're shooting everything your way. You got a Sedge ult last game. You've been Rumble ulted now.
Yeah, I felt the breeze on the first one. I felt the heat. Just the the being. I can't even speak, dude.
You're getting cooked. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm being baked alive here. Now Lonely's just gonna eat the hook, or rather, Destroy's gonna eat the hook. Excuse me. Seos starting fights and ending lives. Destroy does get a kill there again at the expense of Seos, but at what cost? At the cost of his
Furia
life.
are doing well.
Yeah, Tuts actually. Well, but again, you see what Furia can do when Tuts is able to just do damage. When I was able to do damage, but there's no front line. Right? This is a skirmishing composition. This is a solo queue composition. When the front line's melted, okay, you've done well to get yourself in this position in the fight. Tuts has all his health. IU has all his health. And nothing can come of it.
They were max DPSing the majority of that fight. Unfortunately, they're max DPSing a Sejuani and an Aatrox, and the people dealing the damage to those respective carries were the wrong way round, right? If Lucian is free firing onto Lonely, yes, that looks a lot better because this Aatrox doesn't have any armor to speak of. Just finished off that death stance now, so there's a little bit more to back him up there. But it's the Azir who was firing into the Aatrox. You've got more of Malmortius, Merc Treads, this big shield that comes from all the magic damage when he gets low. Malrang has got the Frozen Heart as well, so IU going to really struggle to cut through that Sejuani. So just the wrong champions hitting the wrong front line, and it's not for sake of them being bad, it's just the only ones they could get access to, and max DPSing is all you can hope for on these DPS threats. Now the Elder Drake started up, Mere Destroy, they are going to be on the map, they are going to be here just about in time, but Furia using Tuts to face check.
And that's not a position you want to find yourself in. Sales goes forward, gets all the CC down onto the Azir, gets knocked up as well, and deleted. Killing spree for House onto his fellow mid laner. And on the other side, Destroy looking for a flank. Actually,
stole it!
Swiped away the Elder Dragon. Do Furia have a way back into this one? Well, they're certainly not going to be wiped off the map as easily. Furia still hanging on, Rude Dude. They're not going anywhere.
No, and they never do. This Furia composition will not go down without a fight. They go 1 for 2 in the fight, and now with Mia down, Kaboom are looking toward this Baron versus Elder. It's still tricky. I think that Destroy and IU are going to have to play very well to make this happen, but if you're coming back against Kaboom, you're going to have to play to your top notch regardless. Looks like they're going to trade Baron for the Elder. Overall, this is going to be a trade that I definitely feel favors Kaboom. Kaboom can wait out this Elder. They don't have to fight for the next 2 minutes, but then they've got roughly 30-40 seconds where they have their own buff. This fight starts off, Tuts gets caught by Nautilus CC, and you were scared that Talia doesn't do damage. The empowered Q, when you were on the Unraveled Earth, just did 1,000 straight to the face of Tuts. This Talia will deal DPS if you give her the opportunity to do so. And obviously, the Drake getting stolen, very suboptimal for Kaboom, but they do secure this Baron, and I think Baron, if anything, is just a great neutralizer when you're looking to not lose a game, not lose a fight. You can push waves with pretty much no contest and then just run away if you need to.
Yeah, exactly. Makes it a lot easier. It would have been nice for a competition like Furia where we talk about, look, Destroy's not going to be as effective in the side lane. He can get that little extra boost from the Baron buff. What you saw on your screen just a little bit earlier was Makes versus FNB. That's a top lane matchup coming up in the next game as Red, again, just one game above 2-5 Liberty. If you would have told me that was going to be the case 4 weeks into the season, I would have laughed at you. But I also would have been like, well, maybe. I don't know. This is a CBLOL.
You can't have it both ways.
Yeah.
You would have either laughed or you would have told them maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not letting you have both.
I would have laughed. I don't think I would have said maybe.
Right.
I don't think I would have had the self-confidence to say maybe. IU going forward with that Melio shield on him. 2-0.
Very confident.
Yes. And that's what he was afraid of. He knew that wasn't going to be an option initially, so he was willing to step forward. How's going forward as well. A lot of damage coming through from the Talia, like you were talking about, Rude. There goes the culling. Malrang's going to eat even just a little bit of it, and that's going to be a big ultimate, not going to be available for Furia. And again, no objective here to fight for. Kaboom just trying to push out their waves, just trying to do their job with this Baron buff, and Furia trying to be a thorn on their side, trying to be a pest. But you see, again, because they're behind it, because they don't have a traditional team fighting composition, Kaboom can just control these fights so much better. They can fight on their terms.
I remember that was up against Elder also. Now, granted, it's only on Destroying IU. I'm not bothered about Zai's Elder Drake Melio, right? That's not a big concern. Tuts? I know he's got Banshees, but even so, if Sales breaks that, that's one depth charge, and you're getting caught out and potentially taken down. Very, very confident to step up, knows that he can dodge on that hook if he needs to. But with a turret put down in the mid lane, now they've got about 30 seconds of having to defend up against a Baron. Their Elder has worn off. Likely going to default back to another position in the mid game where we're waiting for one person to step just a little bit too far forward and potentially end the game.
Well, we might have gotten that right now. Mir just taking way too far forward. Zai gets all of his health taken away from him, and Ayu goes down as well. That's it. It's over. Tuts can't do anything. All he can do is ult just to say he did it. The equalizer coming down way too late. Destroy was nowhere to be found in this fight. Kaboom saw their opening, and they pounced, and that's the difference. The shutdown for Destroy means absolutely nothing. Kaboom gonna march into the base with their Baron-empowered minions and move to 6-2 on the season.
I don't know if Hal's ever left, but he is back, baby. The double seismic shove on the bot lane catches Ayu and Zai completely off guard. Single-handedly wins the game for Kaboom in a mid lane brawl.
Kaboom found a pick, and they took everything with it. You see Mir just sitting there, Tuts in stunned silence. Like, man, I don't know if we were going to come back, but that opportunity was not it, because you saw kind of what...
Oh, they're farming.
Yeah, exactly. They're just having fun, which is fair enough. And wow, the execute on Seos as well. So a slightly less damaging KDA ruiner there. Look, the only way that Furia were going to win any sort of fights in that late game, right? Again, because Kaboom had an easier to execute composition, because they were controlling the spots around the objectives so well, the rivers, was what you saw in that last fight was you'd have to get creative with the angles, right? You'd have to get Destroy and Mirror kind of on one side. You have to get Tuts, on the other side. You have to get something with Emilio Q, but the margins were so thin, and they weren't able to execute.
No, fundamentally they weren't. There was like one good fight, like you say, right? Around that Drake, Tuts managed to find a shuffle, but trying to replicate that in a late game situation, especially when you're the only DPS threat that's... not the only DPS threat, but when you're the biggest DPS threat, right? And trying to put yourself in harm's way like that definitely costs you quite significantly. And then on top of all of that, when you're in a position in mid lane where the enemy mid laner picks off both of your bot laners, you're not looking for a fight, but the enemy mid just catches you and finds it. How's, like I said, right? He won the game for Kaboom right there. The game was in a great spot anyway, but if you're looking for who found that killing blow, it's definitely the man in the mid lane.
It's really good to see House, right? I mean, he has been a regular season demon. And like you said, I don't know if he was ever gone, but he is for sure back. And look, the playoffs are still the playoffs. He's still got to prove it when the chips are down. But for now, there's a lot to like about how House is playing.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's only so many times during regular season we can be like, Hal's maybe he's one of our best mid laners, and during regular season we get to praise him, sort of for exactly these reasons, for the plays that we just got to see from him. But I also think that the adaptability that we're seeing from him is really starting to shine through. I'm enjoying the fact that we get these Crypt Bloom builds, building Lucidity boots, sort of acknowledging Season 14 a little bit more than anything, and carrying on with that in his mind, managing to still play the same level of really, really cracked mid lane, regardless of what champion he's on.
And the rest of the team really did their job. They looked really, really good. Natuno, he got that Varus initially. Rhea went B1 Lucian. He said, all right, I'll grab the other one. The other just insano OP on this patch. Very not controversial. People have very opinions on Lucian. There is no controversy around Varus. This champion just does too much damage, I think is the way to put it. You saw in the mid game, the arrows he was hitting, stepping up at the right times in those team fights, and the front line doing what they do best. Look, Kaboom, they're rounding into form in a really, really special way right now. I think, they're going to be a lot of fun to watch rest of this split. Rude. Any other thoughts before we... All right, go.
Yeah, a lot of good things to like about Furia as well. They were up 3k gold, right? Their solo lanes were actually doing very well. Destroy had a decent advantage in that top lane. Great, he got first blood. I'm not sure how much that influenced the snowball, but he got the rumble early, knew what he was playing up against in Aatrox, and still managed to quite happily put some damage down on that top side. Found himself a 1k gold lead. Managed to sync up quite nicely with his jungle. A couple of Void Grubs went their way as well. So there's a lot of stuff for Furia to like. Unfortunately, their ability to close out definitely gets hindered. And Ayu, unfortunately, was the main reason that game got really tricky, because he got caught on one mid wave, and all of a sudden, Kaboom have a Baron. They've neutralized that gold lead completely, and they've taken away their soul. So there was, like I said, just a couple of mid-game bits that they need to work on, but the fact that they're getting these leads early on, Furia, they've definitely got a lot of things going their way.
You've got some stuff to build on, like you said, and it's you'd rather have a lead to throw than no lead at all. So, like you said, it just feels like we got to get that mid game tightened up. But the mid game, I mean, that's always what separates the good teams from the great teams in League of Legends, isn't it? So Furia, they've got a little bit of a road to climb, but they just got to make sure that teams like Red don't start making up the ground in the standings and start to leapfrog them in that battle for 6th place. That's going to be very, very tight indeed. When we come back, Red's got their first opportunity to do that. They're taking on a feisty little Liberty squad. That is coming up in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Last game for myself. Rooted, you're staying on with Trajan to do games 4 and 5 today. So enjoy. This one is Red versus Liberty. Should be an interesting one here. Red need a win like a fish needs a bicycle. No. Yep. However badly
like,
a fish...
I don't think fish need bicycles.
The other one. See, no, I jumbled my expressions there. They need to win badly. Let's get that roster on the screen for you and show you why this roster should be achieving way higher here. FNB, one of the best players to never win a title in the CBLOL. Aegis, 2-time champion. With his best friend and teammate, Grevthar, 2-time champion on those red rosters. Brunsey in, and Frosty is subbing in. Okay.
Alrighty. We're playing center today, boys.
Yep.
Brunsey, get your Seraphine locked in. We'll have to, maybe this isn't accurate. Maybe we're lying, and maybe it's going to be JoJo back. But at least yesterday they played Frosty, so we'll find out.
Yep. And they did play Loud again, so, you know, scheduled loss, if you like. But Brunsey playing on this team now with the teammates that he did well in CBLOL with, the offseason tournament hosted by Bayano, a big community tournament. They got some LCS players in there. They got Spica, Licorice, and Core JJ down there. I think they lost to some one tricks, so not
that's
great for NA.
Honestly.
But, yeah. But hey, if you're Brazilian, another conquest, another step,
another win. Yeah, that's what we like to see.
Yeah,
I think this game's really important. I don't know if it's possible. Could we? We'll do Liberty roster. That also works.
Yeah.
But we've got a very important game for Red, because if they lose this game, this actually just puts them like a decent foot behind the VKS Pain, Kaboom, Loud sort of triad that's going on for second, and just makes a firm divide between our top 4 and then our bottom 6. However, we want to try and arrange that later on, because Liberty would then put themselves in the discussion for obviously that playoff bracket more than anything if they find this win today.
And it's not going to be the B1 Lucian for Red, needing a win very badly against Makes Drake Hero, Pilot, not Piloto, the artist formerly known as Piloto, Pilot, Macau, and Cavallo. It'll be Callista, locked in B1 with the Lucian band away, but Varus still open, so Macau obviously going to grab that.
So quick note, it is JoJo in at support back for Red for today, so you know, it is what it is. We've got JoJo back in, Frosty removed, or not removed, subbed out for this game. Nautilus locked in, it's a very aggressive bot lane duo. Doesn't matter what you pair with this Varus. You're going to be fighting, you're going to be dueling down there, and I would like to see something that can throw hands with it. Nautilus into Braum, notoriously the matchup of doom. If you are a fan of Braum, very good if you can, get this answer locked on in.
Okay, Leona, potentially.
Fabled, don't talk about hovers. Any aspiring casters, once again, don't talk about hovers. They are fake.
Yeah, we
always
we did the damn thing again, unfortunately. But Leona, this is the first Leona I have seen or I have casted this year, I should say. Yep, and the first one in CBLOL. Indeed, a lot of zeros on that screen.
Yeah, so, same sort of premise, I guess.
Yeah,
definitely not the tried and true counter. And yeah, exactly. Can throw hands. This time round, you don't need to wait for 4 auto attacks before your stun lands. You press Q, that's an auto attack. That's a stun right there, ready to go. Now, obviously, this forces cleanse out quite significantly. If Brunsey doesn't go cleanse, I'm reporting him myself, and Fraudwatch is back out on duty. But he'll take cleanse, and then you've got this sort of game of chicken that you have to play. He's playing against Varus as well, so yeah, that's going to be a must. And when you've got such long-range engage between that Chain of Corruption and the Solar Flare, it means that Brunsey and JoJo are going to have to be very careful. And again, when you've got these volatile bot lanes, you've got the same mid lane matchup for the 3rd game in a row, your jungles become very important.
It's Ivern.
Oh!
Okay, first Ivern of CBLOL. What do you want to talk about, the Darius ban or the Ivern?
It makes a huge Darius player. If I missed that, did I miss that angle through Academy? And so I mean, they're probably just picking a tank blind. Like that's all this is, and they know that Makes is, or have some secret source that Makes is the type of person that will go, hold on, you picked a tank, let me go Darius. Shockingly, FMB plays a tank top lane. No surprises, but this opens them up for a Gwen. Opens up for, decent carries, Mordekaiser even, if we want to get really Brazilian about it, because it's a good matchup versus Cassante as well. So there's a lot of things here that Liberty can take, and Makes has been, honestly, putting a show on that top lane. Has came in as, one of these rookie tops, and we're like, I don't know if I'm going to expect too much from him, and then solo kill after solo kill goes his way.
And now we've got the brand only picked once. And I remember what it was. It was Yampy in week 1. Didn't go amazingly for him. To be fair, I don't think it was really his fault. But I don't know. It just wasn't really the style of champion I'm used to seeing Yampy on. So that's what I couched it as in my head. On the other side, let's see what is busted out here. The Olaf into the Cassante. I like it.
I would argue equally as Brazilian as the Mordekaiser at this point. Maybe he doesn't have the historical pedigree as Mord, but Olaf is feeling like a Brazilian pick more and more each week. So I'm more than happy with this for Makes. A very good tank buster with the true damage from his Reckless Swing. You can also just chase down a laner for eons at a time. I think it's a pretty tricky matchup into specifically Kalista. Outside of that, there's a lot of good people that he's going to be trying to target. He can get onto immobile mages, importantly, right? Aegis, Grethar, both playing these immobile mages. Be it jungle, be it mid, it doesn't matter. When we get into those team fights, you're all deathed up in one clump. And actually, there's an enchanter on the team as well. So there's that element of buffing up the Olaf. It's not necessarily a Lulu, not giving him move speed, but the power that Dawncore Ivern has. And, I saw a big thread about Dawncore Rush on Ivern. So we'll have to see if Drake Hero's been following that specific scene of Ivern stereos. But, there's a lot of tools to keep this Olaf alive and give Makes another pop-off performance.
Yeah, he could have an absolutely monstrous performance here into FNB's Cassante. This is really interesting here. Yeah, putting Aegis on a carry and putting Grethar on something that can, again, facilitate a little bit more and start some fights. I like, in theory, what this red composition is going to do. I want to turn it back around, though, and go back to something you said. You don't like the Olaf into the Kalista. Why is that?
It's difficult to land axes on a Kalista if she's not pre-CC'd. Right? Because she just hops every single auto attack. If she's hopping around, it does get very tricky. And a Kalista, one of the few AD carries, very adept at kiting out an Olaf.
Sure.
Just by nature of her ability to use martial poise. So that's about it.
All right, let's get the predictions up on the screen here. I'm curious to see how one side of these are. I know I picked red. I'm assuming you did too, Rude. And okay, so we do have Rose and Yeso, actually, and Axeman.
I'm surprise, Axeman.
Yep. But everybody else pretty much aligned with red. This is look, red are the better team. Let's not kind of twist it into anything that it isn't. But red, they are on a slide right now. They need to win very, very badly. But Liberty, look, they're playing with nothing to lose and playing something like the Ivern, something like the Olaf. I like and with the Azir as well. These autos are going to hurt, right? Standing in that Ivern brush, that does you grant allies that as well, or is it just yourself with the Ivern brush?
I know it's yourself, and again, you've tested me on Ivern trivia, and I failed the check. We'll have our producer once again, Rose, absolute champion. Will be able to get us a fact check on what Ivern W actually does, other than just build terrain. My theory says it's just yourself, but again, I could just be entirely wrong.
All right, so here's what we got. While in brushing for 3 seconds after leaving, Ivern's attacks deal additional magic damage. Nearby allies gain this effect for 1.5 seconds and deal a similar amount of magic damage. Not as much as a 10% AP ratio, and the flat damage is halved. But it does help just a little bit. But like you said, it's really about this Olaf for me, right?
Yeah.
Building the brush and just throwing the shields on top of him that also explode and do damage, right? Put a Daisy on top of him, just get that CC down as well. Ivern in the right hands is such a disruptor.
Exactly, and now we get to. I'm actually really intrigued by what these junglers are going to end up doing, because Drake Hero knows that his blue got started, but decided to go into his bot side jungle anyway. Knows he's going to be able to clear out his camps quite quickly, as not even level 2s hit down on this bot side yet, and they're already starting to launch those skill shots toward one another. And yeah, Aegis looking to bully out Drake Hero. He does smite away his Gromp to secure level 2, make sure that he's not just a sitting duck with a rogue Q, but a hit.
Wow,
Riot.
That was generous.
Nevertheless, the sort of time spent here for Aegis actually going to cost him out quite a lot, because you already know Drake Hero's prepped those camps on the top side. He's going to go back, take his wolves, take red plus raptors as well, and he'll be more than happy to start working his way into a ganking position. Maybe even looks to steal away the blue buff of Aegis with that smite available.
Level 2 not yet hit by Cavallo, so he's going to take a Nautilus hook to the mouth. And Bruncy as well, getting the damage down. Yeah, the level 2, very important for the Leona, not as much for the Nautilus, right? You can get that hook and get those the passive autos with the roots going at level 1 immediately, but level 2 for the Leona is a killer. That's when you get the EQ. And level 3, even more powerful with the absurd amount of additional armor and MR you get. It used to be even crazier. When Leona was at her peak, it was because the amount of armor and MR she would get from even just 1 point in W was disrespectful.
Do you remember the Misfits versus SKT series at Worlds 2018?
2017?
2017,
yeah.
The Blitzcrank one, but also the... Oh, hold on. Makes?
Hang on a second. Makes going right in, gets first blood. And you know what? I think he threw up the BDS Worlds emote there. I'm going to say that was a shout out to Adam playing the Olaf, playing these champions 1 for 1, but of course advantage makes with the first blood.
Yeah, now I'm gonna ruin your holiday a little bit here, 4x4.
No.
The wave sucks. this is in the long run probably a bit better for FNB. That extra 100 gold is gonna have to give to go a long way to make up for the little bit of experience that is going to go the way of FNB. And already, actually, Drake Hero making his way up to this top side, looking to do a cheeky little lane gank on one of these bounce backs. FNB actually, maybe I'm the liar on the internet. He's been caught trying to crash this wave. This is a very real chance for another gank and another successful kill for Liberty and for Makes in particular.
You see just how much damage the Olaf can do early on. I was going to point out the Bramble Vest. That, I mean, it's a good thing that FNB got that kill back when he did, giving him the 800 gold he needed, I think it was 800 anyway, to get that Bramble Vest, and Makes dings level 4 at the perfect time, goes right in, pops the flash, went flash ghost on this Olaf, just all out. But still trading very well, even into this Bramble Vested Cassante.
Yeah, and now is when it gets a little bit trickier, because obviously that healing gets reduced. Olaf's core premise as a champion is sit on that sweet spot of low HP, but not in lethal range of the enemy top laner. And obviously when Cassante hits level 6, that lethal range definitely gets a lot higher for Makes in particular. One of the fun interactions as well is when Cassante ults and ulting Olaf, and the Cassante goes flying over a wall and the Olaf just stays still. I'm intrigued to see whether or not we get that one at any point during this game, because it's not necessarily a game of chicken, but a game of timing between both these two top laners.
I was going to say a game of chicken. It kind of does feel like that, right? Because those are obviously two extremely impactful ultimates that change fundamentally how fights are going to go. Now, FNB does have level 6 here, but in a bit of a rough spot to try and continue this trade. If this was where that wave was stacking up in not such a good position, frozen in a very favorable position for FNB, maybe he takes that. Maybe he goes all out, literally and figuratively. Aegis, only level 5, but is going to start up this dragon. Well, maybe he's going to start
flash forward.
Drake Hero is here, flashing forward. Macau taken out of the fight. Runcy's still too much of a threat, and they know that the threat of Aegis collapsing down is a non-0-1 as well. Wow, Aegis kind of calling the bluff there. Runcy and JoJo playing that very, very well. Now they're going to go up and just grab themselves a dragon.
Yeah, I mean, respect to Aegis. Just says, hey, my bot lane's in danger. Don't care. Drake's mine.
Yeah, that was really ballsy.
Thank you kindly. And, JoJo's full HP. The fact that he flashed into essentially a 2 versus 3 there and manages to get away with it also kind of shows the dedication at the very least.
That is absurd that hit Cavallo how it did. Obviously, Macau's still safe. The brush going up. The Ren comes out, takes a little bit of health out of Cavallo and JoJo. Macau can't find a way into this one, and again, we just move backwards. Aegis still at full health, more than enough mana to execute a combo or two. If he's at level 6, they're pulling the trigger on this. Maybe he can get a little bit more XP with all 5 when starting this dragon. Looks like he's
nowhere near 6, unfortunately. You can see the little bar on the bottom left-hand side. The purple bar underneath the experience, or underneath the mana, is actually their XP bar, and you can see about a third of the way through to level 6. So no amount of wave, or no amount of one bot lane wave is going to get him to that in time. Typically, though, you might see people try and sap experience to try and get level 6. Not the case this time around for Aegis. And ultimately, after a lot of posturing and a lot of puffing up their chest, nobody in the bot lane actually ends up dying. And we got to see a good little arrow back from Macau that pretty much turned and neutralized everything that Brunsey was doing with all of his cute little hops. I think that's the one thing about Callista. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the payphone meme where there's a guy just running around. Like, there's one dude who's running around pressing all of his buttons, really try-harding. And then the teammates... Yeah, the teammates there just like listening to payphone, laying on his belly on his bed. That's the difference between Callista and Varus for me. Varus, I'm just kind of there, pressing Q every now and then. Callista, I am micromanaging every single auto attack.
No, well said. No, that's a wonderful meme format. There's a lot of WoW memes that have come up from that as well. Modern rating versus the old men just playing classic because they're a little washed. Makes just completely dodges everything on the on the threaded volley, goes right onto Grevthar, takes him out of the fight. Aegis in some trouble now. Again, still not level 6. Pelota going over, waiting to pull the trigger on the ultimate. It doesn't really do you a lot of good to catch JoJo, I suppose. Makes now lit up a little bit with the seismic shove, waiting out that fight very, very well already. Now they're looking to pounce. Cavallo going forward, and he will
How did he get there?
It. Man, oh man.
I thought he E'd into that to find himself there. Then he throws his E out immediately. He got seismic shoved into Cassante ulted, into Nautilus hook seal. Some combination of the three. Finds himself very far away from home and ends up falling. Now, Brand taking down these Void Grubs very, very easily, might I add. But Liberty, they're not finished yet. They've seen that they've started this up, and now FMB with the Ghost has decided he doesn't like Makes' existence.
No, and Makes still has the flash, and he pops it there, tries to buy a little more time. Very nice shove there. Gonna get Aegis into a really tough spot. Grevthar shows up, but is it too little too late? One kill traded back and forth, jungler for jungler. Makes in some trouble.
Oh, Makes.
And not in as nearly as much trouble, actually. Drake here with the double kill, but Makes is the star of the show. Powering up this Olaf. He is so tough to deal with. Very nice follow-up there from Cavallo. Gets the stun down on a JoJo. Liberty turned the fight around on its head. Grevthar not out of the woods just yet. If that root lands, maybe that would have been enough, but not quite enough for Liberty.
And you know what the best part about all that was? The defining factor of that fight for Liberty? It was Daisy Diff for Drake Hero. Daisy's actually just running around this whole team fight, smacking away on Red. Manages to get so many knockups, and Makes actually survives for so long. Flashes away from this hook. Red are a little bit too split here. Yes, they're able to turn around. They take down Pilot, which you're thinking is going to be the leading DPS. But Daisy, this whole time, just whacking away. A little goofy dude hits onto as many people on Red as he can. Knockup number 2 comes through here, manages to bring down JoJo and sets up Cavallo for that stun. Also blocking the hook out to safety as well. A lot of cute things in that team fight that went Liberty's way, and they keep the gold actually in their favor.
Big Daisy Diff, up 700 gold now. So really not all that much, all things considered. And like we said, 2 Void Grubs in favor of Red, so that's something they can build on. They got that first Dragon as well. So this game pretty much even, but you like what you're seeing here from Liberty, and crucially, 2 kills on that Olaf. This is the point of the map. If you had to pick one of the 5 petals to press down and accelerate your lead through, you found it. For Liberty, it's in the top lane. Hook lands.
You're looking...
JoJo there. Gets a knock up as well. Chains of Corruption go out. Cleansed immediately. No, not cleansed. Excuse me. That was a heal pop there by Macau. Brunson still holding on to his flash and his cleanse, but not close enough to try to finish this fight off. Aegis showing up, but Drake here waiting in the wings as well. Both mid laners looking like they could collapse at any minute, Rude.
Yeah, and importantly, your Ivan's here as well. Gets caught.
Oh, gets hooked there by JoJo. Drake Hero taken down. That's a big, big shutdown for Brunsey. He needed that.
Yeah, 450 gold into the back pocket of the Red AD carry. Had so far not been able to get into this game. It's a small CS lead, but JoJo, right place, right time, spots out the Ivan, manages to take them down. Really well executed, and now with your timer on the Dragon just spawning, jungler dead, he may be able to walk back out from the base, but we know Brand, we know percentage health damage is very much within the wheelhouse, especially with a Callista as well, the Ren plus Smite combo. You're expecting to be able to take this before Liberty have anything to say about it.
Yeah, very, very quickly, they're going to be able to take this down. Coordinated that Ren Smite to the tune of just 6 HP off, but obviously no need to panic for anybody. Ocean Soul going to be very, very nice for whoever's able to claim it. Liberty's got a long hill to climb, though. Macau, he's on his first big item, but Brunsey finally getting to go back and actually not able to complete a first item. He's still on a bit of a garage sale build here, Rude.
Yeah, that's I guess the issue with sometimes Callista is you go for this tier 2 boot rush because, you know, you're Callista, you need attack speed to get the mobility to become as obnoxious as possible. But then you're obviously delaying your first item by 1100 gold. So there's a definite power curve, power trough. And right now, in the smallest of troughs that you're going to see for Callista, where Macau's finished off the Yomu's Ghostblade as well. So a small window where Liberty may not feel too uncomfortable taking fights down on this spot side. I say that as Brunsey just absolutely YOLOs through the wave, hopping through as best as possible to try and get a fight, but clearly not feeling the same way I do.
No, feeling very, very brave indeed. With the flash, with the cleanse, feeling all right. Even if Macau decides to take that 1v1 to him, I think Brunsey, would he win that? I don't know. I think that would be very, very tough. The cleanse, a very potent tool in his back pocket, though, but obviously the Callista ult useless. Anyway, we're done talking about this hypothetical 1v1 Drake Hero. Starting to set up around the rest of these Void Grubs. It's just the one. So again, yeah, you grab the 2. Unless that third one goes down, they're not respawning. So 3, the only thing on the menu here, and I don't think any more will come out here. Cavallo looking for the pick. Very nicely done. Gets the solar flare down as well, but Grevthar able to flash away. Good summoner to blow, though.
Yeah, good sort of timing there from Grethar as well. Manages to weave his flash in. The Merc Tread's actually there, catching Cavallo off on the timing. One of
Yeah.
those things that your CC champions are going to have to keep track of. Usually, you've got a mental note in your head. Okay, I've got a 1 second stun on my Q. Then I layer my ulti on top of that. But with Merc Treads there, obviously the tenacity provided means that you break away from that first initial stun and then can flash out of the follow up of the solar flare. Now 4v3 down on the spot side, but it's a 4v4 with Grethar here.
And it's a 4.5 V4 with Daisy showing up here. Brunsey able to get the Fates call out, but Drake Hero going to flash away. Kill onto Cavallo. And now, Rudude, you sense Red starting to take control of this one.
Yeah, starting to sort of press forward and really be the asserters in this mid game. Taking fights, using this Nautilus just that little bit better than Liberty are able to use the Leona. And we're looking, you highlighted it earlier actually, 4x4. Liberty's crux, their ability to snowball this game, rests in the top lane. But I don't think I've seen them up there the entire duration of this mid game. So all of that advantage that they've got is just being put to waste.
No, and I'm glad you brought that up, right? I mean, he doesn't have TP, right? So he's not able to join these fights after the 10-12 minute mark. And so Red are perfectly happy to take any fight that doesn't involve makes. Then you still got to execute. You still got to work around Daisy, right? Grevstar still got to get good walls in and stuff. But like you said, being the aggressors and playing in these chokes that force Liberty into rough spots. No makes, no problem.
Herald started up now for Red, and now this is on the top side. This is where that Olaf has been prepped, primed, and poised for the last couple of moments. And you can see Red paying that little bit of extra respect, and I'm looking to see how well Makes plus Drake Hero can align in any skirmish that were to happen up on this top side. You've got that Moonstone actually already finished up, so there's that element really of dueling power if you're looking to play a 2 versus 2. But Red, they're quite happy to sacrifice that Rift Herald because they know they're going to get first brick on that bot side. They're going to continue to snowball Brunsey. He's found that second kill off of one of the skirmishes down in the bot lane. Now gets first brick. And with 2 Drakes going their way as well, this bot side win condition for Red has been put into full effect. They find themselves stacking those Drakes, gold lead on their Callista, looking very, very comfortable.
No, they're feeling really, really good and finally hit, like you said, that little power trough beforehand. Forget about it. That's history. He's on 1.5 items, and that Blade of the Ruin King is going to feel so, so good. Talk about dueling power. Going to be really, really nice for Brunsey. 2-0. You got a few different conditions you could play through here, right? Aegis, he's got his Leandries going. He's got a kill. Grevthar, he's not exactly a win condition, right? But, he got the Merc Treads. He went Archangel's first item, so not really going for that upfront damage initially. But you don't need it, right? You've got the boys on your side, and I think this is how Red operate at their best. Grevthar, he's not the star, but he wins titles when he does what he does best, which is, in my opinion, sit back, kind of be a shot caller, and work with his 2 most powerful weapons, which are Aegis, who on his day is the best jungler in Brazil, and Brunsey, who on his day is the best AD carry in Brazil.
Yep, and you're just enabling those carries to succeed, and that's all that we've known Grethar needs to do.
Yep.
Obviously, we've seen extra bits from him where he can step into a carry fold. For the most part, he just ends up sitting back, relaxing, and having carries work around him, and his job as an enabler really, really shines through. Now, of course, moving into this mid-game position, Aegis has finished off that Leandri. He's got that HP, and now there's another fight going off.
That's another fight. A lot of no CC is going to take down Makes. He goes forward, but a lot of damage being pumped into him regardless, and Brunsey just kites it back beautifully. Rudude, you hit the nail right on the head. That Callista just making Olaf look silly. Double kill as he goes over the wall here. Pops the Fate's call. FNB setting him up. That's a triple here for Brunsey. He could get a 4th here. They're going to give him the penta.
Okay.
How is a sitting duck? It's a pentakill at 15 minutes for Brunsey. Red rip this game open.
Lovely stuff from the Red bot lane. The snowball executed to perfection. He had 2 kills before that. The team group up as a 5v5. Brunsey kites out the Olaf. He's just screaming. You already know this is the type of guy gets 1 kill in a fight like that. Guys, it's a penta.
Yep.
Give me what we can, and that's exactly what he gets. Up to a 1,000 gold bounty, mid-tier 1, bot tier 1, does not matter. They're taking everything that they want. A Drake as well. Why the hell not?
He is 7-0-0 now. This Callista is going to be an issue, as if it wasn't already before. Rudude, what a fight from Brunsey in the beginning.
Mm-hmm. And the best part is that he got caught by Leona. He got caught by a Leona stun, and caught by Varus Chain, and still lived. Was able to tell the tale, and not just that, but do significant amounts of damage more also. And then as soon as, of course, that front line's gone down, absolutely no stress in his mind. He knows that he can step forward. He's got the front line there to help him out. The coaches are happy. The players are happy. Yep. Red, absolutely set up for this game.
Yep, the owners, the coaches, all there in that box, feeling really, really good about what just happened. Brunsey, yeah, held on to the cleanse there for both ultimates and was able to hop out. I don't know if that was late reaction time because I don't know if he saw, because it felt like those ultimates came over the wall. So it's not like you knew that second ultimate was going to necessarily come or where it was going to come from. Cavallo having to blow his flash there. But look, all's well that ends well. The fact of the matter is, you've got a 2.5 item Callista that is a full item ahead of Macau, kind of through no fault of his own. He just has not had a good time of it. And makes he did the Olaf thing, right? He did what he was supposed to, which is go forward. But Red played that fight backwards so well. And now, if I'm Liberty, I'm starting to panic.
Hey, if you're starting, I think you're a little bit late to the party. I'm going to be honest, because they were struggling long before that, and when your Olaf, the sort of crux of that success, had been beginning to struggle, not finding that success, wasn't able to break his way out of top lane and put himself into anywhere near a good position. That's when you're becoming very, very worried. So, great stuff from Red, and honestly, Liberty, they are. I would say beginning to find themselves in a struggle spot, but they've actually been there for a bit of a while now.
Yeah, you just got to find a way to get Makes to be more impactful in these fights, and got to find a way to. I mean, you've got to help him catch Brunsey, and then whether that's with the Chains of Corruption, Solar Flare, Shurima Shuffle, you've got tools to make it happen. But Liberty are gonna have to get a lot more creative about where they start these fights and how they start these fights, right? And where the angles that they come in from. And you can get creative with the brush you're able to create with the Ivern and stuff. So it's not like you don't have tools. There's one of those tools starting those
Looking
fights.
for
Get the
Jojo.
chain immediately there onto Jojo, but Grefthar with a very nice Weaver's Wall wards off any sort of further fight, and he can just go right back to his top lane, keep on pushing.
Yeah, and it's just not the easiest of targets to try and take down, right? We've highlighted time and time again the emphasis of supports not typically being the ones that you want to expend all of your cooldowns on. Even if you do get the kill, it means you've got nothing left for the rest of the big carries that actually require that level of attention, those level of CDs. And in fairness to Liberty, they didn't commit Chain of Corruption, Daisy, etc. They only really went fishing with the Solar Flare. So they've still got those tools available should they find and spot somebody out. And looking as we get later on into this game, right, we're looking always towards scaling if this game does end up stagnating. And Red aren't able to close out with this Sol with this very Vet Callista. Liberty do still have tools available. At the end of the day, they have an Azir plus an Enchanter. Be it an Ivern in the jungle, it doesn't matter. As Aegis,
he's just gonna get caught out and he dies, and only burn one ultimate on that. And that was just to secure that. Aegis didn't blow his flash, and so didn't flash away from the ult from Azir. To be fair, I think he was just CC chained. There was no way he could have lived that. Fair enough. And kind of going back to what we were saying earlier, dude, Cavallo's already got a Solar Flare back up. It's back up in 7 seconds. If there's a cooldown that you expend, if there's an ultimate that you blow, make it the Solar Flare. That thing has a goofy short cooldown.
The Baron gets started. The TP is forced from FNB. I think that's job done literally for Liberty. They look to turn on Grethar.
Get the decent amount of CC there. Didn't get the middle of the Solar Flare. Gets the edge of it. Now here comes Makes, and he is just running right through. Takes down Grefthar. Aegis wasn't there. Reminder, this is a 5v4. That is the angle you want with the Olaf. Makes, making it happen. And now...
Ooh, this is tricky now, though, because the junglers respawned. Pyroclasm, is that backup and available already for Aegis? There's no way that he literally just used that. But either way, bouncing around in a pit like that, that's tricky. And especially with 50 seconds left on the Drake. Liberty, they can't afford to make a mistake here. They spend too long around that Baron. They end up being out of sync for the time at which they need to be fighting around the Drake. So overall, for Liberty, the last couple of minutes, they get themselves a couple of kills, a little bit of extra pocket change before moving into this fight around the Dragon, which is going to be very important because these fights are going to be long and drawn out regardless, because they've got an Enchanter, they've got Poke coming through from Liberty. There's no big burst that you're looking at to take things down before an Ocean Soul. If it gets taken, if Red do secure this Ocean Drake, they secure themselves the Soul, the fights do become much more difficult for Liberty to find.
Red didn't walk into that blue trinket. Okay, now they finally did, playing around that vision very respectfully. But now everybody knows where everybody is. Again, 3 dragons to anything. You know where the next fight is going to take place in theory. Daisy goes out, and she's getting shredded through right now. Grefthar and Aegis dumping a bunch of damage into the Golem. Finally, she goes down. Arrow not going to land. Aegis looking for a different angle into this fight. FNB taken to about 2/3 of his health. It's him and Makes kind of jockeying for position. Who's going to be the first one to get into the opponent backline?
Brunsey was just on the wrong side of that fight there, so he's managed to work his way around that wall. Solar Flare goes out, but again, no big commitment. Cavallo's Zenith blade is what's going to start this fight, if anything. As soon as the Leona goes a bit too far forward, but Grethar may try and start up himself. He's got Weaver's Wall. If he can pin Liberty in here, force the fight to go to them.
Yeah, that seems like kind of your standard dragon play with the Talia.
He whiffed
Corruption
it.
goes out, but he does and makes actually able to take down the Cassante here. And now it's Liberty on the front foot. Brunsey kiting backwards. Liberty trying to secure this Ocean Dragon, delay the soul for Red. Dragon down to about half health. Jojo, he doesn't have a ton of health, but he does have a hook. No ultimate available for him. In he goes with the Zenith Blade. Very nice. Seismic shove. Greftar playing this fight backwards very well and just sets it up for Brunsey. How do you like that? Red playing these fights very, very well. And now Brunsey, with impunity, goes forward. Double kill with the red. Brunsey is on a rampage. 10-0 for the young stud AD carry.
And he's going to find Drake here as well. Give him that quadra kill.
Wow.
Why the damn hell not? Drake secured. It's a soul now for red. Liberty just in two minds as to what they needed to accomplish there. They didn't know whether they wanted to take the fight, whether they needed to deny the soul, and in the end, they tried to do both, and they get neither. Absolute disaster for Liberty. Now, the Baron is going to be secured for Brunsey, and actually, if Pilot shows his face here, I wouldn't put it past Jojo and Brunsey to flash over and get another pentakill.
I wouldn't have put it past them either. That's you point that out, and that is worth pointing out because that is absolutely something that these players would do. Part of the reason this team was put together was unironically the power of friendship. These 5 plus Gigo, may he rest in peace. He's not dead. He's just on Cade Stars. They won titles with this stack. Titan instead of Brunsey, obviously, but everybody else, they know each other, they like playing with each other, and they work as a well-oiled machine here. Cavallo just a little too far forward, and then Grevthar and Brunsey strike.
Yeah, weird game that Ivern sort of makes you devolve into. Look at all the brushes that are there, right? Like, it's actually crazy. And Aegis did a really good job at controlling those brushes. It's a double-edged sword, and it really can be when you've got an Ivern, because the second you cede that position and the second somebody from the enemy team manages to take those brushes back, they're not working for you anymore. They're an active hindrance.
Exactly. Yeah,
it can definitely cost you.
He sees a brush go up, and it's just WQ instantly.
Yeah. Like, okay, well, I'm going to do my best to try and take this position from you. And if he does, like he did right there, it got really tricky really quickly for Liberty to know what they were trying to accomplish. So it definitely cost them and was a bit of an issue for a little bit of time there. Now, they're not going to get themselves a mid-tier 1, but playing up against Ocean Soul, they're playing up against Baron. That's like a very, very small silver lining for them at this point.
Yeah, that was something we didn't really mention. There's so much else happening. Ocean Soul did go over to red, like you said, Rude. Liberty actually able to get this this mid-tier 1 down. That's not nothing there. Brunsey and Jojo.
That's tier 2. All right.
Yeah, Brunsey and Jojo.
It's honestly not the worst case in the world.
No, this is fine. You've still got a lane to play through, right? And you stack everybody there. Now here comes Grevthar, but with Brunsey not there, you've got a way into this fight here. Now let's see if can they get back quickly in time, or are they just going to keep pushing down into the bottom lane? Makes going forward there, taking some tower shots.
They might extend the game 4x4.
Yeah,
they have 3 groups.
Supers. Yeah.
This is going to be a game of chase away the enemies now. Because Brunsey, you can see he's posturing for it. How well can the rest of Red stop the backs?
No, exactly. Make's finally able to get himself away from the fight. He's gonna back. Macau looks like he's got himself some safety as well. But like you said, Red, they're just delaying the backs from Liberty. And finally, with too much of a wave to chew through and Make's on the respawn, that will be all she wrote. But man, did they get a lot. And now Red with a numbers advantage here. They split up Liberty. They say, okay, you're gonna go back and commit to the base. Guess what? We're not done. It's a 2v3.
They've got TPs as well. Now the TP in.
Like you said, Aegis found his way up there. He took the scenic route. He went the long way, but everybody else can take the short route. FNB and Greftar get there in a hurry. Daisy obliterated. Not long for this world, that little golem. And now Pilot able to get a kill on the other side of the map, but he's got to get back here and defend his base. 5 seconds until he gets there. Brunsey going forward there onto Macau. AD carry on AD carry crime. Greftar autoing the Nexus, and that will do it. A 26-minute victory out of nowhere. Red clamp the coffin shut. Greftar and Aegis, best friends for a long, long time. They'd secure themselves another victory, and every Red member, every Red fan takes a huge sigh of relief. But there's a lot. I mean, yes, there's a sigh of relief because you didn't lose to Liberty, and that's great. But what about Brunsey? What a game on this Callista forum. 11-0. I think he finished even higher than that after all the shenanigans in the base. But a flawless game from him.
There was a lot to like from that Red game. Not just the fact that they beat Liberty. They keep themselves within 1 game of that top 4 pack that they're trying to ever so closely tail. But yeah, Brunsey, absolutely mammoth performance on the Callista. Absolutely takes it to Liberty, right? Like, there's just no other way of putting it, and carries that game with some good support from his team, but by no means was not the primary carry, or was the primary carry, and had an absolute field day, just running around Liberty in that match.
Yeah, and this is a little more of the identity that you want Red to encapsulate. Jojo, to me, he's synonymous. He's synonymous with the Nautilus. Him on that champion, him and Grevthar just making things happen. They made the game so easy for Brunsey and Aegis, who we have to give a shout out to as well on this brand. Flawless jungle control pretty much from the start. He was awesome on this brand, and just again, he was just another carry, another way in, 2 sources of damage, 1 physical, 1 magic that you had to deal with, and they played out these fights extremely well. I was very impressed with, even when Liberty looked like they had footholds in certain fights, Red played the fights very, very patiently. When they got an inch, Grevthar, bam, 1 seismic shove, good night.
Yeah, I think Taliyah might be just absolutely dominating CBLOL at the minute. And kind of has risen as the answer to Azir, and is doing very, very well. He's definitely won the last 2 games. Well, he's 3-0 today, I think, actually. In Taliyah versus Azir matchups. But every single Taliyah player that we've got is just kind of picking people out of a lineup and saying, all right, fancy you to die, and killing them. Quick shout as well to FMB, because he got given blind pick Cassante duty into Makes gets 2 kills, into that Olaf being irrelevant for the rest of the game. And it was FMB who didn't lose anything after those first couple. I was really expecting, first brick to have gone down, Makes to look and really try to sort of push that advantage. FMB didn't give him a yard, and not a single step. So really well played from FMB as well.
Yeah, no, very, very well. Like you said, just soaking up the pressure. Like, Drake Hero couldn't find any sort of way in to empower the Olaf, right? There was no way to really assist. I think FNB was just managing his wave very well. All of Drake Hero's attention was paid to where Aegis was. And Aegis was like, look, I'm just going to keep taking objectives and dragons unless you come here and try to stop me. And so there was nothing they could do. And those fights in the early and mid game that Red took, they were all without Makes, right? And Makes, God bless him, it was a good early game, but into a veteran like FNB, into a champion like the Cassante, which, yes, you have the advantage in, but he wasn't able to manufacture his own lead, and that, at the end of the day, was the reason they couldn't snowball.
Yeah, and that's that welcome to the CBLOL experience, I feel like, for Makes, because in an academy setting, there's a world where you can probably really punish that top matchup, but as soon as you're up against FNB, you're up against the best of the best that haven't won a title, as we've said, right? The best top player to never win a CBLOL title. He is just going to stalwart you. He's going to brick wall you and say, yeah, you want an advantage, come and get it, but you're not getting it from me without a scrap. Like, you have to earn it yourself.
Yep, exactly. No, very well done from Red. Liberty, some things to like again, but I think the story from this one is that Red avoid disaster and they look really good while doing it. Brunsey, an absolute monster game. Liberty, yeah, they move on to the next one. They drop down to 2-6, like you said, Rude, especially with Red moving up and Liberty moving down. You start to kind of create that chasm, but I think a through line we've had through this split is that your teams like your Liberties, even your INTZs, like Sleeping Giant memes aside, they do have that energy because this is a team that still has a lot of talent on its roster. And them, Liberty, Fluxu even, they are going to make life difficult for us, these teams. I really don't think that they're going to be punching bag teams in the CBLOL this year. And yeah, Liberty, look, they gave Red a test, but Red passed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to be one of those teams that there's definitely going to be turmoil between the lot of them, right? At the bottom, I think INTZ so far have kind of just maybe drawn a little bit the short straw when fighting up against all of the bottom of the pack teams. But second round robin, I expect them to start taking games back, and we could very well see like this weird 4-way tie for 7th, and just everybody who is in playoffs is in playoffs. Everybody who isn't is just brawling with one another.
Yep, it's going to be a lot of fun. GG's, Rude, thank you. As always, a pleasure.
Thank you,
brother. Trajan coming in to get the last 2 games of the day, which are, I can do this. I have way too much stuff open on my laptop. Fluxo versus INTZ, one of those aforementioned brawls at the bottom. Fluxo versus INTZ coming up next. That's Trajan and Rude doing that one, and then Los versus Loud to round out the weekend. Y'all, that has been me. Happy Super Bowl Sunday to those who celebrate, and even happier rest of the CBLOL weekend to all who celebrate. I've been 4x4. I'll see you back here later. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CBLOL English. It's time for game number 4. My name is Trajan, taking over for 4Y4 as Rudude continues to march forward. A full day of Brazilian League this man is covering. It's a task. It's a heavy burden that he bears, and we love him for it.
If Axeman can do it yesterday, I don't know if I can because Axeman is a greater man than I. But I've got to live up to the challenge, you know. So more than happy to step into those great shoes, though.
Absolutely, he's a real pillar of the community as Axeman, rotating as he is. He keeps us up here.
How do you know he's rotating?
So, he's just always rotating. I think it's just a permanent state. It's just like
rotisserie Axeman. It's just what I imagine.
Is you gotta cook him evenly, you know. It is a natural inherent property of Axeman is that he spins at all times.
Bring predictions up because that's where you're getting it from, right?
Yeah, okay.
Let's do predictions for this game. Yeah,
prove that he is rotating.
That's fine. Okay.
We've been told that Champ Select has actually started, so we'll get predictions at some point. You'll have to trust us that he's rotating for now. But into this Fluxu INTZ matchup, as was teed up by 404, a bottom of the table matchup. Both of these teams, I think, INTZ 1 and 6, Fluxu 2 and 5, and we've gone for the Oriana
2 and 1
first.
wins. Yeah.
Yes. Now the Oriana B1 is not a common B1. I fear
it's not, and it's also it feels bad for me because I came into this thinking Fu is the best part of Fluxu.
Yeah.
Now, Oriana is a great champion, is very good, is not the champion, however, that is going to show you how much better you are than your opponent. And I think that if there's any world where Fluxu are going to be able to find an advantage, it's probably in this mid lane, because Athus has definitely struggled on his inaugural split in the CBLOL. So Fu, getting this Ori, maybe it's a great comfort pick, maybe he's going to absolutely steamroll Athus and solo carry the game. We don't know, but it's not giving me the opening confidence to be able to do it.
Maybe the angle is I can blind Ori and I will still whoop you in lane regardless, and that's how he proves that he's just a much better player than his opponent is. But not necessarily the most consistent strategy in comp, I dare say. As Fluxu looking in the Kalista and the Cassante, it is fairly standard. We'll see what Scamber ends up with his hands on. He's not going to get the support until after the next phase of bans. And Ithusa locks in the Azir Oriana, a fairly common matchup we see these days, even when the Corki isn't banned. And we'll see if this pick, with its range, with the safety it has, can give Ithusa maybe a little bit more room to play as the game stretches on.
I mean, already for INTZ, it's a very good death ball composition. They've got a little bit of poke built up for Ninja Kiwi. They've got consistent DPS on Ithusa. They've got a front line in Yampi. We've hit all the boxes already of what is going to be a very good teamfight composition. They've even got Engage built into Yampi as well, so they can, in this instance, go for something a little more poke-oriented, something very, very built to and geared toward slamming this bot lane. And that's why I like that Ash ban actually from Fluxu, recognizing actually that they can kind of do some nasty things to us down on this bot side. I think that damaging Ninja Kiwi, probably the part of INTZ we would expect to take that step to try and punish a bot lane.
Yeah, like if you were focusing on that mid lane, I personally am looking at bot lane to see if Ninja Kiwi and Damage can make enough of an impact that I think they have to, right? Because we've seen they cannot rely on their solo laners to get out of lane fine. This bot lane has been the best part for INTZ, maybe paired with Yampi as well, and we need to see Ninja Kiwi getting that gold and making use of it as we head into the second round of the picks. The Maokai Slam, the Varus Maokai is a common pairing now, great lane control. He's got the CC to force the engages as well, so I love that for him. And now for Fluxu, we had the Scamber Nautilus, which has been his most played, I believe, banned away, the classic Renata pairing as well, so what are we thinking for the Kalista now?
I would really like a Bard, something along those lines, something ranged to keep that Maokai at bay. You don't really want to go toe-to-toe in melee fights with a Maokai if you can help it, just because he's got so much CC, so much lockdown sort of built into it. A Bard can keep that at range. It's also very good versus an immobile AD carry, like a Varus, so there's definitely tools for Scamber if he wants to go for something a little bit tricky. Ranged champions actually pair very well with Kalista just because of her W, so don't let yourself be baited into thinking because they picked Kalista, I have to pick a melee support. They have got lots of tools, not like melee supports are bad. Alright, cool.
Oh. Okay, so
that's going to be hard. I'm going to keep it a stack. If Maokai W's forward, he'll get stunned, and you may be able to find a kill there. But as we get later into the game, the way that Maokai functions isn't Wing forward for engage, it's ulting.
From half a screen away.
Yeah, and I don't think that the Unbreakable is going to work any better than a Bronze Body would to block that, so...
All right.
We'll see.
Well,
prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, Scamber. That's my challenge.
less active agency for him, unless he's absolutely crazy tagging people with the Qs, but we do know the 2v2 is still strong there. It seems to me like Fluxu in every lane, they've not countered anything, and they've not drafted to counter anything. They've just gone like, Sting is on Xin Zhao, that's comfort for him. Kiari's just taken the most consistently good blindable top laner on the patch, maybe even just the best top laner on the patch, depending on your opinions on Rumble. And then the blind Orianna we already touched on, it's not really going to counter anything, it's quite solid, and it can be pushed around. You're not going to see too much like domination on it. So it feels like Fluxu really think that they're better than INTZ.
I think
really think they're the better team.
The bot lane specifically have a lane counter. This Braum will do well versus the Maokai in the early stages, and hopefully they can use that to snowball Kojima and Scambra, to a point where, combined with Fu, they are just going to be ahead and be better than their enemies. But once we get later into the game, it is going to definitely struggle a little bit more. And I think that this death ball style of composition that both of these teams have really built up, there's no split push on there's definitely no split push on Fluxu's side. If you're looking at it for INTZ, the Gnar can function very well as a split push later on versus Kiari. He can also just go into a team fight, function very well as a team fight champion as well when he's in that Mega Gnar form. And I'm much rather an Azir in a late game team fight. I'm much rather a Varus if they're at parity in that late game team fighting situation. So looking forward to if INTZ can build out that 5v5 in a similar gold standing and be able to play it.
Yeah, it looks like the players that we're the happiest with have been given a lot of the control over the game, like Yampi on the Sejuani and Ninja Kiwi damage with the Varus, the Maokai, as you said. And then Ithuza can sit back and DPS. And now for Tay, up in the top side, he's gone for the Gnar into the Cassante as an option there. We know he has ranged into melee. Be pretty decent for him. However, I have definitely been very happy with Kiari. I don't know about you. I was worried coming into this split that Kiari might have missed his window to be relevant. And I've had to eat my words, honestly. I think even though this Fluxu roster is still struggling, Kiari has shown very strong performances in the lane and in the team fights as well.
Absolutely. As we get prime example of why Axeman is always rotating.
There he is.
On the predictions
Live
graphic.
And spinning.
Live and spinning, the most important part. Yeah. Actually, a fairly split roster of predictions here. Me and yourself both actually gone for Fluxu as a win here. Are you feeling confident with that, having seen the draft, or is that maybe a little bit less in favor now?
I am, because I kind of believe that Fluxu is a better team. So,
yeah.
And if Fluxu do, I do as well. So we're aligned, Fluxu and I. So I think that honestly, they're just playing better League right now. I do appreciate the positives that INTZ has, like you say. Ninja Kiwi on the Varus can be devastating. Ithuza with a bit of safety, Yampi and damage with great combined engage tools. But Ninja Kiwi can be maybe a little punishable on the Varus. It doesn't have any dashes. If he's summonerless, he's kind of defenseless. And I just feel like Fluxu are starting to feel like they understand how they want to play. They're starting to get these pieces slotting into place, and they are contesting, at the very least, our middle of the pack teams decently well. Whereas INTZ are kind of in a tailspin, man.
Yeah, they're just really sort of lost for what they're looking to accomplish. I will say Ninja Kiwi is giving Kojima the hands right now in this bot lane spacing war. It's a very small thing, but spacing on these AD carries can be very important, and specifically when you've got a slightly longer range on the Varus, whose base range is 600, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 625, and Callista's is definitely in the fives at the very for the hundreds. So an opportunity for Ninja Kiwi, specifically with Hail of Blades as well, to actually put some good punishment down onto Kojima in the early laning phase. So really looking to see whether or not Scamba can get involved into that matchup, because AD carry-wise, Ninja Kiwi should be absolutely destroying, but as soon as those supports start getting involved, can be quite tricky for the INTZ bot lane.
Speaking of getting involved, we've got Sting skulking around in the bot side jungle. Not spotted yet, but not going for the dive. Instead, looking for an invade, perhaps a steal. Is going to run headlong into Yampi, tags him with Wind Becomes Lightning. In goes the dash, forces him over the wall, and is trying to steal away this camp. The Sejuani dropped very low by the Xin Zhao, but still hanging around. Isn't going to be able to find those camps as the bot lane are getting pressured on the INTZ side. And Fluxu now with a lot of control down here.
Yeah, second W there from Sting. I really thought was going to look to go onto Yampi. You know, he didn't have Arctic Assault there, so could have very easily forced the flash from the Sedge. Instead, commits to the camp, takes that down, and may even be able to take down this blue buff also. So continuing his reign of terror. Now goes back up to his top side, can be able to clear those away also. A successful free buff for Sting, who has been actually one of the quietly strong members of Fluxu for me as well. And the second win that they were able to get, I think this was up against Red actually, was the only reason they won that game, because he stole a Baron away that kept them in the game. So whilst we may fault him for some of his early game movements, so far this game has been very successful with his ventures, and also has had brief glimmers of hope and sort of really successful antics on the Rift.
Yeah, for sure. Right? It's a guy that has, honestly, one of the more experienced members of Fluxu. Kiari, of course, maybe sitting at the top there, but Sting has had some games on the CBLOL stage before in past splits. He spent a lot of time in Academy and has been a consistently high-performing member. As you said, he's kind of acquitted himself, and we were waiting for a team to give him a shot for a full Tier 1 split. Fluxu is now that team. Yes, it's clearly a development roster, but Sting is definitely making, as you said, a quiet impact, being very reliable and consistent, and can still find the clutch Baron steals to get the big ticket wins now and again.
Absolutely, and I do want to touch on something that you mentioned as well with Kiari, because you talk about his veteranship. It may be easy for people to forget, but this guy went to CBLOL finals with the Croc Renska roster back in 2021, was the top laner for that Renska team that managed to make it all the way into second place for CBLOL playoffs, and has been since then, not quite reaching those same heights, but was always, in my mind at the very least, thought of as one of the top laners that can actually contend with the big dogs, honestly. And I was about ready. I think you said at the top of this game, Kiari, he's actually stepped up this split a little bit more. This was his do or die split for me. Like, how much goodwill have I got for you after this split? If you do poorly, the answer would have probably been none. But he's done very well so far relative to the team, and how well, a 2 and 5 top laner hasn't looked like how Kiari looks.
For sure. If this continues, this performance that he's putting on so far, I will continue to hope that he gets picked up by at least an expected mid-pack team, as now we've got Sejuani heading into the bot side. They've got 3v2 for now, but Sting in the right place at the right time, and there's that Brom passive stacking up, and in comes Sting for the first blood. Aithusa on the rotation. Fu still hanging out in mid, but the damage is done. First blood secured for Fluxu.
Oh, Kiari, little interrupt there on the Gnar ult. It doesn't really matter. I don't think Ty was looking for a particularly big engage, but really well played in that bot side. Scamber able to use that Braum passive, that counter pick in the laning phase that we talked about, actually coming up big. The second damage goes in. He has to flash out and potentially live, but he flashes out there and dies anyway because of the rend, because of the follow-up of the early game's Inzao damage. And Sting so far, again, having a very, very solid game, managed to walk in, take away some of the camps from Yampi, now going to secure himself a dragon, a good counter gank on the bot side as well. All told for Fluxu, very solid start.
Yeah, it's the replay of this fight, and we can see that Sting, as I said, just the right place at the right time, tracking Yampi very well. We normally think that Yampi is one of our more kind of intelligent cerebral junglers, but Sting was able to track that very well, and was supporting the bot lane as we kind of hoped for. We want this Kalista to be getting off the starting block quickly for their place in this team, and helping that Brom get out of the 2v2 relatively well. And this is certainly going to go some ways to doing that, as both junglers now once again meeting in the top side river. The Grub's untouched so far, as Fluxu instead has to get that dragon after
It's very bold from Yampi to start this up like this. Yes, he's got support roam, so he may be able to sneak away one, has got a smite to help himself do it as well if they really feel like going for extras, but it is a 5v4 actually. Ninja Kiwi's here, so he's sacrificing a lot for this. As you can expect, Kojima going to be able to find himself a large amount of experience, maybe even a plate down on that bot side. Ninja Kiwi doesn't even get that wave. That's big commitment from the bot lane of INTZ to make sure that they get these 3 grubs, and maybe it'll pan out, maybe it'll work for them. For the time being, while they're not hitting any turrets, and while Scamber's able to really force them a long way back, Kojima gets a plate, is able to deny just a couple of minions under the turret, in fairness, and Sting is already on the way back in for an invade.
Yeah, he took one play off, and now he's getting right back into the thick of things, as Yampi still without level 6. Sting is ready with the ultimate. Doesn't get the red buff. Yampi managed to secure that one, and he'll get his camp. So holds fast under the pressure of the Xin Zhao, who will instead rob those Krugs from the top side.
Tunneler already finished for Sting, and he may just bypass those Krugs and take the top lane camp instead. You can see Fu posturing as though he wanted to move his way up there, as there's an opportunity now for a solo Bolo. Doesn't go for it. Kiari's Ghost is forced out instead.
Was a lot of damage coming out of that Gnar. I don't think Kiari even took any tower shots to any significant degree, but Tay chunked him down to about 30% before the fight could even get started, and gets away from that dive very comfortably. Fu looking towards ult onto Aithusa. Sting catches him with the W. Cannot go for the dash in. There's an ult, sidesteps it, and the flash as well cannot save the Azir.
Yeah, Ithuza there. Wrong order of buttons. Unfortunately, he's trying to greed his flash, but as soon as he uses his ultimate, when Sting hasn't used his audacious charge onto the Azir, he then recognizes, I've got a flash afterwards, and by then it's too little too late. A little bit too greedy in the mid lane from the young rookie. Gets caught out.
A lovely play by Sting as well, backstepping on that Emperor's Divide so well. Kojima sidestepped the Varus ultimate, cleansed anyway, just in case, you know, it doesn't necessarily...
I've been there, dude. I've been there. You hear the sound, doesn't matter if it's hitting, I've got to cleanse.
I'm slamming F. I'm mashing F key. I don't care what the rest of my hands and my body are doing. I am just getting away from that one, as he will take the back as well. Ninja Kiwi going to crash that wave in. Is still up in CS, as you mentioned. Didn't lose too much from that roam to mid and had built himself up a little buffer to play with. But the plate going into Kojima's pocket is going to keep him even in this matchup where the Varus normally would be the one doing the bullying.
Yeah, the Varus as well starts off with that tier, so any early gold does get a little bit sunk into mana, into that mirror mana for later on. Obviously, the typical tier of the goddess sink, you're going for a little bit of a weaker early game for that big payoff when you hit that mid game. And in fairness, Varus, one of these champions that actually really struggles to stack the tier. I've seen, 2 items finished for Varus, and he's still sat on like 200, 250 stacks, and you really have to work to use your spells on Varus. It's not an Ezreal. The cooldowns are a lot longer to work your way through that. We'll have to see and keep an eye on how fast Ninja Kiwi can get there up to that fully stacked tier. As there are 3 people here, no cleanse.
Oh, Kojima sidesteps and almost flashes back into the Glacial Prison, but doesn't get clipped by it and will escape the INTZ gang onto bot side. Just about holds onto that plate mid, and Sting is waiting for a repeat on Ithuza, who doesn't have flash still. He does now almost have the ultimate, about 5 seconds left on it, and maybe Sting wants to get stuck in the river instead. You see, he wants to use this gold leap, but INTZ have a strong front line to shepherd this Varus around, and they will just get their free path up the river.
Yeah, Flux will have to back away here. If we look at the top lane, Tay pushed that wave in and was just immediately beelining it down the river, and was doing it in the face of Chiari as well. Chiari thought about trying to challenge him, trying to roam with that, but with the wave under the turret, didn't want to lose out on that if you can just tell his team to back off for a little bit of time. Of course, that has ramifications. You're not snowballing your Kalista, who's now got no summoner spells, as Yampi really looking to make a play happen down here. The lollipop on that Sedge ulti, I think, is the reason we saw Kojima flash a little bit earlier on. But with that being said, the Kalista remains unkilled so far for this game, but definitely by no means snowballed in this early game.
It's been a lot of time that Yampi has been dedicating down to this bot side, and Sting as well. He's been living in the bot side jungle on the red side, honestly. Always poking and prodding, making sure there's vision there, threatening to steal camps and start fights against the Sejuani, who now has maybe found a window to get the second dragon, but the response from Fluxu is there. They're going to collapse in on this.
Now, Scamber's not here. This is going to be tricky. I think they get this and get out, honestly, as Scamber's going to have to do a long run to get involved in this, as INTZ are looking for the fight themselves.
Ninja Kiwi's back in the bot side now. He's coming back up the river. They don't have the Kallistas. Yampi's sectioned away from his team over the wall. There's the knockup. Forces the flash. Now Varus on his own. Has a couple of summoners tagged by the Brom. In goes Sting. There's the knockup, and Fu is down. The ultimate from the Orianna. And that's the key Fluxu needed. The 2 kills are picked up at the end.
There's just no damage from INTZ so early on into the game. Ninja Kiwi wasn't a part of the 3v3 skirmish that happened on the top side. And then the nature of the new terrain changes, Fluxu controlling that river. They could walk down, they could zone out Ninja Kiwi, who gets very greedy with his summoner spells. Just needs to instantly flash the Braum Q the second he's spotted, but doesn't, holds on to both of them. And as soon as he gets caught by the Q, flashes away, but he's slowed. It's an easy lock up for the Winter's Bite and the follow-up with the Glacial Fissure as well. The rest of the team combine. Shockwave happens to be there too. Again, a little misplay here from Ninja Kiwi, one of our really, really touted prospects in the CBLOL, who's, time and time again we said can be one of the greats, but also time and time again gives us just these little glimpses of rookie-ish errors. And at this point, again, can't be calling him a rookie.
Yeah, it's had too many splits. This is the replay of this fight, and you can see that Ninja Kiwi didn't want to be a part of it, then he turns back and comes up, and it seems like Fluxu are in full control. They're the ones really, really forcing INTZ always on the back foot.
Yeah, and Ithuza, in fairness, he's hitting with his soldiers. He's just not doing damage, and now Ninja Kiwi's in trouble again.
Caught out by the Brom passive. There's Kojima with the last Q to secure it. Beautifully played, but a TP in from Tay, I think, is going to get the counter kill. Ithuza picks it up. Up the TP from the Nara. Kiara's going to get free time on top lane, but it's finally some more gold into this Azir. He's got that first item, as we saw in that fight you mentioned. We need to get those items on deck for INTZ in mid so we can start stacking up in the damage war.
Yeah, I really like that INTZ are feeding that kill over to Aithuza as well, despite the fact that Tay TP down, he knows that he's going to get his gold from these turrets.
So BM, man.
Yeah.
He's not even moving. He's just holding H and then right-clicking the tower in front of Scamber. Tay asserting some dominance down there. Does still have the CS lead. Here's a replay. We'll see how Kojima got started in here.
Yeah, so this was the beginning of the fight. Looks like he's just brought Q to tag. And you know what I really like from Kojima here is actually how he holds his Q and Rend, because he knows he doesn't have lethal. And then right at the end here, Rend plus Q, the Callista mechanics on point. As long as your Q is in mid-air or you've like cast it just before you press that Rend key, you'll be able to get the damage from that spear that would land in them from the Q as well. And it will act with that execute to try and combine on that Rend stack as well. So really good Callista mechanics coming through from Kojima. Ninja Kiwi ends up paying the price with no summoner spells, getting caught by one Braum. Q tends to be death when versing Ninja Callista.
Yeah, I liked his little sidestep on the Gnar ultimate as well. Kojima showing that, again, the Brazilian ADC talent factory still churning out these talented players. They're always ready to look for a main slot in one of our big teams if one opens up for them. Fluxu now, as we've passed the 14-minute mark, plates are gone and Yampi is in onto the Braum, but of course the Unbreakable goes up and he will step away without too much trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Scamber's just okay, cool, I guess. I'll take that Sedge ulti. More than happy to. I mean, Sting's got Present Guard as well, so there's not really a great target for INTZ in that lineup. Now, TP back in from Chiari. They definitely want to fight for this Herald.
Little 5v5 coming in. Out comes the full ultimate onto the front line. Damage is slowing down the rest of Fluxu. Chiari sections away Ninja Kiwi. He's got the Varus as Kojima burns down the Sejuani on the other side.
Wow, Cassante moment.
Makes it the 1v1.
How is he alive?
No shot. He lives. Chiari again steps up, takes out the carry, and gets out alive. Damage now on his own as Chiari's not even done. Steps back in, has the footwork shield, pushes him into the tower. This is bullying, lads, but Fluxu again come out on top.
That's my CBLOL finalist right there. Chiari absolutely putting the hands on INTZ, goes all out in the midst of the entire roster of damage dealers from INTZ, takes down Ninja Kiwi, ghosts out, refuses to elaborate. Lives. Exceptional performance from Chiari in that team fight.
Oh,
Looks like we're going to be able to take themselves the Herald even as well. And you got everything.
This does kind of look like Fluxu are just better in every theater right now. They opt into this fight knowing they're strong and they play it out beautifully.
Yeah, Chain of Corruption goes wide from Ninja Kiwi, which obviously not ideal. And then just eyes on Chiari here. Uses his enhanced W to get himself just in range to knock up with Q3 and find the lethal damage, and then just sprints away. Like, my guy put on the afterburners, got himself out, knows that level 7 Maokai is not nearly enough of a threat to take him down. Base damage is, almost there, but not quite enough. And, kudos, because exceptional performance from Chiari again, just really, really living up to maybe even over expectations here.
I'd say so. I think at this point, INTZ are going to get themselves up a commiseration Cloud Drake, as we are in the Cloud Rift right now. They're going to get that second Drake to 1 as a Rift Herald is dropped in mid lane. Fluxu now 9 kills to 1, almost 5,000 gold ahead. This tower is going to put them over that threshold, and they can kind of do what they want, it feels like, as long as they can find the engages or draw INTZ into the fights, as we're going on a journey down the lane. Let's see where we end up here. Can he navigate the jungle passage? He's going upwards. He's going to go into the Gromp. He's going to get through the gap. And there it is, shepherded to the bot lane. If they get this charge off, it's worth. Well, they didn't. So
no. Well,
okay.
A valiant effort. It was fun. Kojima, a little bit of School of Root, a little bit of School of somebody who's driven a Herald before. Could have gone into the tier 2 turret. It didn't. It is what it is. But also worth mentioning that Tay did trade up on that top side, so he got himself a tier 1 turret and just a little bit of gold back into his pocket, which INTZ are just desperately going to need. And I think that as we get, again, through later into this game, I do really like the INTZ composition. I think that they can function very well in 5v5s as we move later on, with Aithuza and Tai acting as both DPS and tank line accordingly. But if Tai gets caught out here, he hasn't got a team with him particularly, and it's through posturing aggressively trying to take these turrets, and they may well just get away with it.
Yeah, traded on the bot side again. INTZ not coming out with nothing after this play, as it ended up 3 grubs to 3, 2 towers to 3 right now. The only real difference is in the kill feed as Fu. Now, maybe he is caught out, has to pop the shockwave. Tay wasn't even mega, but Kojima and Scamber are in the bot side jungle, stealing away the red buff right now. The Gnar is going to be allowed to get away here.
Small thing again, but Fu really nicely executed on that shockwave. The shockwave will always pull you to the center of the ball, and if you happen to be, a bit behind it, and you can end up slingshotting your opponent into you. Not the case this time round. Fu with a really nice shockwave gets Tay off of him after having taken that first tier 1 turret. But I do quite like the map movement from INTZ there. They've just taken 2 turrets on top and bot lane, with only one of them getting traded back, it looks like. So that's a positive trade for INTZ. All told, especially when they're actually down gold and really shouldn't be getting to dictate plays on any side lane.
Yeah, they're not just hugging their towers and waiting for the axe to fall. They are identifying holes in the Fluxu map and then posting members up in them to push those waves out and get the turrets. So we love to see INTC not going down quietly here. Fluxu still hunting, looking for plays, trying to push aggressively up. But now that the Varus has got some items, the Azir's got some items, the wave clear is pretty strong from INTZ. So Fluxu, I feel like we're going to need to see them scrapping around the objectives. They don't have a free run towards an early soul. And it might be drawing them into some sort of Baron event to get themselves over the line to push through these INTZ wave clearers.
And just to sort of circle back on Varus plus tier, this is the situation that I hate finding myself in as Ninja Kiwi, where I've got this tier, I've finished Manamune, but I've still got like 100 plus stacks to work for. Now, granted, Manamune as an upgrade means that you stack that tier way faster because it actually procs off auto attacks, but I would have much rather Ninja Kiwi opt into some more lethality here, go for a second lethality item, be opportunity, Edge of Night if he's really terrified, but something along those lines, and then by the time you finish off the third item, which would be your Manamune, it would be fully stacked and ready to go, and you just hit that little bit harder, a little bit more consistently through this mid game, because right now he's got 2 completed items, but it really doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, we're not quite seeing the impact there as Thuza, Sting, he's waiting to pounce, and there he is, slides away, goes the Azir, doesn't have to burn his ult or his flash, so decently avoided by Thuza there. The rest of INTC willing to cover on the top side of the jungle as turrets continue to topple. Now top lane is done, 3, I think it was the Sun Disc, I should say, actually, not a real turret, just the 50 gold fake one, as now Scamber a bit too far forward, takes some damage again, up goes the shield, and out goes the Braum.
Yeah, and I mean, that's Ignite Burn there from damage, again, getting a little bit too overzealous in terms of what they think they can get away with. If Ninja Kiwi's not going to commit Chain of Corruption, if you're not really going all out for it, the Ignite there, fairly rudimentary, I'll be completely honest with you. Nevertheless, it's another win for Fluxus. They're able to take down a Summoner spell. They're able to just force their way into the topside jungle. Yes, all of that vision has now been cleared out. That's one of the good things that Maokai offers you. Support, jungle, top, mid lane, AD carry, I don't care. Saplings are broken when trying to take control back. You've always got somebody to face check for you, even if they are just a little goober that's going to run up and get hit and taken out.
Yeah, so much assistance being provided there by the Saplings, some damage. INTZ stabilizing somewhat. The gold lead has flattened out, and they haven't taken any losing engagements for a little bit. They will scrap over this blue buff, and Sting will come out the winner. Again, living in the bot side jungle, as he has been the whole 20 minutes, it feels like, as Fu TP's in mid. Sting, Ninja Kiwi step forward for this arrow. Is he going to slide his way out of this? He's got flash, has to burn it, damage as well, will lose the summoner. And a small misstep from INTZ takes some critical safety away from the bot lane.
So it looks like Drake is going to be the prize for Fluxu here. They've battled their way through mid lane. They've secured themselves prio, and now they'll be able to secure the objective off the back of it. I mean, at this point, even Cloud Soul isn't the be-all and end-all of a win condition for either of these two teams, and we are so far away from either one of the two getting it that this is really not a nothing burger, honestly, for lack of a better term. The slow resistance isn't going to be overwhelmingly impactful on just one stack. We are waiting really for another 15 minutes at best before we have that big Elder fight, which is going to potentially end up deciding this game. But if we end up getting to 40 minutes, Trajan, then there is some CBLOL afoot.
Yeah, I think with the Fluxu, the comp that they have with the Kalista, with the Xin Zhao as well, they really want to be diving forward, forcing the issue. And if INTZ can hold them at bay for another 15 minutes, then props to INTZ, I suppose.
Yeah.
We'll have to give them some credit for that one, especially with the Baron live, as the observers making special note of this. A lot of vision you can see scattered around the blue side jungle by INTZ. They want to know if Fluxu are going to try and force it.
Yeah, and I think that's the real way. It's the only way that Fluxu are going to look to try and accelerate the pace of this game is with that Baron. One of the Mad Lions specials from back in 2022, I think, where they would just be ahead and just hit Baron. Make the team come to us. We'll try and force a fight that way. On these cloud tiles as well, it's much easier for INTZ to just duck their heads in, spot something out, and try and duck away again.
Knock up. He's got the stun, but the nicely buffered Sejuani E gets Yampi away. Blew the ultimate as well. A useful tool off the table. Now, Fluxu, is this enough? for us to commit onto the purple worm, and maybe not quite just yet. And Sting is taking a fair amount of poke back.
Yeah, you can see the picture in picture as well that it's actually Chiari who's able to, just by little, force Tay back. I just think for the time being that Tay should absolutely be dominating that side lane. I mean, we've got Koenig Rucken for Chiari. That's doing nothing. Here comes Maokai ulti.
Sting caught up, hasn't dropped it yet. The TP's now being dropped. Chiari's well behind Tay, stacking up that bar, but Yampi on the front line. Can he survive in time to make it worth it? Sting is low. Can they get him away? Out comes the Kojima ultimate. Ithusa now drops the Emperor's Divide, but Chiari just phases right through it, gets himself another kill, and finds a knock-up onto damage. It's the double for the K'Sante.
We'll keep going.
They've been looking for this fight for what feels like 5 to 10 minutes, and finally they have it.
Yeah, it's again engaged by INTZ, but they don't have the sticking power to make it work. Tay TP's in, but he's a bit too far away from the team to have that big impact like Chiari, who just teleports right dead center of the team fight, immediately scoops up Ithusa, takes the Azir completely out of the fight because he had a really good angle, was DPSing over the wall, nobody was really on him, and then all of a sudden Chiari spots the target, takes him down. No protection for the president from INTZ, and they take themselves the Baron as well.
It's going to be secured now with this buff acquired. We should be able to see these pushes become a bit more lethal, a bit more hard for INTZ to rebuff. The gold lead continuing to grow. And it was a fight that looked like it could have maybe got INTZ's way. There were a lot of low HP bars. Sting almost went down there on that front line, and INTZ were trying to catch him out, but they do have the confidence to play through a fight like that. And as you said, they executed it so well. Chiari on the K'Sante, again, acquitting himself. He's now 3.5 items deep. And this is why we're just blind picking this one every game.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a world for INTZ to try and play these side lanes. I think that the Gnar build previous to that last fight that we saw was actually very favourable for Tay. It was actually upper level, was decent items as well for taking that side lane fight. But now we're seeing him opt into Spectral Cowl. Even looking at a team fight like this, I don't want to see him picking up that item, any component of magic resistance, because you've got Kojima, Sting, and Chiari who are all dealing largely physical damage. And this magic damage is doing great stuff when you're working up against Fu, but it's just not going to help you versus the majority of the situation you're going to find yourself in. Like right now, that MR is absolutely useless.
Yeah, it is not doing anything for Tay in this 1v1 right now. Ults onto Chiari, but he's really
Sting?
just take the time as Sting is in, and Ithusa slides to safety. The Emperor's Divide keeps them alive, but the tower will still be taken.
That was a really nice attempted combo there between them and Fu. I think that the shockwave just didn't quite clip them all, or they didn't just have enough damage in the tank. But they tried to link it up between Fu and Sting to make that play work. They managed to get themselves 2 turrets, though, so all told, they may not have got the kills at the end of the game, but they've broken open a couple of extra turrets, got themselves a bit more gold, and now pushed that advantage to over 10,000. Sat in a very comfortable position at the minute, Fluxu, not even having to group up with Chiari to make that fight work.
Yeah, Chiari still on that top side. Tay will get away that big chicken and most of them as well. Chiari not going to have too much robbery going through right there. As the Dragon now up in 30 seconds. This will be the third for either, but with the Baron still live for another minute. Ithusa may be caught out, doesn't have the ult or the flash. He does get over the wall, barely escapes with his life, but Fluxu once again entirely in control on the bot side. The Dragon might even be an afterthought. They might be looking for the fight instead. It's a flash out of Maokai. Scamber is making good use of these Brom queues in the mid late game.
Yeah, and I mean they're just so far ahead right now that Scamber can absolutely demand this space from INTZ. That was a 2v3 that damage flashed away from as well. Chiari catches Tay here with that R or Q3, but too much of an INTZ presence on the top side for him to go too much further, and now this tier 2 turret in the top lane. This is a complete outer turret sweep from Fluxu if they can pick this one up. And with Kojima about showing presence here, may well be able to do so, but it's actually 4 members of INTZ that are committed to this top side. Sting pushes in the mid wave, they've got Fu pushing in on the bot side, and they're actually fighting up here. They've got numbers. INTZ should be winning this.
3 versus 4, but they don't love the feeling of it, and Sting now has rotated into that top side. The tower goes ever lower. Fu has absolutely chunked out Ithusa.
He didn't even ult.
Yeah, holds his shockwave as well, and is going to get some exposure on that inhibitor. Will back away as well. This is a very by-the-book mid-game from Fluxu. They've got all the gold lead they need. They're not opting into weird fights. They're using every second of that Baron buff to be pushing objectives. It's a calm, cool, and collected game out of Fluxu. Definitely looking to set themselves apart from the bottom of the table and really start to make a bit of a run, perhaps, in the second half of the split.
And how I love seeing teams play Baron is exactly like this, because it feels like for the defending team, you're playing whack-a-mole. Wherever there's a bit of presence on the map. You're just trying your hardest to defend against it, and just constantly, the second you show presence there, the mole peeks back under the turret, goes back to safety, right? Becomes safe and then peeks its way up in another lane. Exactly what's happened right there. Ithuza really struggling to deal with the pressure that Fu was putting out. And, you know, as soon as Fu is able to all but shockwave Ithuza, it means that they've got a lot more tricky questions to answer, because that bot lane tier 3 turret ended up falling. The inhibitor now exposed, which gives a real avenue for Chiari to start playing side lane. He's been dominating that regardless of items, and now that he's got 4 finished, Unending Despair completed now as well, he's going to be more than ready to start partying versus Tai.
Absolutely. He's ready to party with anybody. He's happy to get stuck in the 1v4s or take the side lane 1v1s. He's got this bot lane pushing up. We can see now a lot of members of INTZ getting this top lane wave picked up, but there's not really an objective close. So now Ithuza is pretty deep in the lane. Drops the Sundisk Chiari TP straight in, and the 3v1 is about to happen. Maybe just the 2v1 as Chiari holds back the front line. Fluxu not wanting to rush things though, not wanting to overdive into an Azir who does have a couple of damage items. They're patiently waiting for the Chiari to come through, gives the kill over a scanner.
2v4?
4v2, drops the Brom in, finds the ultimate, and Sting and Chiari round the corner, tame with the engage. Brom surely will get punished for this, but Fu's behind them. He's TP'd in for the flank as Kojima finds the killing spree, and the rest of INTZ again are left scrambling back to the base.
Flash forward from Fu, finishes off damage just to add insult to injury. You don't need to flash on a Maokai, but it does feel good to do so. Kojima, the rest of Fluxu, they'll push forward. They've got 30-second death timers on top and support. They've got 5 members in the base, and this could very well be game.
They look confident to run it down. Still 3 dead, 10 seconds on Ithuza. Ninja Kiwi loses the flash. They haven't got the towers just yet. Fluxu, let's not start overstepping now. It's been one of the most controlled games of League we've seen all year. They've got onto Yampi. Kojima's going to be letting the spears fly. There's the knockup onto Ninja Kiwi. And who else but Chiari to find him, to drag him through the Nexus to eliminate that Varus. Kojima was scooped up, but it will not stop Fluxu picking up a magnificent win over INTZ.
7-0 and 2 for Chiari up on that top side. Brilliant performance throughout. Managed to hold off the Gnar in the laning phase. The counter pick given over from Fluxu. They thought, you know what, you can have this, buddy. We do not care. And he just absolutely cleared that top lane. You know, in every sense of the word, was more than happy to win the side lane, more than happy to move into those team fights and demolish as well. Very solid performance from Chiari. Absolutely no notes.
Yeah, literally. Like, I came into this saying I predicted Fluxu because I think they're the better team, and I think they were the better 5 individual players and the better team in this game. That was masterful, honestly, by them. Yes, it's against INTZ. They're now 1-7. In theory, this should be the easiest game you play, but they certainly made it look like the easiest game they had to play.
There are teams that are going to struggle a lot more versus INTZ, and they're going to make that game look a lot harder than it necessarily needed to be. And Fluxu, you know, took credit where it's due, hats off to them, because they absolutely tore that game apart with the small little bit of snowball that they managed to get, just slowly, progressively found themselves more and more advantages. And like you say, it was by the book, really.
Yeah, I love that we have Fluxu and Liberty down at the bottom, and Liberty are pushing our top teams and finding a couple of wins through like sheer rampant clutch factor and just like talent just oozing out of these plays, and they're not making it clean, but they're managing to scrap their way out. But Fluxu now have started to put together some very consistent controlled League of Legends that is completely outclassing their lower compatriots. Fluxu versus Liberty the next time around, I think, is going to be very, very interesting to see how these two teams clash against each other, because, you know, if Fluxu can control them like INTZ, we'll need to see some of that magic from Liberty to fight their way out of the clutches, and that, I think, is making me very excited about even the bottom half of our table in the CBLOL. The last thing I want to ask you before we go to a break for the next game is, where would you rank Chiari in top laners right now? Because he's put together another very good K'Sante game, and our top laners are all kind of poggers right now.
Yeah,
so
I think that's a very difficult discussion to have, because I think, unfortunately, save for Tai, there's an argument for all of our top laners to be, you know, just genuinely solid. I think Super Clever's had a wonderful entrance to the CBLOL as well. Makes had solid performances in games. Obviously, this week or this game today hasn't looked, you know, super amazing, but was doing fine in the laning phase before, you know, rightly getting stonewalled by FNB, which is going to happen to a rookie every now and then. It's hey, you know what? Do you know what that is? That's a Gringos Liberados discussion right there. So
yeah, we'll put a pin in that.
Watch the podcast next week because
Yes.
that's what that is.
Absolutely, and I hope you'll tune in for the last game of the day as well. For now, we're going to go to a quick break before we're back in just a few minutes with Los Grandes versus Loud. Don't go anywhere. And we are back for the last game of the day. Fluxu dismantling INTZ for game number 4. And now we have a mid-pack versus top pack, I guess we can say. Los Grandes have already graduated from the suspect zone up into the these are a real team kind of zone. And Loud, they normally spend the first 3 weeks in the suspect zone, but they skipped that this year. They are straight to the top. They're 6-1. They're looking clean.
Almost terrifyingly, right?
Yeah, very.
And I'll challenge you. Looking clean is not how I would describe Loud. Looking like they're going to win every game. Yeah. Yes, but those are two different things.
But not clean.
No, we were talking in the breaker, and me and Trajan went. So I'm going to give you a little bit of voodoo lore. Currently, I've just preheated my oven. There is a pie sat waiting for me on the top to go in, and I looked at the packaging, and it said 35 minutes, which is 40 minutes without a preheated oven, and I thought, I can't trust Loud to win in 40 minutes. No. Like, it's just not possible. So that's what I mean when I say Loud can be consistent winners, but not clean, because we cannot expect the two align.
Yeah, it's just that you cannot trust Loud to really do anything specific apart from destroy the
when
Nexus.
They want.
That is the one thing that will probably happen, is the enemy Nexus will explode. When and how and why, we can never say. And I don't love that. I would rather Loud were dominating at more stages of the game, but we do still have teams like Pain and Kaboom, and I guess Fluxu for that now. Yeah. So we've still got
we'll just toss Fluxu into that teams. Yeah, why not?
Reliable dominators. Fluxu certainly is the first to my mind this split. But okay, let's get stuck into Laos versus Loud specifically. So Loss was the quickest, I think, that we started to think, all right, this is a team with some real potential. They're actually coming very quickly into this split. They're looking very well gelled, despite being a lot of different factors brought together. And I think for me, the two most exciting parts are Super Clever in the top lane, which we briefly touched on already, and then Cello Cabby pairing down in bot lane. This Cello, the AD carry that's been cooking in Academy for a while after a brief stint on minors in CBLOL, and then Cabby, the Ultra League / LCK import, which has come storming into the support role and has become very, very impactful very quickly.
Yeah, I'm absolutely here for it. And honestly, when we did our preseason power rankings, I remember we were on the Gringos Liberados podcast for the preseason, and we both went, I think Envy is going to be the real matchmaker for this team. And I don't know what to expect from the rest of them. And it has just been the complete opposite almost of, this bot lane is cooking. Super Clever has come in and started super clobbering people in the top lane. Envy, though, I don't know, guys. This guy has been suspicious in the mid lane, if we're using the suspect nomenclature to go a little bit further. He's certainly been there.
He's not been the solo carry element that he has been in the past. Even on teams like Furia and on Red, there were games where he would lock Aatrox mid and absolutely take over. But we haven't really seen anything out of him right now. I don't know if it's just the meta, if he's not as big of I definitely don't think of him as big of a Corki Azir, Orianna kind of guy. It doesn't seem like the best way to get the use out of Envy, and it doesn't look like it either. So maybe it is just that if Nico's banned, we're kind of Sag until the meta changes, or maybe it is just a different environment. Maybe, there's a lot more different elements. As we said, there's two imports, jungle and support, the two people he's probably interfacing with the most, even in the early game, he needs to be communicating with, and perhaps that just isn't as free-flowing as it was with a team like Red that was fully Brazilian.
No, exactly. And once that hurdle has been sort of gotten over, Loss aren't at the bottom of the barrel by any means in this league. Like we've associated them with the mid-pack for a reason. I'm actually really excited to see what their capabilities, what their top echelon looks like in terms of their skill level. But for the time being, we've got them placed firmly in the mid-pack. I think one of the teams that are going to be fighting for the final playoff position or the final two playoff positions, depending on Red's season and how that continues to develop.
What they're doing.
Because for the time being, it feels like Lost, Furia, and Red are battling for 5, 6, 7, and ultimately one of them is going to miss out.
Yeah, Lost gives me big INTZ from Split 2 last year vibes. They give me big, there could be a loser's run of all time in them when we get to playoffs. With teams like Reds looking very volatile, Furia and Vivo Cage are the other likely to be in that 4th and 6th kind of echelon. When we come playoffs, both of them have shown their flaws. They've had their bad games, they've had their stumbles, and Loss are a team that can put very consistent, strong games together and will punish mistakes well. So I think they've got a bit of a run in them. I guess Vivo Cade Stars, it depends on how we define them. If we think of them as more of a top team or more of a mid-pack team, that is a discussion maybe for another day as well. As we'll take a quick look at Loud, the lineup that we are coming to know and love here. Absolutely, once again, generally no notes for this team, at least from the individual side. Like we've covered the early game, right? But I can't look at any of these players and be like, "You're doing this wrong, Root, you idiot." Like, we can't say that. I can't really look at them and say that. So, as a team, we're still seeing them be a little slow, but they're still getting the wins at least as we're into the draft with a Karma B1. Now, this is more the kind of B1 that I've been expecting over the last patch.
Yeah, oh my god, we are speed running, guys. Please.
Did we already do that?
Yeah, this is LCS. What's happening here? So mid lane, it looks like, you know what? We've been not necessarily dogging on Envy this pre-game, but we highlighted that he isn't maybe the carry of the team that we thought he would be. Karma duty.
Perfect.
That lines up. That lines
Love
up
that.
with the narrative. Give Celo Kabe, Zaya Rakan. Let's put Super Clever on Olaf.
Yeah.
Job done.
Nice. Yeah, double support for Celo, who has been the most consistent carry, I think, and then Super Clever of Penta. I think the first Penta we had, or maybe the second, but certainly the first top lane Penta we've seen in a hot minute in any region.
Yeah.
And Super Clever cracked out on the Rumble. It is banned away. We've had confirmation from Reduction that it was the first Penta of the season. Bronze now joining him earlier today. As we take a look at what Loud's put together, they've got the Kalista, Nautilus, Orianna, similar to what Fluxu had down there. And in terms of the 2v2, is Zyra Khan still just expected to kind of have the advantage here, or is Kalista enough of a laner to...
I really think people are sleeping on Zyra Khan. Like, I was listening to... I don't remember who. I just know that there are a lot of high elo players that are also in the vote that, okay, Varus is just the best AD carry in the game, and then you should be looking for Zyra Khan if you can dominate any 2 versus 2. It was pros, and it was IMT spot lane. I think it was tactical going, I mean, if you give me Zyra Khan, I'll just absolutely destroy anybody. And maybe that's a bit too ego, but maybe it's not. And maybe Celo and Kabi are going to do the same thing to Root and Redbert here.
Yeah, we will have to see as we see the second round of bans coming through. Robo's Jax denied after he was finding so many 4 and 5 man stuns in that last game to clutch that one out. We felt like a big part of Loud securing that previous win, but he's going to be taken off that comfort champion. Cassante denied as well by Loud, along with the Vi for C's. We'll see what the last focus is. We're looking for a top and jungle from Loud, from both sides, in fact. We do not have any of that top side locked in.
So unfortunately for Axeman, there's no return of Nautilus jungle. I hope there's no return of Nautilus jungle. Maokai taken away is actually a very big steal away. I think that Croc has been one of our best Maokai players since he's been in the CBLOL. So absolutely on board with taking that one away. Now the question is, what jungler are they going to take? Because if they blind pick top lane and save Root for R5 counter pick jungle, I will not be very happy, just because I think counter pick jungle is fake as anything. So let's look at what they go for. We've still got things like, I mean, Poppy? Yep. Okay, Poppy's open. This is Rakan specifically. Very, very useful for preventing engages.
And a champion that Robo has seen a fair number of strong performances on as well, depending on what that top lane matchup is. So there is a bit of flexibility there. And they are keeping Loud, obviously, that ultimate counter pick. So they will have the choice of matchup there. We'll see what Lost is going to put in once the draft catches up. We seem to have had a small bug on the stream. Love that. And it's just
this is on the CBLOL mainstream, isn't it? I remember when we used to get this all the time with the overlay, and now we'll just zoom through a couple picks usually.
Yeah, so it's the Wukong here. Now, the first time I saw the Wukong or noticed the Wukong this last patch was Shopify Rebellion playing Wukong when they dismantled FlyQuest yesterday, and Boogie went 7-0 on it. So the Wukong certainly a viable pick, and we'll see what Super Clever wants to take down to lock down this top side.
Yeah, I mean, blind pick top lane never going to be easy, especially versus Robo, who will just psychopath an Olaf game if he feels like it. Okay, so Kennen locked in. I actually really like this. Something from this composition that we're missing was actual magic damage. Yes, Malignant's Karma is, a bit of an absurd thing on 14.2, but it's not your consistent DPS threat. It's also not a huge burst threat. Maybe doing Malignant's a little bit of injustice, but magic damage was needed, and I like this lock-in.
Yeah, ultimately it's one spell. It's not an ultimate spell. Like, the ultimate gives it like 1.25 damage or something. It was never gonna. It's not the burst that they maybe needed. As the Aatrox locked in for Robo, again a pretty classic Robo pick. I mean, he's been around so long, there isn't really a pick that isn't a classic Robo pick. It feels like at this stage.
Zillion.
Well, yes, and I live in Scotland where there is a challenger top lane Zillion one trick called the Disconnect. So top Zillion has been done.
You're way too familiar, yeah.
He's currently cooking up Warmog Zillion top lane, is what he's been grinding on. He's still like Masters, Grandmasters consistently with it, so It's, you know, maybe in 6 more years, Robo will become a Zillion player. But for now, it's Aatrox into the Kennen. Now, how are we feeling about this for Aatrox right here? Because he is still melee, but he has a little bit of that poke threat. He can slide forward and Q to punish Super Clever getting comfy.
We might see Comet Aatrox this game because you're playing with Q1, and if that lands, you can maybe hit Q2. You're never getting Q3 on Kennen unless Super Clever just sends it down the lane for no good reason. So Comet may be like the stopping power in the lane that he uses, you know, if you want to really skirmish for that laning prio early on. But I don't know that with this composition they need to, because I'm expecting a large portion of Loud's composition to be geared toward that bot lane. They've obviously got Kalista Rakan versus Kalista Nautilus versus Xayah Rakan. Obviously very volatile once again, can be swung very quickly either way. The mid lane matchup is going to be absolutely dreadful, not for any team in particular, but it's just two enchanters basically shoving wave clear at one another. So I'm looking at this late game. What does Robo need to do? He needs to be able to be a frontline, and if he thinks that the Aatrox with a Comet is going to get him there a little bit easier, then maybe he goes for it. But typically, you just expect to see something like the Conqueror and just be more obnoxious when he's got Sundered Sky and a load of healing in his back pocket.
Yeah, I do think he is going to need to be a big impact here, especially in this front line with the Wukong ult threatening the Kennen ult as well. And I want to see if Lost can effectively remove him from a fight, because with Aatrox, you cannot leave him alive. Don't leave him on 1 HP, because he'll be 60% HP before you know, with the Sundered Sky and the natural Aatrox abilities. So let's see how well Lost can deal with Robo on the front line. As we take a look as we head on to the Rift. In fact, we're going straight into the game. We'll go grab a little picture and picture predictions from production. I was a little slow in calling for it there, Rose, my bad. There it is. So it's Loud favored, but not as Loud favored as the 6-1 record would imply. Both Rose and Solari feeling a bit of a low stub here.
I'm not one to shout bias, but Solari, my dear friend, my compatriot on the CBLOL, formerly a Cabby Stan and caster of the Ultra Liga. Maybe I'm sensing just a little bit of favoritism. Maybe.
Perhaps there's maybe an external influence on this vote that I'm sensing, you know, if I really think about it.
And that may be conjecture. And maybe Solari is in Twitch chat right now, flaming me for such. And she has every right to do so.
About Cabby's stats and all the above. But we know that Loud have not been that effective early game. We know that more than once this season, they have clutched out games they had no business winning, very much a la Red Canid's last split. And, you know, at some point, you got to believe that is going to punish them. If you continue to be ineffective early, these teams that are continuing to improve and gel, get better meta reads, better patch reads, better drafting, etc., at some point, you're not going to be able to just take a free win from these guys.
No, and you'd like to think as well that, you know, the gods can bleed.
Yes.
And with the equally sometimes egregious early games that they do put together, that some team would look to put it together. And I think you highlighted as well that Lost are pretty good. I want to pat myself on the back because it is Comet Aatrox. And you looked at me in disgust, not in disgust, but like, I don't know what that you know. So we've got Comet Aatrox. It's going to look to basically go par for par with the Kennen in the laning phase as best as possible, because it's going to definitely be difficult.
Yeah, for sure. We saw Super Clever already abusing that range to get a nice early HP lead. Currently on the top side. I don't know if he actually does get spotted, if the chickens might have run into vision to give that away. But he's heading onto the bot side regardless, as is C's. So this bot lane might be a bit of a catalyst in a little while. Cabby and Cello pushed in right now. Redbird and Root trying to make the best of what control they have. As Root especially stepping very far forward here. Maybe Lost are just waiting for C's to be in position before they try and get excited.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing as a jungler is when your bot lane starts fighting when you're hitting these Krugs, and then you leave the Krugs, and then they reset, and then you couldn't do anything in the fight anyway, so you go back, and then it's like this again. It's almost a yo-yo of walking to and from your bot lane and your Krugs to see where you can or can't be. So a little bit of tentative footing from the Los Grandes bot lane, not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but we've still got a potential fight that could occur around our crabs. It looks like both our junglers are actually running to the opposite sides of the rift, so I'm just completely wrong and lying again.
Yeah, well, you see Redbird going on a little vacation up through the bot side river, potentially looking to catch Envy slipping, but he's got a nice position up to the top side there, tending towards his own jungler, using the minion wave for cover, but potentially, not even intentionally, but Envy certainly has always been a rather reliable laner, not necessarily dominant, but hard to crack, and as we said, in this semi-double enchanter matchup, I think that Lost have done a good job in the draft and with their player to somewhat neutralize Tinones, who we saw the ban on the LeBlanc, right? His AD LeBlanc has been absolutely nutty over the last couple of weeks, and teams have really been struggling to shut specifically this mid laner down.
And Croc already doing, I mean, honestly, very classic. Oh, that was nice from Redbert. Not going to get too much from it, a good chunk at the very least. But nice to see that Croc is also tracking early on. Look at those wards that have been placed very early on into the bot side jungle of Lost. Yeah. Oh, did they hear me?
Yeah. I think
there we go.
Production's like, hang on. Need to highlight this. Got some analysis going down in the UK that we need to cover on the camera. As all 4 wards, you can see them splayed out 5 wards now on that bot side, and they can see that if we don't see him, he's not here. And he's now going to head down, so he will be lit up like street lamps all the way around that bot side jungle.
Yeah, so good luck trying to get anything going. I think as long as he can hit level 6, honestly, job will be largely done for this early game, because the amount of tracking that they've got going down, it would be a shame if Loud don't try and make some early plays to, at the very least, try and bully the Wukong off of a camp or two. But once you hit level 6, obviously we know that it's going to get a lot easier for the Wukong to start skirmishing. Things like Tinone's Flash are going to be something that we need to keep track of, because again, a mobile mage in the mid lane, when you've got a very easy execute ultimate like the Wukong knockup, you do want to try and make the most of that as best as possible. As Croc is lurking just outside of vision for Super Clever here. It'll be a long run up, but you may be able to find it anyway.
Super Clever's dropped the ultimate. The flash away from Robo keeps him from being stunned, and Croc doesn't look so confident anymore. Instead, he's just on the grubs, perhaps keeping an eye on it, but Super Clever trades ult for Flash, and as long as he doesn't get caught by the Poppy now, it's kind of all good.
Yeah, so importantly, at the minute, Seas has dodged wards, as Root gets not quite caught out by the Xayah Root there. I did think he was going to get double knocked, but not the case. And there's like a little pocket where Seas can actually play with this control ward being down. Now, Grubs have gone over to Croc, but Seas is not actually going to get anything down on this bot side. So all that time, not necessarily wasted, but not really gaining anything for it, and it is just Grubs for nothing.
You see now, Croc still on the top side, gets all 3 grubs, heading into that top lane as well. Unlucky to find anything as Clever's on the tower, but the flash from Envy over the ball, and there's the Q! Trading the Tino's flash, but it's a solo kill for the Los mid lane.
And again, just cast a curse, but the opposite almost. We tell him he's bad, he just solo kills Tinones.
Now they got the flash out of Root. Selo looks for that Root as well. He gets the pull back, and there's another kill for Los Grandes, this time in the bot lane. Cabby takes the tower shot, but will walk away. Suddenly, after 6 minutes of napping, Los find kills across the map.
And say what we might about Loud's early game being a bit suspect, this isn't that. This is actually Los Grandes just taking an early game to the top team in the league, finding a 3v2 dive. Envy solo killing Tinones right there. This isn't Loud playing egregiously and overstepping their bounds. This is Los Grandes finding an opportunity to force a play and getting away with it very, very well. This is a replay of what happened in the mid lane, and it looks like Envy had found his trade, was more than happy with it, but then thought, you know, Tinones, hey buddy, let's be careful here. You're stepping a little too far forward, and flashing over the shockwave like that, you're going to secure yourself a solo kill at the best of times. Tinones there wasting his own flash after the fact, and honestly, you know, exhibiting really strange mistakes almost.
Yeah, maybe just not able to track that W cooldown on the Karma well enough. As you can see, this bot lane, fairly standard dive there to just crush Root between the tower and the wall and just brute force it through. And it ends up working out for them. So they got a kill on the mid and bot lane carries. Loud are going to pick up a dragon in response off the resets. So they will find something at least. And they're continuing to track Seas decently well. Though he does finally have some darkness in the bot lane to play with as Croc. Man, he just lives here. He just lives in this jungle right now. This is not your jungle, Croc.
Well, it's not, but it may be one that he's trying to look to inhabit and take over. He's level 6, catches there on the little clone away from Seas. Really nice interaction for Poppy, actually, is the Wukong clone there, because it doesn't act as a blink, it acts like a mini dash.
Yeah.
You can use it to get over walls, but it does also get interrupted by the steadfast presence. So you get to see the Wukong even when they clone out like that.
Yeah, and this was, I think, that they had the Poppy locked in, so Seas opted into this matchup, doubtless knowing that there would be some potential difficulties that come with this, but happy enough with the pick. We'll see if he can make good use out of it later.
Though.
Envy with
Scry's
the
is spotted. Obviously got Nullifying Orb as well, plus Merc Treads.
Super Clever with the ult. Looks like they're just going for poke right now, and Clever actually has to flash away even. Maybe a little bit of a panic button pressed by the cannon right there as Croc showing on bot side.
Yeah, I mean, that was bad for loss. I think they just got a little
Yeah.
bit deterred, and I think they really should have committed to trying to make that dive work. They have enough CC between the two of them, and even versus Merctread's nullifying orb, I think it was a play that you kind of have to go for right there, and Super Clever ends up burning his flash regardless. So a tricky spot for Lost have found themselves in, but they're still by and large more than ahead. Very happy with the position that they should be in right now. As we get later into the game, obviously we've got to look at our compositions for what team fights are going to look like. I actually think that Lost have got a very good, very well scaling composition in the late game. Much rather have a Xayah who's going to be hyper carry crit oriented as a carry later on, versus that Kalista more on hit, more geared toward bursting out one target, single target damage style. And obviously Kennen, very, very good in team fights.
Super Clever caught up by the Q1, not the Q2. Will skate his way out with his own move speed buff, and you can see Robo is making decent use of this of the Comet that you mentioned. He's down in CS, yes, and now we have C's heading up into this brush. If Robo gets a little bit too comfortable, maybe Super Clever takes a Q1 on purpose. There could be a catch here, but Croc's coming up too. Robo's in, out come the ultimate straight onto him. Can the world ender keep him alive? It absolutely cannot. C's and Super Clever make it work in time.
Yeah, the second the E forward happens, it's Caesar's time to shine. Really awkward timing for Robo because he knows his jungler's on his way, so he's trying to bait Super Clever in, but unfortunately the bait just comes a little bit too quickly. Now Caesar starts up these grubs, and Croc actually
he gets the clone off before the W though, so he gets enough space. Burnt doesn't get stunned against the wall, but Croc is likely going to 6-grub him here. So any push from Loud will become very, very impactful. It's kills and it's gold for Los Grandes, but the objectives for our current champions.
Yeah, the timing on that was actually really awkward because Super Clever's base finished the second that Croc rounded that corner. So Cease thought he'd got a time to make that happen. Unfortunately, as soon as he stopped playing a base, Croc showed, and it was unfortunately incorrect for Cease to be there. And Super Clever able to collect this wave under the turret, but like you say, 6 grubs for Croc. They also managed to find themselves the early dragon as well. So Lost, whilst they have these skills, are yet to do anything with them. And if Loud all of a sudden find themselves with an opportunity to hit a turret, they're going to do a lot of damage to it very quickly.
Yeah, I could see Robo just getting poked and prodded, nickel and dime down by Super Clever, who doesn't have his ult, but he's not going to let him get the free back, not going to let him have anything for free in this top lane matchup. And this is what we want to see out of him, right? Even though this is Super Clever, the rookie and academy top laner, just last split, going up against 6-time CBLOL champion Robo, currently on a 3-championship streak. He is not going to sit back and let him farm the lane for free. He picks the Kennen. He knows he's got a pick he has to bully with, and he is getting in there to bully.
Yeah, and a reminder as well, this was a blind Kennen, right? Like Kennen can very easily be counterpicked. There are so many that can get away with it. And he was pigeoned into, well, you can't really just go Cassante because it may well have been banned. But B, they needed AP. They need magic damage in this composition, so his blinds were very limited anyway. And the fact that he's able to pull this Kennen out, he's doing very well in the laning phase, is a very big testament to how well Super Clever has been playing.
Yeah, that's honestly one of my favorite things about the meta we've started the year off in is how good the AP top laners are. Yes, the bruisers are still strong. Cassante, with all the problems people may have with Cassante as a champion, I think he's very fun to watch. But we also have a lot of ranged AP top laners, Rumble, Kennen, and then the AP Udyr kind of surfacing up there. So there's a good balance of damage you can get out of that lane. It gives you more flexibility elsewhere. It makes the drafting way more interesting, in my opinion, up there, as Lost surging into the bot side for a possible 3 versus 3. They've got Prio in mid, but they're going to hold fast for now.
And they should always have Prio in mid lane. Tinner's going to have to TP back to the mid lane here because they are probably going to look to fight for this Cloud Drake. It just spawned, and you can sense that both of these sort of mid and bot lanes are looking to fight for Prio so that they can get purchase into the river. Tinnos has actually sacked mid Prio entirely and is now walked in, sacrificing a few minions in favor of trying to establish some control on this Drake. But C starts it.
He gets hook, drops the ultimate straight away onto Red, but Crocbox that W is going to stop the follow-up from Cabby as Root drags away that Nautilus, but a TP in from Kennen. Perfect! Croc ultimate, the keeper's verdict, denying the entire slicing Maelstrom as Robo with no TP is happy to keep working on this top side. Lost really want to at least get this dragon in the 5 versus 4.
You can't let Croc steal this.
Don't let him walk up and take it. Someone put the blocks in front, and there it is. They'll at least find the Drake as the TP goes back into top side. Envy picking up the slack.
Yeah, so the wave is going to be caught, and Robo might actually be in trouble. He has got Hex Drinker. He lives. Yeah, Karma, unfortunately, is not going to have anywhere near enough damage to get through this. As much as it may seem like Robo's low on health, he is Aatrox. I just realized what I did. Yeah, and B has a hex drinker, so I love that. I'm going to use that more, but intentionally.
That was so clean. Yeah, I feel like we skipped over that a little bit, but that was actually one of the smartest, funniest things anyone's ever said about Aatrox. That's for sure. So Envy is going to clean up that top wave, and Aatrox is going to go back by himself. I don't know, some more magic resist maybe, as Croc gets
I think he's good on magic resist for a little bit.
Is he ever going to be good on magic resist? Like,
yes, well, because at some point Cello's going to exist, and then you're going to think, I forgot about that. My bad. Yeah. And they get owned, but hopefully not the case.
We seem to have perma-swapped Envy up here right now. He's TP'd, he's back, he's gone back up to the top lane, and we know he at least can easily wave clear against Robo. Perhaps Super Clever feels like he could be more impactful with the ult onto the rest of the map. The Herald started up by Loud. They've certainly got some strength up here. And Seas is still farming away, so it'll be another objective in the favor of Loud.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a very even game so far. There's not really an advantage in either lane to speak of. I think if we're looking at the items, then maybe you can make the argument Cello is going to be a little bit stronger at this specific breakpoint because he's got Kraken versus the components of a Blade. But Loud are the ones who walk up, they take themselves that turret, or the Rift Tower, excuse me, for allowing Super Clever a little bit of time with this bot tier 1. Whether or not he can finish that off is going to be determined in the next couple of seconds if he chooses the wave or the turret. Common decision that you're going to have to battle. You get one or the other, and Super Clever looks like he's focused on that turret, where Robo, with this completed more, probably provides enough presence to stop him.
Envy, once again, looking to get scrappy versus Tillans, but Croc covering off, really investing in this top side a lot. Sees now coming around the corner, and Cabby with a flank through the jungle. Loud piece out of that situation.
But bot lane, there's a fight down there as well.
Redbert, lovely little hex check. Proto Belt to get away from the hook. Redbert just trying his hand down there. You can see once again they have just infinite vision invested into this bot side as well. Loud with a lot of eyes across the map, generally speaking, and they're continuing to contend with loss in this top side. A lot of people hanging out here. They're gonna find this top tower for sure.
Yeah, so first brick of the game for Los Grandes, finally looking to pave the way in terms of those objectives, not the neutral ones, but more so the standing gold on the map that they can take for themselves. Best part of a kill goes the way of both Super Clever, not Super Clever, excuse me, Envy and Seas. Cello now in a little bit of trouble here, but he can maybe be able to clear this wave out.
Ooh, has to pop the ultimate against the Redbert hook, and Loud are going to find this turret as well, opening up that middle portion of the map as Robo has managed to get behind Super Clever in bot lane, gets the ult to be popped, dodges the Q2, there's the Q3 again, doesn't land, a Super Clever holding the flash for now, surely has to burn it, one more auto as he finds the stun, there it is, but look who's coming around the corner,
Ulti? Oh no.
With the dubstep ignite, an old school BM play from the Loud support to get the kill.
I thought he was going to use depth charge, instead he goes one step further, longer cooldown, more style points though, manages to find himself a kill on the bot side, and Robo has hit that break point. More of my Mortius finish means this Kennen has no say in how this bot lane goes anymore, and really well executed 1 versus 1 for the most part, up until Redbert stoops in and finds himself that first kill.
And this extra objective control that Loud had on the Grubs, denying at least one of the first 2 dragons, plus the Herald, they've managed to stabilize the gold with it, and Lost were finding by far the more actively successful in terms of kills, you know, in ganks and action on the map. Lost were more successful early on, but they've not ended up with a lead. Now, as you said, Rudude, we're still happy enough with their scaling. They've got the Zai, they've got the Kennen, but they're not going to be contending against our #1 team fighting team with a gold lead, and that makes me a little worried for them.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's all very well and good saying that one team scales better than the other when you're looking at champions, but at a certain point you do have to turn those nameplates back on. And you know, Root is just a really, really solid AD carry. Tinones is and has been one of, if not the best mid laners in the CBLOL for the past 10 years. So, you know, at a certain point, pedigree does come into this. As much as Envy has, in fairness, been putting a few hands on Tinones this early game, and by all intents and purposes, absolutely chovying this game.
He's popping.
You know, over 10 CS per minute, doing fairly well.
I feel like the production can hear us in Brazil. I think the players can as well. Envy certainly seemed a little bit miffed with how we were speaking of him in this early game. And he has proven us that he is certainly still a very skilled player in there and can be a reliable rock for Los Grandes, can find advantages where others may struggle to do so. As now we have a third
they
dragon.
know Cabby's here.
is lost up the river without a paddle. Out comes the depth charge, and as slippery as Rakan is, you ain't getting out of there, buddy. They will easily pick up that kill. You can see Lost turning away from the objective. They don't want a 4v5 for it, and they'll just go for the mid push instead.
Yeah, I guess there was a ward that spotted Cabby going in there, and unfortunately they did not channel base nearly soon enough. I can respect what they were doing there. That's like an avenue where he's probably swept out the majority of it, and he's trying to find a sneaky way into the Drake. If they are looking to fight from top side, you've got a good Rakan flank from the bot side there. Unfortunately, Loud, one step ahead of the game, they spotted it out, and those are the types of plays that really thwart a whole setup, because that'll have been 2 minutes in the making for Cabby. They'll have been setting up with that one for a long time, and ultimately it just completely fell flat, and now Loud secure themselves a second Drake for nothing.
Yeah, unfortunate for Loss. Another notable setback there is the gold in the favor of Loud after they get that additional gold. The mid lane tower still holding fast for the champs. They've got that second Drake, and Loss maintaining this mid lane push. Now, where they have Super Clever, they have Cello, they've got these massive team fight pieces, even C's with a completed item coming up to level 11. The Wukong ult can be huge, but they're not willing to overstep. They know that Loud are in a confident position. They're just going to bide their time.
Yeah, it's been a good day to be Voodoo's pie that is not in the oven right now, because neither of these teams are cooking either.
Slinky and Stringworming up the river.
Oh,
to that pit.
I'm muted. He can't hear me.
Securing the push on bot side. Robo instead backing away. He's got the TP now available as well. It is a all-seeing Baron for us, so they've got that long corridor. I think this is less ideal for Loss. I think you might have been muted for like the last 30 seconds.
Oh, it was so funny. I made a whole bit about the pie, and you just have no idea. The streamer giggling, but you've got no idea. So
I have no idea.
I realized when you interrupted me, and I thought, oh, that's not very Trajan of him. Now, hold on, Robo's in a bit of trouble.
Robo, this is quite Robo of him, though. He's going to get caught in a side lane by the ultimates. He will survive, at least, and will take away that Wukong ultimate for a minute or two. He's going to survive for now, but as I was going to make about the Baron pit, I feel like they would really love a hunting Baron or something with a little bit less space around it. Envy under the tower. This is getting a bit dicey, my friend. The Loss.
But remember, this is Malignant's Karma. Her ulti is up every 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I may be slightly exaggerating, but not by much. And Mantra W is one heck of a pill as a Karma player. So you can never be thinking you've taken a Karma down if they're pressing their buttons correctly.
Yeah. Root and Redbird now pushing down this mid lane as well. Cello on his own, but we'll get away. In this brief moment, I'm going to try and make what I feel like is a very simple point that I didn't want to spend this much time trying to make, if I'm honest. But the point, the All-Seeing Baron has a lot of corridors around it, a lot of ways to get out of, for example, a Cannon Ultimate, where if you have a Hunting Baron, you have one entrance to the pit. It's a lot easier, super clever to try and punish for Lost to come to the Baron second and punish Loud for trying to take it. However, this way, there's a lot of ways in and out of the pit. That's it. That's the point. That's it.
to add on to that, I actually think that this is where plays that we've already seen Cabby try to make are going to be very important, because if you can get onto what is going to now need to be 2 to 3 angles, you send your core crux of C's, Envy, Cello straight down the middle. You've got Cabby coming from one side, Super Clever coming from the other. It's not an easy way for Loud to get out, and it's unfortunately the way that this Baron pit has dictated that Loss are going to have to play if they're searching for those types of engages where the cannon is going to get so much value.
Sure, there we go. Thank you for making the most out of this Baron pit point that I really
you cooked it up.
My life
You're good
to get out. As Envy once again matching against Robo, this does seem like a lot more favorable. Super Clever, we saw, does not have nearly as much fun against the Aatrox as he used to. The vision around the Baron completely dark for Los Grandes, but they're keeping an eye on it with the Scryers.
Yeah, and importantly as well for this bot side matchup at the minute. I mean Envy versus Robo. Neither of them are bot laners, but they're in the bot lane at the minute.
Yeah.
We've got an Oblivion Orb picked up for Envy. So the healing that you expect to see from Robo is going to be diminished quite heavily, and will definitely help him out in that 1 versus 1 if Envy ends up deciding to fully throw hands and get going. As for the time being, he's moved up into the mid lane, having pushed away pretty deep, and he's going to start poking away at no HP bars because Croc pressed his shield button. Or had a shield from someone.
Yeah, he certainly did. He does have the locket, so he's gone into that more supportive item for Croc. He knows he has his job is to press W, stop the engages, and keep those carries alive. Maybe find a wallbang if he can. Remove someone with an ultimate, but definitely more of a supportive tank build from Super Clever. Has been put down against Robo and doesn't want to rock slap bang into Croc. Will not do so. But it was maybe a little bit dangerous for him there. They'll head back to the mid lane. These teams are giving each other so much respect and space right now.
kind of sat waiting because both of these supports could just engage on each other at any time, but neither one of them particularly pulling the trigger there. I don't know how I feel about the fact that Envy and Super Clever have swapped. I do think that the Karma is much more favoured when they go versus the Aatrox. You made a very salient point about how much better that felt for the Karma than it does for the Kennen. Nevertheless, they decided that the Karma's value is at the objective, trying to poke Loud away. And despite the way the early game went, despite Loss having the majority of the sort of buying power in terms of priority, we've reached 20 minutes. The Baron has spawned, and Loss are just seeding very heavily across this top side. They've not really put too much foothold into the river. They've got one rogue ward that's spotting that Loud aren't doing the Baron, but there's a lot of vision in the top side jungle of Loss, whereas Loud haven't got anything in their own jungle that's really, and that's a positive for them, right? Loss haven't managed to step in or get that vision down.
Yeah, Los Grandes now, with the dragon spawning here, Loud looking to find that Chemtech soul. This, if anything, might force a fight. Sees with the sweeper on it, isn't going to check either of those two wards below him in the brush, so they're still going to have the vision advantage for Loud, and I think we are going to start to see a play. Robo's on the flank. They know exactly what Los Grandes are. Cabby's ultimating. He's looking for Croc, who presses the W to step away. Loudbro as well running interference. Cabby caught on the front line, not being allowed to escape, and Loud will simply knock him over. No one else from Loss is ready to step up and help him.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they just couldn't. There was too much chain CC. You've got knockup after knockup after knockup coming from Robo. Good amount of CC from Redbird as well. And Root's just free hitting. There's not enough damage in the backup from the rest of Lost to get that going. Now, they do still have a lot of their crucial ultimates. They've got Cyclone, Featherstorm, and the Slicing Maelstrom all available if they want to try and make something happen. But they've ceded pressure in mid lane. They've ceded pressure in the river. And they're going to lose their tier 2 here and have to fight a 4v5 to get it back.
We'll see he's onto Tinones though. This could be big for them. Where's the follow-up? Clever with the flank angle. Flash from the Orianna, but in comes the Kennen. Can he tag him with the ultimate? There's the first kill.
Root's going
now
big.
Robo looking for more.
Never mind.
Big roots from Cello. He's going to find another as well. Robo on the front line. Here's the Aatrox though. They had to deal with the Aatrox as he's trying to catch on to one more. Cello still free firing. Sees as well, healthy enough. Looks like Lost might be able to make it work. Robo's back in. Tags the damage onto the Xayah. They need to keep him in place, and finally Los Grandes knock down the world ender, and their eyes are on the Baron.
They stall for just long enough. Cabby's able to respawn, make his way back out onto the map, and they win the 5 versus 5. In the long trade, they make it work. Envy, enough with shielding, enough with knockups from Cabby as well. A couple of really fine margins keep Lost in the fight, and they secure themselves the Baron off the back of that. This game has been dead even for the past 10 minutes or so, but Lost, in the first real fight that's happened, come away with the advantage.
And Redbird just recalling next to the Baron for reasons only beknownst to him, as the Baron will be secured. Here's a replay. Sees gets such a great angle onto Tinones to kick it off.
He does, and Tinones' ult really doesn't get a lot of anything. He's using it as a one-man peel tool, and again, wrong angle on it to make it work. I think Root had a really good angle into this fight. There's a 3-man knockup from Redbird, but Cello turns it on an instant, and Cabby actually is the one that knocks up Root, catches him in place, means that Kalista cannot start free firing, can't hop around, gets chain CC'd and taken down. The heal here really punishing him because he doesn't have cleanse. And then Robo, you think he's going to go crazy, but Cabby lands one knockup, gets himself away in the Gleaming Quill. He's enough of a heal to keep himself alive also. Such fine margins as advertised. But Lost, they managed to make it work.
Los Grandes just beat Loud in an honest-to-God team fight. We don't see that very often. Even gold as well, and they've got the Baron with it. Now we need to see them hold on to this lead and try and build a lead back for themselves. The tools, we know they have them. But, man, I was just watching Robo in that fight going, he's about to pentakill them, man. He's about to pentakill them. He's full HP. He's on Aatrox. And that threat is always going to be there.
But that's when I'm really excited for the fact that Lost were able to temper that, and they were able to recognize that themselves and play on the margins that they needed to. I think Cabby going in there is just a great example of why Solari has been quite so excited about this young support and their capabilities within the CBLOL. We'll have to see if they can coax their way through the remainder of this game, because you'd be forgiven for thinking this, but Loud aren't the ones with the Baron, stepping in and just taking away the red buff from underneath Los Grandes' noses. Need to see how well they can sort of deploy out onto the rest of the map. They've wasted the first, we'll say, minute or so of the Baron, just making sure that they could get into all 3 lanes, but now they've got a minute left to play with, where all 3 lanes are beginning to push. It looks like that bot lane isn't actually going their way at all, as Robo is very, very well holding onto Envy's lane.
Super clever, matching in the top side. Still a minute left of this Baron. They'd love to extend some more from this Baron power play. At the very least, it is not an option for Loud for the time being, but Lost looks like they will be able to pick up this inner as well as a reward to get the bonus gold from it. Envy happy holding Robo at arm's length, and that's probably going to be the last significant play from this Baron, honestly. So it's a 3,000 gold lead now for them, and they'll head back onto the map. I'm looking for any significant item breakpoints that are being hit here. I can see 3 for Cello. We saw the damage he was doing already in that last fight. He is only going to get stronger. Envy on 3.5, in fact, and now has that completed Morellonomicon to try and deal with Robo healing, as you'd said. And on the other side, we're still sitting on 2.5 for Root. We're on 2.5 for Tinones. Only Robo really is kind of on curve in the inventory department.
Yeah, exactly. Has that Death Dance finished as well now? So again, just that little bit more durable in the front line between more Death Dance and Sundered Sky. The Robo's HP is going to go very far for what little he may well have of it. I think the only real important breakpoints from here on in are going to be that Death Cap for Tinnos when that gets picked up, an absolute boatload of damage in the Aura Shockwave.
Oh, Cielo Cabby committing onto Robo. Look at the burst. Going to get the knock up and deny the healing. Keep those Qs out of range. It's a killing spree for C's. Now Croc, rooted up by Envy, and Lost turn the targets to the Poppy, but a super blast cone bounces him to safety while Lost are distracted. Root's thinning out the wave, but he can't get all of them. This will be another turret falling, and Lost, are we starting to get rolling here? The base is pretty close.
Certified Robo moment right there, unfortunately. Caught out on a side lane. Costs his team the bot lane tier 2. Not the biggest loss so far. They did it again. As we've got
today, guys.
I really am. I'm cooking up in this game for absolutely zero as well. This game is delivering though, so more than happy to make this the one where we're starting to cook a little bit on the cast as well, as the Drake has been started. This is Soul for Loud if they can get in, but it's not an easy task, that.
Certainly not. So hard they couldn't even do it. And Los Grandes will find that second themselves. Loud still on the Soul point. It's going to be a long time before Loud can find the Soul again. Both of these games have not necessarily been about the Dragons so much as these very important team fights. And now 9 kills to 4. Los Grandes have started to come out top in that theater. They've got one more inner tower to take, and they have shown now that they can step up aggressively and start to force the issue, right? Because you were saying you're wondering, I wish one of these supports would just like go in, man. Like just go and do something. And Cabby and Cello, with the way they aggressed onto Robo, perhaps they are now feeling strong enough to make things happen.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. I think that Xayah on 3 items is your break point for, okay, I can carry this game. Every single one after that, you just feel even better. Like, the items from here are all luxury items. It's like, okay, I've now got lifesteal and I've now got attack speed, or it depends on what the 5th item is going to end up being for Cello. But they all feel good, the TLDR. Really excited to see what we can expect from Lost moving a little bit further forward into this game specifically as well, because they've got themselves that first Baron. It's not really been, they got themselves a little bit of gold, but it didn't break open the game. The game didn't, implode on itself, but they've got themselves a decently sized gold lead. And the final thing that I did want to quickly hit on is actually the power of the soul denial that they just got, because I think that 50% or reduced damage taken when you're below 50% HP is really big when they've got tanks and when they've got a champion that can be durable in a front line. Robo is just CEO of that title with these 3 items. Taking reduced damage below 50% HP is the crux of, we thought we killed the Aatrox, but then he healed to full HP again, and the soul is only going to help that. So denying it, obviously very good.
Yeah, Olaf, Renekton, and Aatrox heading up the fan club of Chemtech Soul by themselves, I think, by how much more annoying it makes to deal with them. No one else really seems to care, but they really love a Chemtech when they can find it, as Lost contesting over this red buff, just trying to poke and prod, but once again leaving plenty of space as it resets. We can see that Tinones does have the Rabadon, so those shockwaves, if you can find them, are going to start to hurt, as there is not a stitch of MR on the side of Los Grandes. So as rough of a game as it has been for Tinones, he is still going to get there.
Yeah, it's just... okay.
Redbret was on pulling the trigger,
TP behind.
Instant TP behind from Super Clever, and the 3-man knocker from C's. In comes Super Clever onto the carries and Root, caught in the maelstrom. There's the second nog up, traded back onto the cannon.
Robo's here.
He wasn't even there for that fight, and Robo's arrived first. 2 for 1 for Loud right now. This is a fight where they can try and bring back the game. Robo is so scary as the world ender, and C's, he's got nothing left. He's got no clone, he's got no ult, gets the W cooldown back. And is it enough to get him out alive? I think it is.
Yeah.
That looked so good for Los Grandes, but Robo finds his way on again. They're still hanging around. Root misses. Redbird misses with the hook. Cello stunned against the wall. That little promontory for the Baron forces the Feather Storm. They don't get the hook.
Malignance!
When did Robo end up on 1 HP? And Los Grandes clutch it out in the 3 versus 4. Another clutch team fight against the champions. Los Grandes will walk away the winner.
Insane from Cello and Envy combined. Envy actually one-man banding that team fight. I'm going to keep it a stack. This guy just mantra queued everybody into the next century. They don't want the Baron Trajan. They just killed the 3 carries in 30-second death timers. They may well look to break at the very least an inhibitor, but the game is very much on the cards the way Loss are posturing.
They've got a big wave built up. Root's the only one alive. Wave clear is not really Kallista's bag, and Root has been stifled out of this entire game. In comes the wave. Cabby pops the ultimate. They can catch him. There's the knockup. No way out for Kallista. Los Grandes. You've got the 3-time champions lying on their backs. All you've got to do is pin them for the 1, 2, 3. Los Grandes with a victory over Loud.
Shout out Envy, man. This guy has just absolutely torn up the expectations we set for him going into this game. The Karma mid has been banned every single game for this patch, and with good reason. That is exactly why you have to ban this champion. Take a look at that final team fight and tell me this champion is not busted out of its mind.
Yeah.
Top-notch performance from Envy, top to bottom.
I definitely need to see a replay at some point of that last fight. I'll have to go back and rewatch the stream because that was just insanity from Los Grandes. It looked like it was going to be great, and then it was terrible, and then it was okay, and then Cello gets stunned, it's terrible, and then he gets away. What a roller coaster just in that 1 45-second spree. And Los Grandes now, as we said, the first to evolve out of the lower of the pack. Now they're growing wings, and they're cooking, they're flying, man. They're going crazy.
Yeah, 4-on-4 almost doesn't feel like it does it justice. If you're a team that beats Loud, you definitely get so much more stock for how strong of a team you truly are. I mean, we were thinking this is definitely one of the teams that can do it. They had a strong enough early game to challenge Loud in that facet, but it didn't feel like that's what won them the match.
Yeah, and now we have to give credit where it's due. Let's get the predictions up, Rose. Let's give Solari and Rose their moment in the sun. The Cabby support came up huge for here, and Los Grandes the ones to break them. Louds with the only other loss this season being against Pain, not a loss that anyone would deny anyone else. And here are the prediction standings. A 5-way tie at the top. Myself, Soph, Solari, Rude, and 404 at 27. RMC elevating himself from the bottom so far with Rose, and then Yeso, Axeman, and Hawk bringing up the rear, as Hawk has been MIA for a couple of weeks of predictions. So
that's a big win for Soph in that one, right there. Oh, yeah. Honestly.
For Solari with the Cabby Hope getting it up to joint first. Soph didn't have faith, so can't
I definitely got my S names wrong there. That'll happen occasionally. Solari, though, big win.
Something I think, something else to highlight that is interesting from this is we mentioned about how well Envy was playing on this Karma, right? But the man solo killed Tinones, and this is the roughest game we've seen from Tinones, all split for sure. He has been so strong to the point where they're having to ban his AD LeBlanc out. No one else is even touching this pick right now, and he is getting it first rotation banned and was looking very, very reliable. He was the rock in the mid lane where it was Root and Sales in the bot lane last split. But finally, someone managed to open him up, and they forced him onto a matchup he couldn't dominate, and that seemed very impactful for these team fights.
And it wasn't just that he couldn't dominate, he also couldn't stabilize, right? Like, there's a difference between not absolutely smashing your lane and going even.
That's true.
Envy walked him, like, had a solo kill in the mid lane, was up on experience, up on gold, up throughout, and up on impact, more importantly than anything. I think that as Karma versus Orianna, like, that's kind of crazy to say that in team fights you're doing more, and not just in terms of damage, but in terms of shielding also. Like, you typically pick one or the other with Karma. You're either a really obnoxious enchanter or you're a really obnoxious poke mage. Envy was both, and got away with it absolutely, to the peak of his extent, or to the peak of his ability. So really happy with how Envy played that out, and put Tinones right in a little box.
He certainly did. He folded him up, man. Folded him up like origami. No hope for him. But let's take a look at the standings before we wrap up for today, because we might have had some interesting shifts here. Now, Los Grandes at 4-4. They have entered the top half.
Yep.
Canids joint 5th with them, relegated to the right-hand side of the screen. Furia and Fluxu now 3 and 5. Furia still struggling to put it together, and Fluxu looking better by the week. They are certainly gunning for that coveted 6th place slot. Liberty and INTZ struggling in this week, and then Pain, Kaboom, and Loud hanging out at the top, a very comfortable top 3, and then Cade Stars close behind. So with Lost getting this win, Cade Stars, I think they went down to Kaboom earlier today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right.
I guess, how are we feeling now that Losses has knocked down Loud? Like, who's next, man? Like, who's next for this team? If they can take down Loud, is there anyone that is safe?
You know, I think that Pain are actually a lot more are a very dangerous team to play against. I think that specifically versus Lost, Pain will actually have something to say, because Pain are actually becoming a really proactive early game team, and you know, certainly putting their foot on the gas early enough on to maybe challenge Lost there. But with that game that we just saw, it didn't. Again, as much as Lost found a couple of leads early on, it wasn't an early game lead into snowball into win. It was early game snowball into actually now we're even, and we have to work our way out of a team fight situation, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, early game snowball into Loud, like, leaning forward in the chair, and then going like, okay, hold up, and they managed to clutch it out. And yeah, Pain, very proactive in the early game. They've always been proactive. It's just that now the bot lane is killing 2v2, not dying 2v2 in their proactivity bot lane. So, and that's just something that they've been doing since last split, right? Pain being such an early game terror, that these teams that are able to get one over on teams like Loud, who are still napping in the first 10-15 minutes, it's now not just safe to do that. And then if these teams' loss goes up against Pain, we might see a lot of action in that early stage to get control of it. So that will certainly be very exciting to look forward to. But for now, I think that's going to be us. Rude, I think that's going to be us. Congrats on the 5 full days. Banger day, especially
5 days.
These last 2.
Jesus.
Yes. That's 5 full games. But I think, especially these last 2 games, that there was a chance they could have been absolute snoozers, and they both delivered in a very interesting way. You know, they weren't both close, but they were both very, very impactful. So can't wait to see what the CBLOL has in store for us next week. We're gonna have to wait till Saturday for that, I'm afraid. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. I've been Trajan. Thank you, Rude Dude, for joining me on Color for these last 2 games, and thank you, Rose, on production. As always, everybody, we'll hope to see you on Saturday. Remember to keep your eyes out on the TikTok, the YouTube, and Twitter for all of our videos, podcasts, and content that we make for you guys, because we love you so much. Thank you, everybody, and we will see you on Saturday.